to the stage. Deborah is a member of the first cohort, and she would like to share just a few reflections.
Just a few.
Just a few reflections.
I'll use the podium.
Oh, absolutely. Introducing Deborah Pullum.
Well, hello and good evening. First, the cohorts, great job. Congratulations. I know what it's like. You did amazing. So, wishing you all the best. Ms. Lotson and the program, thank you so much for inviting me back to speak. It's a full circle moment standing here for me. I am so generally touched. And Mr. Mayor, too, good to see you again, sir. Okay. When I started my business, I thought I had everything all figured out. But I've learned as an entrepreneur is you don't know what you don't know. And being a part of Launch Savannah taught me how to process all of it. The resources included weekly workshops on financial planning, marketing, branding, business planning, and so much more. Community mentors would come in once a week who navigated the path. They shared wisdom and one-on-one guidance. My most valued takeaway from this program are networking, which I was invited into rooms that I thought I would never, ever be in. Connecting with people, building my brand, forging relationships, amazing. Mentoring in real time. The people who showed up mentoring, when I emailed, they emailed me back. When I called and left a message, they called me back. The support is there. The guidance is there. I do want to take a moment, and I'm going to try and hold myself together with this. I have to recognize one person, Nick. Nick is every entrepreneur's hype man. Yes. He is there for you. He cheers for you. It is your hype man. Yes. I'm going to leave you with this now that we're all crying, whatever. All right. If you're thinking about, if you have an idea, you have an established business, and you want to level up, I want you to know a few things. I'm 62 years old. I thought I was too old. I spent 31 years in retail management, and I am standing here. It is not too late. You are never too old. If you have a thought, an inkling, an established business, I need you to stand up. I need you to go for it. Be present. Apply for this program, and Launch Savannah will help you to achieve your dream. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. You should have brought a box of Kleenex. Now, for the time we have all waited for, the presentation of awards. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you.
You call.
Mr. Belder?
Oh, absolutely.
And we'll have our partners come up as well. Now, come on up. Come on, come on. We celebrate as a village. So we're doing this on the slide, so we'll figure all this stuff out as we go along, but we want everybody to make sure. Now, it goes back to my point that none of this, they won't be successful as we don't support them. So you've seen something you can support, right? So Lonia told me she finally got my patches, so I'm good. I finally got my 912 patches, so there's somebody you can support. So turn support into an action word and support. So, Maybell Bell. Is it all along? All along? Okay, I got it right. Okay, I went to Savannah State, yes.
Let's go Bell.
Let's go, man!
Why don't we do this? Why don't we shift y'all this side so we can at least create a high five line? You're going to read the names I'm going to present.
Okay. All right.
Jake, all right, high five.
All right. Sounds good. All right.
Jay, yeah. That's good. That was good.
Okay. Good call. We are nothing if not flexible. All right. Miss Rhonda Akram. Dr. Catherine Bell. All right, the thing is heavy, don't drop it. Miss Carolyn Guilford. All right, Miss Carolyn. Next to Carolyn.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Don't drop it. Miss Glorious Mason. How you gonna hold?
I mean, how you gonna do all that?
I got it.
You got it?
I was looking for 8 kids.
All right. Hey. Thank you.
Oh.
Miss Quinlan Moore.
Thank you.
Miss Nanoska Simmons. I'm Smith. I apologize. Nanoska Smith.
Freeze. Strike a pose. Now pose.
Oh, I'm skipping. I was just seeing if you were still on your toes. Jomo Simmons.
There you go, Miss May.
Yes, it's together.
There you go. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you again. Thank you.
Mr. Stavros Slotkus.
All right now. Thank you. Great. Congratulations. Appreciate it very much.
Mr. Calvin Wallace.
Make sure you register with the city. All right. You registered?
You can go register, yes.
All right.
And our final graduate, you ready?
I'm ready.
Miss Zeronia Williams.
Bring it up.
You know what?
You got it?
Don't drop it. Please don't drop it.
This is my classmate.
I know.
Well, hi, Miss Comcast.
This is the, oh.
Hello, everyone. How are you? My name is Asia Hankerson, and I happen to be honored to serve as the Government and Regulatory Affairs Specialist with Comcast. And it is an honor to be here on behalf of Comcast to celebrate your graduation from Launch Savannah Accelerator. Give them a round of applause. Now, you've taken the first steps on an incredible journey, and we're here to support you along the way. So to help you stay connected and grow your business, Comcast is thrilled to present each of you a brand new laptop. We hope that this gift serves as a valuable resource as you continue to chase your dreams. Now, I know, but wait, there's more. I'm super excited to introduce you all to a colleague of mine who wants to share some more news with you all.
Man, what a day, right?
What a day.
Congrats to all of y'all. My name is Jarian. I am the leader of Comcast Business, I'm the leader of the Savannah Market Small and Medium Business Sales Team here in Savannah. Thank you, Asia, Shanique, where you better, and Shanique from our Government Affairs team for help setting this up.
I know, sorry.
So, honestly, for you all, what an incredible achievement. You know, it takes a lot of grit and effort to come out here, put yourself out, and to be selected to do these great things. And for that, you know, the proof is in the fruits of your labor, right? So I do want to discuss, as a business owner and a member of this community, how we can all partner together in helping grow with each other. So we do have a program for you all and any other business owners out here in the crowd, where we have a referral program that will allow you all to be active in the community as you are in, and hopefully line your pockets a little bit as well, right? So business owners know business owners, so there's 13 in total here, right? And so you all have plenty of other friends in the business as well, and all you have to do is refer people to us. If they buy from us, guess what? We'll pay you. Direct deposit, 60 days after install. And outside of that, really, if you guys don't have Comcast Business right now, call me. I'll hook you up with one of my account executives and help them take a look at your technology needs, communication needs, to see if there's anything that we can do to help elevate what you currently have. And just like the mayor said, there may be needs that you don't even know that you have, right? So outside of that, again, congratulations to you all. What an incredible achievement, and I'm so happy to hear about whatever future business endeavors you have as well. Thank you.
So we will, because your hands are kind of full right now, we will make sure you get them before you leave today. Okay. Additionally, within your okay. Other things that are a part of your package, you have your certificate of completion provided to you by the City of Savannah, as well as a few other things that our mayor would like to share.
Oh, but that's not it. Because of this great achievement, you have a 1-year membership to the Black Chamber of Commerce and the Savannah Chamber of Commerce. So 2 chambers, 1 year for all of you because you did this. But that's not it.
Thank you, Mayor. There's more. We know that starting a business takes incredible grit. And to do business, you have to do business with the City of Savannah, right? So to make that a little easier this year, we're going to be waiving your business license fees for all of your businesses this year.
But that's not it. We have cupcakes out in the back for all of you, and all of you get to take 2 cupcakes because you finished.
And not to mention, you have a voucher good for $2,000 for business services. That means if you need the services of an accountant or a lawyer, you would visit your chosen service provider and bring your invoice to SBAC, and they will take care of that for you.
There's more. I would like to bless each and every last one of you guys with your logos, customized at Patches Custom Embroidery Work. It's valued at $150 each, but I think we all, as far as family, we connected, and I think that you guys can get out so much more and brand yourself so much more. So thank you. I love each and last one of you.
That is wonderful. Thank you for that. You get a patch. Ladies and gentlemen, we could not be more proud of you and the accomplishment that you have duly earned this evening and over the course of this program. We take pride in your success. We are partners with you in your business journey. Do not think that we will fade away after this evening. We will not. We will be engaged and partners with you through the duration of your business journey. Mayor, you can close us out.
I'm going to yield and use executive privilege. I'm going to have the city manager to close us out. But hopefully you feel loved. Hopefully you feel supported. And I want you, when days get hard, to remember how you feel now. Hopefully you know your city is serious about you. We're serious about you. You are serious about yourselves. We're serious about you. And the world is going to be serious about you.
Jay,
100%.
before you close out, I'm going to be in trouble if I don't say one more thing. May I ask every member of the Department of Economic Development to stand up? This is the best team within Team Savannah. Woo! All of this is put together by these ladies, these professionals that did it with love and professionalism and care. They too are your support system, as well as our PIO, our communications department maven, Miss Saja Hours. I think I've covered us.
Oh, one thing. Let's thank the folks here at the Otis Johnson Center for hosting us. We thank them. We thank the team.
You also got my closing material. Let me just say this. Hard things are hard. And starting a business and launching that business and growing the business is hard. You're doing it in a place, in a city, Savannah, that has launched businesses and innovations since 1733 and well before that. And you're the next chapter of that, and probably the greatest chapter of that. So just know that your city's behind you, and when the hard thing is hard, because you know it's hard and it's gonna be hard, we're gonna be here to support you, the city, Startup Savannah, all of your partners around the table, Comcast, SBAC. We want you to do well, and we want you to be a success here in the city and wherever you go. We're really, really proud of you. Go do the hard thing. You've got this.
Yeah!
Now it's time for the photo ops. Are we adjourned?
Yeah, yeah, I guess.
You were supposed to adjourn us. And Jay was supposed to adjourn us.
Now it's time to eat some healthy cookies. Is that right, Ms. Wilson? So think about that.
Taking a picture, group picture?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
We're adjourned. Group picture time. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Early on the foggy morning of October 9, 1779, American, French, and Haitian troops joined forces to try and drive British soldiers from the city of Savannah. The attack centered on the Spring Hill Redoubt, an earthen fortification northeast of the city. The battle lasted just under an hour, but when the smoke cleared, more than 800 soldiers on both sides were dead or wounded, a terribly bloody toll. The Spring Hill Redoubt vanished beneath the sands of history, covered over by centuries of residential and railroad use. Then in late August 2005, a team led by Coastal Heritage Society archaeologist Rita Elliott began sifting through the soil near Louisville Road, searching for evidence of the battle. A few days later, the team found traces of the original redoubt, along with musket balls and pieces of a gun. The Coastal Heritage Society went before Savannah City Council on September 1st with this exciting news. Afterwards, members of the community toured the site to see the evidence firsthand. Let's join them now and take a look at what archaeologists found at the site.
But I think I know most people here, but I'm Scott Smith, Director of the Coastal Heritage Society. And it's actually a construction site now, but we did want to have folks have a chance to see what's been uncovered, because later this afternoon it's going to be covered back up, which will protect it. And but first I'd like to say that we were moving along with our construction of our 2-acre park to honor the memory of the Revolutionary War battle. And Stuart Dorman and his crew were moving ahead to meet a October 9th deadline to have all of that work done. And our new archaeologist, Rita Elliott, who came on board on July 1st, met with me when I got back from vacation on August 2nd or 3rd, and said that we probably should do a phase 2 investigation to be proper stewards of the battlefield. And she made a convincing argument, and her and Stuart worked out a way where his contracts weren't violated, and there's a lot of cooperation in the scheduling between our building curation department and our artifact curation department. But I'm real proud of the way the staff has pulled together on this. And we're using in-house resources for the most part, and some volunteers, notably Rita's husband, who's been out here for 3 weeks. And the project here, although the city of Savannah has spent a considerable sum in acquiring this property and making it possible, we wanted to add a new partner to Battlefield Park. We have the state, we have the federal government, we've got the county government, and we wanted to add the private sector. And we've been raising funds privately to do this landscaping and do the archaeology. So this is a Coastal Heritage Society function, and that makes me feel very good too, because it was not so long ago when something like this would have been impossible for our little organization, but we're growing very rapidly. But let me let Rita talk to you about the redoubt itself and the process of her finds. I'll let you go.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you all for coming out. And I know it's awfully hot out here. Nobody knows that better than me. But we're really excited to share with you our discoveries, because what we found here is something very important on a global level. So we're pleased to share that with you today. And we're going to be very excited to share that with you in the future as we develop new exhibits for the museum that reflect what we found out here today. I'm going to jump down in this pit for a minute and show you some things, so if you'd like to get closer. And then also in a few minutes we'll go down to the other side and I'll show you some more things there. The archaeological lot like a crime scene. You have to look at the evidence left behind to try to piece together the story of what it's trying to tell you. And some of this evidence is more easy to see than others, and some of it's more easy to see if you're trained as an archaeologist. But if you would for a minute put on your archaeology glasses, I'll try to share with you what we've found. What I'm standing on right here is what the ground should look like at this depth if nobody's messed it up. It should be this white sand with a little bit of orange mixed up with it. Sorry. I'm not used to wearing a microphone while I work here. Anyway, so this is natural. Can you see behind me? This is not white, is it? So we have a really good edge of a stain right here. Can you all see that? Okay, on the other side we have another edge. This is towards the bottom of the ditch that the soldiers would have stood in when they defended Savannah during the siege in 1779, October 9th. So, you see another stain here? This has nothing to do with the readout. This was a hole they dug when people were living here in the 1790s, 1800s. They dug a hole through the corner of the readout, probably without even realizing it. But we're getting artifacts that date from that time period. So there's a lot of stories going on that I'll share with you today here on this property. Of course, the main focus is the Revolutionary War readout. So I'm standing at the corner. The wall of the readout, the trench, runs this way, underneath where the gentleman with the red tie is standing. Under there, back behind you, and I'll show you the other section in a minute. Then the other part of the readout trench work runs this way, behind me. And Frank and Tracy are excavating part of it right now. We've excavated a little section over there, and we're going to excavate a section over here as well. When we first found this stain over there, you can see how light colored it is. It's kind of hard to see. And we mapped it in. It was a little narrow over there. We mapped it in, we photographed it, we drew pictures of it to scale. But we really weren't very excited about it. It didn't do a lot for us archaeologically. But we had to dig it to see what it was. So we started excavating it. We found a musket ball. It was our first Revolutionary War period artifact in the whole area. We had dug a lot of trenches up there, a lot of trenches in the middle. Didn't find the first Revolutionary War artifact at all. Started digging this feature, found a musket ball. My husband, who's an archaeologist, got really excited, but I'm more cautious. I said, well, okay, that's one musket ball. So he dug some more of the feature, got to the bottom of it. It was shaped like a trench, okay, a good clue. I had some post stains running through it, and then he found another musket ball. Then he found a gun part from the Revolution. Then he found 2 more musket balls. So we knew this had to be the readout based on the shape of the ditch and what we're finding in it. And I'll share that with you in a minute. But it didn't have any later period artifacts in it at all, unlike these sorts of features that had dishes and broken bottles from the 1790s, 1800s. So if you want to move down this way, I'll show you a better example of some of the things I'm talking about. Oh, y'all are fast. Wow. I'll put y'all to work over here. Okay, so basically, what I have in front of me is another part of the readout. Can you see the edge of the stain here? Okay, that's the edge of the ditch. The other side of it is over here. So what we did was we cut it long ways, dug out half of it, and haven't dug this half out yet. But if you look at what we call the profile, or the side view, can you see these black stains? There's some better examples in the next trench I'll show you. But basically we started noticing there were stains where people put posts in the ground, and after, of course, a little bit of time, the posts rot. So we don't know where the posts were, but we can tell exactly where they used to be based on the stain. Right here?
No, yeah.
Some of this top stuff is actually railroad intrusion. Let's see. If you look all around you, can you see the black soil from the ground surface down to about this far? Okay, that's all railroad fill. In the 1850s and later, when the railroad came along in this property, they started depositing fill here. All the coal and cinders and clinkers that they used for the steam locomotives, they started depositing out here to raise the ground elevation. So when we see that, for example, right here, we have an intrusion. Somebody dug into there after that period, and the clinkers and the cinders fell in. So we know that's a lot later than the Revolution. It's something later that we're not looking at for the Revolutionary War period. So we have the edge of our trench, and this is in fact where the first musket balls came from, in this section right here. Now, if you're standing on this side, I'll talk to you about this profile. If you're standing on this side, I'll share with that profile with you in a minute. If you look at the side view, what we call the profile, you can kind of see the edge of the ditch. I don't know how many of y'all can see it, but can you see how it cuts down right here? So I'm standing in the very bottom of the ditch, and actually right down the middle is where, or near the offset from the middle, is where they put a series of posts all along the way. And at this point in time, we're thinking that's the abattis, the sharpened sticks they put throughout the trench to help stop people from attacking the city. Are you curious about why this trench is so shallow? People were smaller back then, right? Well, they weren't that small. We're getting the very bottom of the trench. We're getting from the very bottom of it about 2.5 feet or so of the trench. And of course, the trench would have been a lot taller than that back then. But what we're finding out, well, people kept telling me before I started digging that the railroad came along, and at Spring Hill, where you're standing, it used to be a hill, the railroad came along and scraped the dirt from the top of the hill and pushed it downhill to make it more level for development and to make the low ground higher up and not flood. Well, I got to tell you, the railroad's not the culprit in this case, and I'll go over here and show you why. Okay, can everybody see this profile, kind of? You can move around so you can see it if you like. Okay, so again, this is the other end. Well, this is part of the trench we dug out. This is the edge of the ditch, goes down like that. This is the other edge coming up like this. And anybody know what this is in the middle? Who said that? All right, pat yourself in the back. That's evidence of where a post used to be. It rotted and it left a wonderful stain. So we've cut that in half and you can see the other half of the post. So a series of these posts ran all along the trench here, and we've photographed them and mapped them in to know exactly where they were located. Now back to the question of who moved Spring Hill and pushed it downhill. Okay, here's the Revolutionary War trench. This zone right here has artifacts from 1790, 1800, 1812, 1820. This zone up here was put here by who? All right, y'all on the ball today, railroad. So if the railroad came and pushed the Revolutionary War trench and all the dirt on top of it out of the way, why can't that be true? We've got a zone here that people were living on. This is the ground surface in 1790 and 1820. It's still here. If the railroad came along and scooped out the top of the Revolutionary War redoubt, they would have taken this away as well. So we know it's these people in the 1780s, 1790s, maybe as late as 1800, 1812, 1880, that pushed a lot of the dirt down Spring Hill. And so they left their mark here. And in fact, what we have right in the middle under this blue plastic is a big well. And the well is full of artifacts from the 1820s, 1800. So the well wasn't here when the Revolution was here. They had the battle here, and about maybe 20 years later, people started living in this area, dug a well right through where part of the redoubt was, used the well, it caved in or it got abandoned, and they threw all their trash in it. So we have all sorts of different things going on here. But in spite of all this development and redevelopment of Spring Hill, we still have a large component of the Revolution intact. And you can't say that very much for most of the redoubt. Most of the earthworks that surround Savannah that were here in 1779, I would bet you money, are no longer here because of the development over time. Because you have people digging into the ground to build shopping centers and subdivisions and things like that. We've lost a lot of that. That's another reason why this particular part of the archaeological record is so important here. We have it and we're going to preserve it. We'll study it and we'll all learn from it. So it's quite exciting. Does anybody have any questions? Well, you can see how it runs this whole way, and it goes into the wall right here. Well, it continues that way. We expect to find another corner of it down there that'll go back. And of course, we found the corner down there that goes back that way. So basically, I'm inside, y'all are outside. That kind of gives you how it runs. But we would expect to be able to find another corner at least, if not more than one corner, if we did some more excavation in the future. The beauty of this project is when Coastal Heritage Society reconstructs the Revolutionary War redoubt, we'll be doing so back that way towards where all the heavy machinery is now. And that's wonderful because our archaeological study of that area showed that it's been impacted already. There's lots of basements, lots of brick foundations from warehouses from 1900, 1912. So that area's already been churned up archaeologically. So when we build the reconstruction, we won't be hurting anything. This area, we're only going to run one drainage pipe through here, so we're studying that area. And then the rest of the redoubt will be preserved for the future, for future study, and just to bank it also for the future. Maybe in 100 years, they'll have some archaeological studies that we don't have today. So they'll be able to learn a lot more from it even than we can learn now.
How will it be preserved? Will all the dirt be thrown back in?
Right, we'll cover it with plastic, and then dirt will be put back on top of it.
Is there a way to preserve part of it that people could actually get down and see what you're showing us?
There will be in our museum exhibits and imagery and models. Unfortunately, you know, anybody that's been around Savannah for a week knows that when those afternoon thunderstorms come, you know, what you see has been cleaned off about 8 times already. Every time it rains, you know, one rainstorm will wash the sand in. So there's no good way at this point in time to preserve it and keep that from happening other than in the imagery and the models and the pictures that we're going to make for the exhibit. Unfortunately, if you can think of a way, that would be wonderful. What we do have to do, perhaps, when we turn this into green space, is actually mark the ground surface of where this trench runs, so you'll know exactly where it is in the real landscape. So far, we've found in this trench just Revolutionary War period items, nothing later, musket balls, some brass gun part, a possible iron barrel of a gun that's going to go undergo electrolysis. So after we get done with our field work, we'll be back in the laboratory washing up our artifacts, doing more research, figuring out our interpretations of our maps. We're going to write a big report about it, and then in the future we'll develop it all into a really, hopefully, really fun exhibit that we can share with everybody. Any other questions? Appreciate y'all coming out on such a hot day. But if you have any questions, feel free to talk to Scott Smith, the Executive Director of Coastal Heritage Society, or myself. We'll be out here for a little while after. Sure. We found 7 musket balls so far. These 4 I have in my hand, or 64 caliber, which meant they probably went with the 69 caliber gun. And the guns would have been used, the muskets would have been used by the Americans and the French. The British didn't use this size caliber, so we know right off the bat who were using these musket balls.
And they're pretty big finds, huh?
Yeah, they were real important because not the fact that they're musket balls, but where they came from. They came from right in this trench work near the bottom, which is what you'd expect because they're lead and they're very heavy. They would have settled to the bottom. But if you just came and got a metal detector and found them, they wouldn't have meant anything. It would have meant, okay, you've got musket balls, big deal. But because they're in this feature, in this trench work, we know that they were used during the Siege of Savannah during the Revolution. So it ties it all together perfectly.
Good evening. Welcome to our program, Snapshot from the Archives. Tonight we're celebrating American Archives Month virtually. American Archives Month is an opportunity for us to raise awareness about the importance of archival records, and also to introduce you to the city's municipal archives and its collections. Normally each year we host an in-person event, but with the pandemic, we thought we would celebrate this year's Archives Month with a virtual program featuring snapshots that highlight some of our favorite collections, help raise awareness about some of our lesser known collections, and tell you about some of our most satisfying projects as archivists. This is also the first time we've done a live virtual event this year, so bear with us if we have any little glitches, so we'll work through them. Our format for this evening, we're going to do a presentation, Kelly and I, and then we're going to follow that with an open question and answer period at the end. If any questions come up that you think of while we're working through the presentation, you can type those in the Q&A box and we'll answer those first at the end, and then after that we'll open up the floor for additional questions. So let's see. To get things started, we thought we would just introduce ourselves if you're new to us. My name's Luciana Spraker. I'm the director of the Municipal Archives. As a little background, I'm originally from New York, and this is the time of year that I really miss the Northeast with the changing colors of the leaves like you see over on the left. That's right from where I grew up with the rolling hills of the Hudson River Valley. But I've lived in Savannah since 1994 when I came here to study historic preservation, and I really fell in love with Savannah, and particularly the architecture and the urban landscape. I've worked with the City Archives since 2005, and I enjoy the mix of archives, local history, museum work, and preservation that our office gets to tackle. I have one daughter that you see over here on the right. She's a budding artist. She's now a teenager, and she no longer likes to pose with pictures like this with her mom. So she would be horrified if she knew I was showing this picture of her. She's also about to surpass me in height, so that just shows you how dated this picture is. But I couldn't resist showing her off a little bit. So I'd like to kick to Kelly now.
Hi, thank you for joining us. I'm Kelly Zakovic. I'm the archivist. I've been with the Municipal Archives for a little over 4 years now. So I come from a military family, but really consider home to be Southwest Florida. So my background is a little bit different from Luciana's, but that's kind of one of the things that really make archives and archivists so fun is a lot of us have really different backgrounds, but we all kind of come together and do the same thing. So I've studied art history, modern languages, museum studies, and I have my master's in library and information science. So before coming to Savannah, I was an archivist for the circus collections at the Ringling in Sarasota, Florida. So to come here and work for the Municipal Archives was a bit of a jump in subject matter, and I've been on a learning curve for a couple of years now, but I love it. And I myself have 2 daughters. They're just furry. I'm a bit of a stereotypical librarian, so I usually have a house full of cats. So now that you kind of know who we are as people, I wanted to talk a little bit about who we are as an organization and what we do. So the Municipal Archives collects, manages, preserves, and makes accessible the records documenting the City of Savannah's history. We administer the Records Management Program and the City Record Center to increase the efficiency of city agencies, and we share the city's history with employees, citizens, and visitors through outreach activities. So really what this means is we serve both an internal audience of city staff as well as the general public. And one thing that really kind of makes our job in the Municipal Archives so special is since there's really just the 2 of us, we get to have our hands in a lot of different pots. So we assist with research, we put on tours, we do exhibits, we put on programs like this, and we do a lot of educational outreach with school groups of all ages. So if you have not researched with us before, we have documents that document the City of Savannah's government incorporation date of 1789, the City of Savannah corporate limits at the time that the records were created. That stumps a lot of people. And City of Savannah government functions, things that reflect the way that the city interacts with citizens and businesses. What we do not have is a lot of personal collections or things that are not government related, but the two largest examples of those would be the W.W. Law collection and the V&J Duncan postcard collection. All right, so Luciana, we have all these fabulous collections. What would you say are some of your favorites?
So, having come to Savannah for architecture, I'm really partial to our collection of architectural drawings, and particularly those for City Hall. We're really lucky that we get to work in City Hall, which is a fabulous building. It was completed in 1906. It was designed by Hyman Wallace Wickover, and it really stands as a symbol of Savannah's modern spirit entering the 20th century. So here are just some samples from what's a pretty large collection of City Hall architectural drawings. On the left is just a little snippet of the first floor plan that shows the space that we occupy for the research room. So when City Hall is open under normal times, if you came to visit us, this is the space you would come to do research. On the right is the upper basement floor plan, so right below first floor. And what's really cool is we occupy part of this space. Let me back up and actually say Wickover incorporated a lot of modern features into City Hall, like electric lights and an elevator. But as an archivist and a historian, the most impressive feature to me is this, what is starred right here, the permanent record vault. And it was, he planned basically archival record storage in this building from the very beginning. And so the foresight to include an archives to care for City Hall's historical records in 1906 is pretty impressive. So Wickover also prepared very detailed furniture plans for every office in City Hall, including this records vault. And this is a detail of the furniture plans for the permanent records vault. And it shows you the roller shelves on the bottom for the leather-bound volumes, very large, that we still care for and provide access today, as well as the little handled drawers that held tri-folded paper documents. And we have just a little bit of this shelving left. And in addition to that very large record vault, there were vaults that were built into the building throughout. So all of the offices and departments had vaults for the records that they needed on hand throughout the building. So just on these 3 different sheets you see, there were records vaults on every floor. So that really impresses me about City Hall, and also excites me that we have these plans. We're currently working on a restoration/renovation of the 3rd floor, and the historical records in the archives have been very important in doing that restoration work right, and the archives has gotten to play a big role in acting as advisors on that project. I also really enjoy collections that get our employees excited, that get them energized about the work they do and connect them to the history of their function, help them see how the work they're doing today matters to the long-range history of Savannah. I think these collections help them understand where they fit into the big story, and then help us better preserve their own history for future generations, where when they see how people used to do what they did, then they know that it's important that they help us preserve their history today for the future. So these are the images from the fire department's photograph collection. I think are a great example of that. And they're also really fun photographs. On the left, we have a picture of William Boyd Smith, whose nickname was Snooky. He was a driver for the fire department in the 1920s. Also from the 1920s on the far right is a photograph of the old fire station number 5, which was at 11 East Henry Street. And I don't really know what the event is, but you have some really great decked out fire vehicles. In the center is a rescue demonstration at City Hall for Fire Prevention Week in 1953, and you have the firemen that are rappelling down the front of the building. These images are great because they include both personnel and apparatus, but they provide a lot of information about changing technology, uniforms, buildings, and rescue methods. So on the surface, you're like, oh, these are really cool photographs, but when you really start looking at them closely, they're chock full of really good historical information. Sometimes we really great finds lead to unexpected connections for us. We're a small staff, and like pretty much every archival repository, we have backlog collections that are waiting for us to process and catalog. And this was one hidden gem that we had in our Park and Tree Commission collection. Technically, it was processed, but it wasn't described in a way that made it very discoverable to the public. So we were doing a project where we were processing additional records. And so we were going back and looking at that collection, and the inventory was fleshed out better. And the finding aid that we used for that collection was updated. And so in that project, we found this proposal for Daffin Park that was prepared by the landscape architect John Nolan in 1907. And it's a very small bound report that he submitted to the Park and Tree Commission. And he has a narrative where he says what should be included in the park. He has photographs of other parks and other cities that are inspirations, but he also includes photographs of what was already on that land and what was around it in the immediate vicinity. So there are pictures of houses like you see on the left, so we know what kind of residences were around there in the area that's now Parkside and Chatham Crescent. And also, we know that what is now Daffin Park had a grandstand and racetrack on it. So that was like really cool to have all this great documentation. It's a great resource on its own. But as I looked at these pictures, this grandstand was looking really familiar to me. And then I was like, yeah, I've seen that before. I've seen it in this 1902 photograph from the publication artwork of Savannah that we have in our collections. And this photograph, which was labeled Racetrack at Fairgrounds, had been identified by several people as being the Ten Brock Racetrack. And if you'd heard of the Ten Brock Racetrack, that's a really important site that was on the west side of Savannah. It was the site of the Weeping Time slave sale in the 1850s, which was one of the largest slave sales in the United States. Very, very terrible event in our history. And so, so this had been identified as Ten Brock Racetrack, but when we started comparing the two photographs, detail by detail, it was very evident that this was the exact same location. So this was the racetrack at what became Daffin Park. So when we started to look more carefully through other collections we had using different keywords like fairground, and we found this map in the engineering department's map collection, and it had been inventoried under fairground track and keywords like Dale Avenue, which was later renamed Victory Drive. So this map dates from 1906. So the discovery of the Nolan proposal helped tie together all three of these items from three different collections. And together we learned more about the use of this property before it became the Daffin Park we know today, and also helped to correct a misidentification, which was very important for that artwork photograph. I had a similar experience with another set of records also associated with the Park and Tree Commission. These are photographs from our applicants for cemetery lot care. It's long been one of my favorite collections. It's a wonderful collection of photographs of individuals that are identified, not only with full names, but often with addresses. So often our photographs include unidentified individuals. So just having these be identified people was enough to get me excited. We knew from our correspondence collections that these photos were submitted by cemetery lot owners to the commission to let them know who would be taking care of their lots and what they looked like. And I've been sharing this collection for years, but recently it took on new meaning. We recently started using the meeting minutes of the Park and Tree Commission a lot more extensively. We found them to be a wealth of information on a wide range of subjects. They're not just about the basic maintenance of Savannah's parks and cemeteries and trees. They also reflect the intersection of urban planning and race relations, trends in landscape designs and burial practices, and even details about labor practices. So much so that we just nominated them to be digitized by the Digital Library of Georgia to make them more accessible to the public. And as part of that application process, we ran across this tidbit from the October 6, 1919 meeting. And it may be a little hard for you to read, so I'll summarize what this particular caption is saying. So the keeper of Laurel Grove North Cemetery made a statement to the commission saying that certain ladies had been intimidated by lot caretakers, and therefore he issued, quote, a rule allowing no Negroes to enter. And he'd also given strict orders that visits by couples for the purpose of fornication would not be tolerated. The commission in their meeting approved the keeper's actions, which in effect banned Blacks from Laurel Grove North Cemetery. But they also received a letter from Miss Stiles, which was read, and she asked that, quote, her old Negro servant be allowed to continue to care for the Habersham lot. So then the commission approved a motion which allowed for permits to be issued for lot care, provided that a photograph was submitted of the person who would perform the work that the commission could keep on file. So now we know exactly when this practice of collecting photographs of lot care workers started, why. So those are just a few of my favorite collections, and these are all, collections are all our babies, so it's hard to choose. So Kelly, could you choose some of your favorites?
Sure. I'm just gonna leave these pictures here. They might be a little bit self-explanatory as to why this collection has always kind of caught our eye. So this is George Gannum, who, while he does happen to be a fairly attractive man, and he has quite a few archival fangirls who come in to use this collection, he's also a very noteworthy figure for Savannah, so we don't want to make too much light of it. George Gannum, he was the first man to die from Chatham County in World War II. He died during the attacks on Pearl Harbor at only 22 years old. The collection that we hold of his consists primarily of his personal documents, personal belongings, and the contents of his military footlocker at the time of his death. And these really tell the story of a young man he was a military radio control tower operator, but he was also a Benedictine graduate, and he was an amateur photographer. So having all of these available really just kind of paints the picture of a very normal young man, just kind of doing normal things young men would do while living in Hawaii or living in Savannah. The collection includes fairly mundane items like his razor and his headphones, but also has his snapshots and even his personal camera from his photography habit. We even have his swim trunks that he is wearing in the first image that I showed. So while not everything in the archives has to be super heavy and historical, we can definitely appreciate this handsome historical figure. But I think it's also really impactful to think about collections as kind of memorials, especially a collection like this, and really kind of what an honor and a privilege it is to be asked by his family to preserve this collection in perpetuity and therefore take care of his memory. So one thing that I do really love about our collections is that even though we don't have kind of the more traditional narrative items like letters or journals that actually tell you stories, often when you sit with our indexes or our registers long enough, they really kind of come to life and you start to realize that they actually do tell stories. And so for me, with my curious mind, they kind of often take me down a rabbit hole. They almost pose as many questions as they answer sometimes. And so that's one reason that I really particularly like these registers of free persons of color. Prior to the end of slavery, free persons of color over the age of 16 in Savannah were required to register annually with the clerk of council. And so these volumes are documentation of that. This particular volume includes the name of the free person, the place of residence, their occupation, any property they owned, and the name of their white guardian who was responsible for them. This volume is from 1824, but later volumes also include information about their place of birth and date of arrival. So I really appreciate these volumes because they kind of are one of the few places that we get full names of African Americans or even any free person pre-Civil War in our collections. And they give a snapshot of what life would be like for a free person at that time. They show what occupations are available to somebody and even what levels of economic prosperity they could conceivably achieve. You can even use them to track demographic trends, like finding where free persons most commonly lived in the city. Also, in a big picture sense, I think it shows that even though they were technically, quote, free, they were really not actually free. So just one particular example, we have this individual, Candy Prince, who lived in the village of St. Gall, which now would be on the western edge of the city, kind of over near Yamacraw. And they worked as a cooper or a barrel maker. And it's particularly noteworthy, this individual owned 5 lots, 7 slaves, which is noted they were tradesmen, and 3 dogs. So while it's not completely unheard of, and it's actually pretty common for a free person to own a variety of different types of property, this individual really sticks out and raises a lot of questions about how the system worked at the time, or at least for me as somebody who is not terribly familiar with the workings of the slavery and freedom systems here. So even the second person under them owned, quote, 1 Negro child slave. Who was this child and what was their relationship to the freed person? Was it their child? If it was their child, couldn't they free their child? Your brain can just spin out a ton of different questions like these. And that's kind of like one of the blessings and curses of being an archivist. We have all these amazing, fascinating records at our fingertips, but an archivist's calling is really to provide access and to identify information and not really be the historian who interprets it, though sometimes we tend to bend the rules in our department a little bit. So we don't really get the time or the ability to kind of answer all these curiosities as much as we would like to. So in a similar vein to the free persons of color and for a similar reason, I think the earliest volumes of our jail registers are really important and fascinating records for life as an enslaved person in Savannah. So I don't enjoy talking about slavery and to jail or enslaved people to jail records, and I don't mean to imply any kind of link between criminality and enslaved peoples, but I really think this might be the only place where we get exhaustive lists of names for enslaved people in our records. Therefore, these records bring them to life as individuals who had feelings and thoughts and opinions and even committed small acts of rebellion, and they aren't strictly just notated as property. So these records, they tell us the names of the enslaved person, the name of their owner, their residence, by whom they were surrendered to the jail, their offense and remarks, and then a few other fields. A lot of people use these to research linking the slave owner to the enslaved people that they owned. But I really think they're really significant because they also paint a picture of what constituted a criminal offense for an enslaved person. In these examples, we see offenses including running, rioting, being drunk, and having no ticket, which seem, again, fairly minor offenses, but at the time warranted being turned over to jail. So you also maybe see this notation that's an SK. This is one that kind of stumped us at first until a researcher clued us in that this actually stood for safekeeping, which is a system where, for a fee, slave owners or slave brokers could check their enslaved people into the jail while they went out of town, or perhaps before they were sold at auction, or were brokers passing through town could store them. So these individuals committed no violations, but yet they were still held in jail at their owner's convenience. I think an estimated 50% of all enslaved people held in jail in Savannah at this time were held for safekeeping. So while most of the records do indicate the aforementioned running, rioting, etc., sometimes some jump out at you as well and kind of really make you want to know the story of exactly maybe what happened there, such as this individual who was jailed for attempting to poison. I'm sure there's quite the story there. So now to pivot a little bit, I wanted to share about our cash books from the city treasurer's office. These volumes record cash paid and received for contracted services and purchases by the city. And they're another great example where details can kind of be sussed out that are really interesting out of what would otherwise kind of seem to be a fairly boring accounting ledger. So the examples I've included here relate to President Monroe's visit to Savannah in 1819 to celebrate the launch of the SS Savannah. So if you came to me and you said, I want to research President Monroe's visit to Savannah, I would tell you the most logical place to start would be with the newspapers to get those narrative documentary accounts. But like, let's just say you're a big fan of the municipal archives and you were really dying to come in, see things for yourself, get your hands on some old books. These records are actually a really great place to tell you a lot of those little details for an event like this. So for example, we have an expenditure of $100 for a carriage rental used for the reception of the president, $50 for a musical band, $73 for diapers, and more for the president's household. So there you could even kind of maybe determine that he was probably traveling with children. And then we have on this page almost $400 for repairing the house intended for the president to stay in, which for the record was the Scarborough House, which was finished in 1819 by architect William J., just in time for the president to visit. So one of the more interesting kind of ephemeral details about the president's visit, which you can read about in the newspaper, is that a temporary structure was built in Johnson Square for hosting a gala or a ball. So on this page, we see, and we get a little bit more information, the city has paid $500 to Mr. J, who is actually architect William J, for rooms and a ball and dinner for the president. So if you read that and you didn't necessarily know that they built this ephemeral structure, you might think that they were renting rooms. But putting those two pieces and these two kind of research documents together, you get kind of a really interesting idea of the esteem and how important this visit was for the city. I think the total budget for this event was $5,000, which in 1819 money is quite a lot. So this is just one such example of an event that these records would be beneficial in researching. But really overall, I think this collection is actually one of our most underutilized because people write it off as just a boring accounting ledger and don't realize what kind of rich details it actually holds.
So the concept of underutilized collections is something else that we had wanted to touch on tonight. I already mentioned that I thought the Park and Tree Commission minutes have been underutilized, and you just brought up the cash books. Are there any other collections that you think researchers are not using to their full potential?
Yes, so to, excuse me, to jump to like a completely different era of history, I really think the Metropolitan Planning Commission slide collection does not get the use that it really deserves. So this is a newer collection to us, so I'll chalk it up to that it's not being fully utilized. So this collection consists of over 6,300 slides of historic buildings, streetscapes, neighborhoods, and more. And it came to us fully digitized and fully cataloged. So that's basically like the holy grail for an archivist to receive a collection that way. And that's all thanks to the hard work of the Metropolitan Planning Commission Historic Preservation Division staff. So these images show buildings being built in their current state, pre, during, and post renovations. I think this collection is really significant for us because it's almost encyclopedic in its thoroughness and the way that it's cataloged. It's cataloged by street, by block, and then you can physically almost walk down the street using the images in the collection, and you can walk down the street and see it at different moments in time. So it's really amazing from that perspective, but also it fills in a significant 20th century gap for us. The later part of the 20th century is kind of one of our weaker spots, especially for photographs. And a lot of people come to us to research their properties. So these images have a focus in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And so we're able to provide them to fill in those gaps. What about you, LaJohn? Are there any other underutilized collections that you think people should know about?
Yeah, so, I think going along that line of what people think is just kind of boring, the city code books don't get their due. So the city codes are all the city ordinances or local laws that are on the books at a given point in time, and then they're published together. We have several versions of the code book starting in 1854, basically all the way up to present. And they're just a wealth of information about what was important to the community at that time. The laws followed trends in public health and safety, social issues, economics, and more. And you can use them to see not only what was going in Savannah at the time, but how does Savannah fit in with national trends in the national picture. So here is an excerpt from the 1854 Code Books Index. And you can see the breadth of topics. So it featured everything from ordinances about abducting seamen to apothecary prescriptions to badges for free Negroes, which would be free people of color, which you were just discussing, and badges for selling things at the market or badges if you were slaves. So really covering the gamut of topics. Here is an example also from the 1858 book of the two ordinances that were in effect at that time related to swimming. So one ordinance had been passed in 1839, which made it unlawful for any person to swim or bathe in the Savannah River opposite the city. And between the hours of 7 a.m. and sunset. So you could swim after sunset all the way till the morning time again. And the second ordinance was passed in 1857, which was the same, made it unlawful to swim or bathe in the Ogeechee Canal between the second lock and where it dumped into the river. And it also, for both of them, violations of both ordinances would be met with a fine of $50 for a white person or 50 lashes for a slave or a free person of color. So these two ordinances tell you how the river and canal were used for bathing and that it was acceptable to bathe in them as long as you were doing it at certain hours of the day. And also what was considered acceptable punishment for different groups of people at that time. So, looking at sometimes, on your face value, you might say, oh, it's just about swimming. But if you really get into it, into the meat of the ordinances. So as Kelly and I have used the code books to respond to reference requests over the years, we are always seeing interesting little things catching our eyes. And we've long talked about sharing them with the public. So this year we launched a new series called Obscure Ordinances. We've just done a couple so far, but we highlight an interesting or odd city ordinance along with a little bit of historical background about why it came to be or how it fits into national or international movements. For example, this month we featured the 1922 ordinance that outlawed jazz dancing in Savannah. And it's been a great opportunity for us to introduce people to the city code books, as well as just, share some historical information about Savannah with them. So Kelly, Obscure Ordinances really grew out of, I think, this crazy and unusual 2020 year, and you pulled the final idea of it together. So do you want to say anything else about this initiative?
Yeah, so I wanted to talk in general kind of about how COVID has really impacted what we do, but I do want to share this particular obscure ordinance, the first one I think that we shared, which had to do with the requirements to wear wool socks while in the powder magazine. And so we asked people, why do you think people had to wear socks in the powder magazine? And this probably got like the most far-reaching engagement that we've had. People were doing research for themselves. They were reaching out to us and telling us about times they visited military sites. They were reaching out to their high school ROTC teachers to try to figure out why somebody would wear wool socks in the powder magazine. And so that's really what we're trying to go for. We're trying to get people to think about these kind of things more in depth and get them used to kind of archival and historical thoughts. We've been doing a lot of social media since the pandemic, and so that's kind of also been a bit of a learning experience for us. Facebook comment sections can be rough at times, so we've kind of had to thicken our skin a little bit. But this comment here kind of wins my favorite Facebook comment on one of our posts. I'll have a medical condition, I'll not wear woolen socks in Ye magazine. So I think that kind of it really spearheads what's going on in the world right now. But aside from that, so in general, like I said, during the pandemic, for everybody, no matter who you are, this has really been a time of adapting and learning and growing. And so I've kind of really actually appreciated that about us. It's about this. It sort of pushed me out of my comfort zone a little bit. I'm definitely not an educator, and I'm not hugely savvy on social media. I really just post a lot of pictures of my cats. So to learn and grow and find new ways to reach our audiences has been kind of a really rewarding experience for me, I think. So in addition to some of the series that we've done, we also just try to share new collections as they come out. So we shared this Minus collection, which was glass plate negatives, and this, I think, got the most likes and shares of anything that we've posted. But what I really enjoyed about it is people were in the comment section kind of really thinking critically about these images. What's in her head? Is it crabs? Is it turnips? But then also remarkably, she's a very young girl, and that's a whole bunch of something crunching down on her neck. So they're actually kind of putting themselves in the place of these young girls and empathizing with them. So that kind of engagement just really makes my little archivist heart super happy. So another series on social media that it's been a bit of a labor of love for us, is our Amazing Savannah Women series, where we profile a different amazing Savannah woman on the last Thursday of each month. We started doing this to commemorate the 100th anniversary of women's suffrage, but it's actually kind of turned into something more. On one hand, you'd be surprised at how much research goes into putting together a little 200-word biography of somebody. But so this series also kind of exposed Luciana and I to some of our own blind spots, communities that we're less familiar with, and the blind spots in our collection. And it has caused us to reach out to underrepresented communities in our collection. In particular, so far we've reached out to the LGBTQ+ community and the Hispanic and Latinx communities by way of the various city task forces. And we reached out to start with to identify women to spotlight from those communities, but we're really hoping that it helps us build relationships with these and make sure that we are documenting them as much as possible in the future in the archives. So in addition to social media, we've also done some other outreach activities or beefed them up. To meet our changing audience needs. The Archives Alive series is a primary resource educational activity that we were developing pre-COVID to deliver in person in the archives, but when everybody started going to school remotely, we've made it available completely online. So we sort of had to pivot. Since City Hall is no longer open to tours for the foreseeable future, we've developed youth activity sheets like a scavenger hunt or this City Hall activity sheet. And we've also tried to keep current by putting on new programs such as this going viral Spanish flu in Savannah, which was a hopefully timely, or not timely, I guess, depending, presentation on the last major pandemic to hit Savannah. So this has kind of been one of my more interesting undertakings in my time, Luciana. What about you? What are some of your favorite projects?
So probably the largest and most emotionally satisfying project I've ever worked on since I've been with the city was assisting with the planning and implementation of the World War II monument on River Street. It started when I was tasked with completing historical research on Savannah's involvement in World War II to help the community determine if River Street was an appropriate location for the monument. So here's just one of the research reports that I did for that. Then I was tasked to work with the Chatham County Veterans Council to develop criteria and vet all the names that would be engraved on the monument to ensure that everybody that should be on the monument made it on the monument, and then all the names would be spelled right. And that effort involved about 9 months of work that included historical research, reaching out to family members, and it resulted in sort of this documentation you see here on every person that we researched. As the city staff liaison to them, I helped the council shepherd the monument through the approval process. And after it was dedicated, and here's a picture of the monument down on River Street, it was extremely moving for me to be able to go down to the monument and see people walk through and look at the names and touch the names, read the names, and know the stories that went behind every one of those names. So there's a story of sacrifice for every one of those names engraved on that monument, and knowing how or why, unfortunately, they did not come back to Savannah. So all of that research that went into assisting in the project ended up being compiled into a research collection that's now at the Municipal Archives, and it's taken on a second life. So, the whole purpose was to get this monument built and get those names on the walls down there. But now we have family members and historians that come back to us to ask about names and to get information about their family members. So each time I can provide a family member the service information for someone that's represented on that monument, it's really satisfying all over again for me. So do you have a project that sticks out with you since the time you've been with the city?
Yeah, so in a similar vein, and I think you were inspired by your World War II work to undertake this for World War I, but I really, really enjoyed working on the World War I Centennial Project. This was almost a year plus long project. In 2018, we prepared 2 public presentations with research into many different facets of World War I and how it impacted Savannah, as well as a physical exhibit in the City Hall Rotunda and the council chambers. And we hosted an intern who did a really comprehensive World War I documentation project where she documented all of the names of the individuals on the World War I monument in Daphne Park. And so this was really fun because this was one of the few opportunities where I've had to really kind of sink my teeth into a research project and really kind of roll around in the historical documentation. I really loved researching the various ways that the war impacted Savannah, not only just in the military ways, but how it also impacted from a social and political one. When we decided to do the council chamber exhibit, Luciana reached out to the community and asked for loans from items from their personal collections. So we had all kinds of citizens loaning us amazing things like this trench art item. And so to really involve the community into it and see the way that it was supported in that way was also really satisfying for me. So one of my favorite things that kind of came out of this was actually about a year after the project was completed. We, like I said, did a lot of research on the actual individuals who, especially those who were killed in action during World War I. And so one gentleman that I had researched extensively and found a lot of documentation on was Joseph Francis Bohan. We even put his Seaman's Protection Certificate that I have here on one of our exhibit panels. So in early 2020, I think it was, a gentleman came in to research the Bohan family, who they have connections to city aldermen and other influential events around the city. And so I asked him if they were the same Bohans as this Joseph Francis, and lo and behold, he was. So Mr. Willoughby was generous enough to share this family portrait of the Bohans that has Joseph Francis as a young child in it. But he also shared that our documentation, that I was so excited to have a photo of Joseph from Ancestry.com, was not actually the real Joseph. He clued us in that the portraits in these documents were actually on the back of the certificates. So even though Ancestry tells you that the whole page was his record, it was not. And so you have to flip the page to see it. So now we know that this is actually Joseph Francis Bohan. And I think now you can kind of see the family resemblance. So even though that was a little bit of a kind of eating crow moment for me, it was really nice to have that kind of engagement with the community and get it right. So I really did a lot of research on the Gold Star Mothers pilgrimages in World War I, where mothers and wives were of those lost in the war were invited to travel to Europe and visit their loved ones, their final resting place. So I had pulled Joseph Francis Bohan's file from the National Archives that included his mother's invitation on the pilgrimage, as well as her letter turning it down that she couldn't attend for health reasons. So when Mr. Willoughby came in, I was actually able to share his entire National Record or National Archives service file with him, which included why his mother didn't go. He was familiar that she'd been invited, but he didn't know why she didn't go. And in turn, he shared this image of the Savannah Gold Star Mothers at the Savannah Municipal Auditorium with us. This placard also shows the names that would later end up on the World War I monument in Daffin Park. So again, it was just like a really cool, if somber moment of tying all this research together and being able to connect this research with Savannah today, more, 100 plus years later, and to have this in exchange of information with the community. So it really just kind of drives home how important the work that we do is to the community and how much of a community archives we really at least are striving to be. So this was kind of an aha moment for me. What about you, Luciana? Have you had any sort of exciting moments where all of your research came together?
Yeah, so I think your aha moment was more about the community. Mine was a little bit more internal to the city organization. So archivists tend to get a little attached to their subject matter and even start to feel like they know the people in their records, even if they died over a century ago. Particularly attached to our map collections, which I think are hands down fabulous. And many of those maps and surveys are signed by this gentleman, City Surveyor John B. Hogg. But in May 1879, he decided to change his name to John B. Howard. So, and the city collections document that changed. All the drawings he started signing that way. City Council now started referring to him as John B. Howard, but nothing in our records said why. So they did say John B. Hogg is now John B. Howard, so that was very clear. So all of the years I had worked for the city, I wondered what had happened. Did he just not like being called Hogg? But I really didn't have time to figure it out. Then there was this guy, John W. Howard. He became city engineer in 1906, and I wondered if there was some family connection between them. But the little bit of research I did never answered that question either. So in 2018, we did an outreach program, and I decided it was time to really buckle down and do the dirty research work. But in the end, after a lot of research, it actually came down to just a little bit of luck and just the right connection. So I pretty quickly found out that in 1879, Hogg, his wife, and his children legally changed their name in Chatham County Superior Court, and they just simply stated that they wanted their family name to correspond with their relatives who had already changed theirs. They did have a son that was John W., so he became John W. Howard, and I thought maybe he was our engineer, but research indicated his middle name was Wyndham, and our engineer's middle name was Webb. So I thought that was the end of the story, and that they were not related, or so I thought. And then I found this little family genealogy that was written by our city engineer, John Webb Howard, which outlined his whole family tree. And that went all the way back to a George Hogg from England. And his grandson, James Hogg Jr., decided to change his name to Howard, which led to two family lines. one went by Hogg and one went by Howard. So our John B. Hogg, who later renamed himself John B. Howard, and then John Webb Howard from the two separate lines, were in fact cousins. So John Webb Howard, who went by Guy, had written this family history. And in it, he included how he came to work in the Savannah City Surveyor's office. In quote, he said, "The compiler of this record came to Savannah, April 1886, to work in the office of John B. Hogg Howard and lived with his family until his death, March 24th, 1888. Cousin John, as our family called him, held the office of city surveyor for many years. With his soft, congenial manners, friendly spirit, and Christian character, was loved by everyone in Savannah." And so my hunt and mystery was finally over. John B. Hogg became Howard because he wanted to match the rest of his family, which included his cousin Guy, and who came to live with him and work with him for the City of Savannah organization. So that was just really exciting for me. You know, if you wonder about something for years and years, and then all of a sudden it all comes together. So I think I can speak for Kelly when I say that we both really enjoy what we do and working for the city. And many days our work seems like play as we get to help people use our fabulous collections, whether they're seeking out individuals or discovering the history of their home or tackling some larger issue about Savannah's history. We hope you've enjoyed a little peek at some of our favorites or a little insight into our work and why we do it. And we are happy to answer any questions you have about our collections or the archives. So I'll look to see if anybody put anything in the Q&A first. So Nick says, wow, do you have anything related to the March 1825 Marquis de Lafayette's visit? Let's see, I bet we have some similar things to what Kelly found in the cash books related to if the city outlaid any monies for the Marquis de Lafayette's visit. And also in the city council meeting minutes, I would think city council would have discussed the visit and how they were going to interact with Marquis de Lafayette. At a minimum, I would say those would be the two resources that we would probably check first for that time period. Let's see. Okay. Let's see, if anybody has any, I think that's all we have in there. If anybody has any questions that they would like to say out loud, they could raise their hand and I can unmute you. Or I can just unmute everybody. Let me see if I know how to do that. I don't know if I know how to do that.
Oh. They're coming.
I'm just allowing people to talk, but you have to unmute yourself if you would like to talk. Oh, apparently, okay. Okay, Laurel is using an older version of Zoom, so if Laurel would like to say anything, I guess you will have to chat, put it in Q&A. Okay. All right. Okay.
Hi, Glenda.
Glenda, okay. Glenda, you're unmuted, I think, or let's see. I'm trying to unmute you. You can unmute yourself, Glenda.
Okay, did I unmute myself? Did it work?
Yes.
My question is, what has been your most so far available to the public?
Okay, I think you went out for minutes. Can you repeat it?
Okay, so far, what has been your most interesting use of the WW Law collections that are processed and available to date? Would you say?
Ooh. Well, we've had more student use of them, I would say, and some exhibit use. We have a couple of projects that are going on right now. Tybie's working on a marker about wade-ins. So they just reached out to us to get documentation about the wade-ins at Tybee. The beach is there. So I'm kind of excited to see what they do with the information we provided them. We actually have an intern right now that's working with us, which has been a challenge. We had 2 really good internships lined up, and they dropped off because they couldn't come in live. So now we have 2 new interns that are doing remote internships, and one is going to be working on an exhibit for children using the WW Law photograph collection. And she's just gotten started. I'm excited to see what she's going to do since she wants to gear it more towards children. Kelly, what do you, anything come to your mind right now?
Well, I was just Law and Preservation Week. That was pretty shortly after I came here, so I don't know all that went into it, but it was kind of a nice culmination of a lot of different aspects of his life, especially the preservation one, which doesn't get talked about as much as some of the others.
Yeah, so the Law and Preservation Weeks, we got a proclamation from City Council for that, and we did a week-long activity where we did something each day of the week. We had one day we did tours in the Beach Institute, one day we did a tour in Laurel Grove Cemetery, one day we did a panel, a talking panel that we partnered with Historic Savannah Foundation on, that included an exhibit. That was really cool because it featured panelists who had worked with him in preservation. So they had firsthand knowledge and experience of working with Mr. Law on preservation. And then we did an online exhibit, which is still up, that features items from the Law collection about preservation work. I think people focused on his work as the NAACP president and don't realize how much he did to preserve history and buildings and historical sites, not just after he left, not just after he stopped being president of the NAACP in 1976, but the entire time, I think his entire adult life, he was fighting for recognition of African American and Black history. And that was kind of his civil rights work too. So yeah, that was huge.
My favorite was your music exhibit that you did of all his music at the beach. I think it was at the Beach Institute. I can't even remember which year, but that was such an outstanding look into his life, aspects of his life that were not necessarily that well known to the entire general public. I found that exhibit really interesting. I wondered if any musicians might have used any of that collection since then for various research projects or any books or anything like that.
Well, thank you for bringing up that exhibit. I want to give a big shout out to Rita Elliott, who is our exhibit designer for that. But I also think you raise a good point. The WW Law collection, unfortunately, I think is probably underutilized collection still. We are constantly trying to highlight it. I don't think it's getting the use it should be getting. So if you'd like to talk it up all over town, all over the state, please do, because it's
I do have the opportunity. I think we need to bring it to Michael Thurman's attention and tell him that he needs to write some more books.
All right. Anybody else have any other questions? You can type them in or raise your hand. Okay. Well, if nobody has any other questions, we are really happy you came out for Archives Month and hope you enjoyed the program. And we look forward to engaging more with you, both virtually and hopefully in person again soon. And have a good evening.
we start our workshop. Our first item on the agenda, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Great to be with you. We've got a lot of important workshop discussions today, and so hopefully we can move through with some efficiency here. First, we're going to talk through our equity framework for Savannah GPS, our strategic plan. Council adopted equity as its guiding value. There were other values, but equity was its guiding value. And from that, we had our wonderful consultants from B Culture work with us to develop an equity framework that we could use to view equity and what that means from a municipal service delivery standpoint, and how we might measure our ability to provide better equity in our community through that framework. So we'll begin with our talk on equity framework. We'll move through a discussion about a procurement strategy and project delivery method that we are using more and more these days, called Construction Manager at Risk, CMAR. I'm going to give an update on that as well. We will do an update on the first several months of operation from the new urban camping ordinance that Council adopted on June 12th earlier this year. And I also believe that we would recommend a executive session as well. So a few things to work through today. So without further ado, please let me welcome James Whitfield of B Culture, who's going to walk us through a presentation and begin the discussion today about our equity framework. Thank you, James.
Thank you. Right. Well, hello, everyone. It is good to see you again. My name is James Whitfield, and I'm going to walk us through the equity implementation framework. Before I do anything else, I would like to start with a series of appreciations. The first goes actually to the council, because without your clear direction, as City Manager just said, that you wanted equity to be the guiding principle for the strategic plan, we wouldn't be having this conversation today. A second is to the Community Advisory Group. We're going to talk a little bit more about them, but they are in the room. They actually did the heavy lifting in order to make this happen. We facilitated. So if you're a member of the Community Advisory Group in the room, just raise your hand. Excellent. We had several. The list of the full group is there. I want to appreciate the city manager and the city manager's office for coming up with the clear direction to ensure that the way that Savannah GPS is implemented will center equity by having this additional equity implementation framework. And then lots of appreciation for the rest of the leadership team here at Savannah for all of their help. And then last, but certainly not least, for Dr. Takesha Brown, who was our ride or die on this project. So thank you. Thank you, Dr. B. Okay. All right, and I probably, just like with the Oscars, I probably forgot to thank somebody, like my mom or something. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We were told to move briskly through our presentation, so I'm gonna do that. Our topics we're gonna cover is a process review, like what did we do, and then we're gonna get into an overview of the implementation framework and leave some time for questions and clarifications. So here's a process review. Our objectives were to ensure implementation of the strategic plan centers equity as its guiding principle. We spent a lot of time actually talking with each one of you as city council members and other folks to make sure that we understood what you meant by that, because that's what we wanted to make sure that we delivered. And then we need to develop the framework in ways that model what ultimately we're trying to deliver. So we wanted to make sure that the means by which we got to the framework modeled the kind of things that the framework itself was supposed to deliver. So we wanted to make sure that there was equitable shared ownership between staff responsible for implementation. We'll talk a little bit more about that phrase in a moment. But also that there was shared ownership with the community, including those who are most marginalized. And then last but certainly not least, make sure we effectively meet the needs of staff and council. So here are the process steps. We spent time observing and analyzing data from the community engagement sessions and the community survey. We attended those sessions. We reviewed the data really deeply. We had meetings to understand needs of staff leadership and your diversity champions on staff. We had listening sessions with city council members individually and neighborhood association presidents. And then we facilitated this community advisory group, again, the ones who did the heavy lifting to develop the framework itself. There are a couple of sort of things in the background that we want to make sure we bring attention to around equity as we had these conversations. These are things that we talked about with city leadership. They were the sort of in the background as we did the work with the community advisory group. So we just want to touch on a few of those as we get into this conversation. And the first has to do with the word equity itself. There's a lot of different opinions about how equity works, what equity is, and my intention here isn't to say that any of those things are wrong, but we do want to sort of make sure we have some common language about how we used it in this process. And we have found that while the word diversity and the word inclusion tends to be rarely, fairly well understood and agreed upon, the term equity tends to be a little bit more all over the place. So we have found it's useful to center ourselves around the idea of equity, thinking about it as as it's used in situations other than diversity, equity, and inclusion. So this is one of the ways that we have found to make it more straightforward and make sure that we have some shared language. So the way that most people run into the word equity first has to do with equity in purchasing a home. And so my goal here is just to make sure that we have some common language. So when someone's purchasing a home, if we use this example that where the total house value is $300,000, the mortgage company or bank may own $200,000 of that. We would say the buyer's equity is the other $100,000. Separate from diversity, equity, and inclusion, the term equity is used to describe situations where there is more than one owner. That is true if we're talking about the stock market, which is technically the equity market. You're buying and selling equity shares. More than one person has ownership in the company. That's true if you're talking about a professional services company, like a set of lawyers or accountants. They're equity owners of the company. That means that there's multiple people, partners, that have shared ownership. Now, the reason that this is important is because there are some folks who argue that the idea of equity is somehow not American, that it's somehow made up. When the reality is that we have been using the idea of equity in this country for a very long time when we think about it as shared ownership. Now, ultimately, that's what we're trying to get to with our community and the city. We want to make sure that there's shared ownership between what the city is trying to accomplish and the people that you're doing the work for. So if we use this idea of shared ownership when we think about equity, then we can take a look at images that are commonly used in the conversation on equity and sort of help us understand why this shared ownership piece matters. So in the images that you see on the screen, you have image A and image B, and again, I'm assuming a lot of people in this room have seen versions of this before. The idea is that in image A, we have equality, everybody has the same boxes. And in image B, we have equity because everyone can see over the fence and the boxes have been moved. But you'll notice we have a question mark there, and the reason is because I can't tell looking at this image if in fact that is equity. And what I mean by that is if someone who owned the boxes walked up to the folks in image A and said, I am deciding on your behalf that you should move your boxes and that your outcome should be to look over the fence, you may have a better outcome. Like if you ask them at the end, is it better that you can see over the fence? They may say yes, but that doesn't mean that that's actually what they wanted in the first place. In fact, if you've seen versions of this that have a third image that has no fence or people are sitting in the stands, one of the reasons that those exist is because we on the outside don't know what the people in the image actually want. You have to actually have shared ownership. You have to make sure that the people that you're doing the work with and or for have some say over what is happening with them and for them. So if they decided that what they wanted was to see over the fence, and they decided the barriers to being able to see over the fence were the boxes, then yes, in fact, this is an image of equity. So when we talk about equity as shared ownership, there's a couple of things that are really important. The first is there has to be a shared definition of success. And again, as we think about this in the context of our communities, we need to make sure that the definition of success that we have around this table in City Hall is in fact shared with our communities. If the community's definition of success is something else, us doing something quote unquote for them isn't actually what is needed. Second, you then can collaborate to overcome barriers to success. Then we can work together to say, okay, given the definition of success that I see, the definition of success that you see, how do we work together to overcome those barriers? And again, that requires us working with the community to make sure that we address the issues that they see. So equity isn't about deciding on someone else's behalf what they need and then doing that thing for them or to them. Equity requires working with the community to decide what is it that we're actually trying to accomplish together. Well, how do you define success? We may in City Hall, because you have experts, and you may see some barriers to success that people in the community may not see. That's okay, that's good. You're bringing your expertise to the table. However, they have expertise also about their own lived experience. And so making sure that we have shared ownership over defining what is our definition of success. And that then we work together, not do things to people or for people, that we actually collaborate, participate together to overcome those barriers. That is the operating system behind this entire equity implementation framework. One more piece we want to talk about before we shift into the framework itself, and it is this phrase that everybody in this room has heard multiple times, and that is that all means all. So what does that mean from a data standpoint? If we think about looking at data, and for this instance, we're going to talk about the community input and the survey responses. If you assume a standard bell curve, which is how most data sort of plays out, one of the things you'll notice is that in the middle of the bell curve, where you have the most responses, where people agree the most, you're likely to find views that are held by majorities. However, in the sides of the bell curve, where responses are less often, where people have said things less frequently, you're likely to find perspectives that reflect people in the margins of the system. And so one of the keys to making sure that we take an equitable approach to accomplishing things, even as we think about things like what is our shared definition of success, what are the barriers that people see, is that we have to make sure that we are paying attention to people outside of that middle of the bell curve. What are they saying? Because they represent perspectives that are not that are usually underrepresented. And so when we move into understanding what is our shared definition of success, as we identify what barriers people may have, it is making sure that we create processes by which we pay attention to those perspectives in addition to the ones that are spoken more often, right? Like at the community input sessions, one of the things that happened at the end of the night was people sort of reported back comments that were made more often than others. Great, that's a useful thing. That sort of represents the middle of the bell curve, and part of our responsibility, and I would argue part of the responsibility of leadership in the room, is to also make sure that we understand the perspectives that were spoken less frequently, to make sure we don't miss barriers and or concerns that people have that may not have been represented in the middle of that bell curve. Okay, so with those things in mind, I wanna walk us through the framework. You all have a copy of the document, I believe, somewhere in front of you. And so I'm gonna simply use the slides as a way to sort of help organize us, and frankly, a leave behind in order to make sure that as we think about, as you do this work moving forward, that you can, I see people looking for it. Do we have copies of the, I'm looking at Keisha. Okay, we'll pass them out, make sure we have them. All right, so while you're doing that, I'm gonna start with the community advisory group. So we had local co-conveners that helped us lead a group of community members who are connected to broadly diverse perspectives. Again, you all have a list of the people who are involved. We had 3 workshops. One of the things that came up in a conversation preparing for this is we had 3 times we got together. However, there was a lot of work in between those times. So the community members really did a lot of heavy lifting in order to get us to this implementation framework. There was a lot of shared ownership. It's important to point out that we built this work on the real task force report. So one of the huge advantages that Savannah has compared to a lot of other places who are trying to do work like this is that you had previously done work with the real task force. That task force had a report that had a lot of really important information about it, had connected deeply with the community. And so rather than sort of start with a blank slate, the community advisory group and us, we started with that report. And we worked to understand what is it that it can tell us about, again, some of those perspectives that may be outside of the middle of that bell curve. And then last but not least, we got specific input on community engagement and community participation, and then potential community partners. One of the several things that came up in our conversations with council members was the desire to ensure that there's a lot of partnership and participation among community members in the implementation of the framework, implementation of Savannah GPS. And so one of the things we asked the community advisory group to do is to get really specific about how to do that well. The structure of the framework, there's 4 pieces. The first is equity building blocks, some core ideas that shape the framework. 2, equity impact watch points. So these are key data points to watch to see if equity is improving. So you'll be able to see whether or not the work that's happening coming out of Savannah GPS and the equity implementation framework, is that actually leading us to more equity or not? And we'll unpack that in a moment. 3, an equity implementation worksheet. This is a thing that the city manager specifically asked for, a very straightforward tool that city leadership can use to equitably plan, do and evaluate its projects. And then last but not least, there's a specific part about community engagement that I mentioned, recommendations for engaging people affected in the community. The next part of the framework talks about what are the uses for the framework, and this is one of the things that I really want to make sure we are clear about. And that is, so there are different uses for this framework for different groups. So first is for city staff. So as city staff does its planning, as it's doing implementation, after programs and projects, this framework is a method, provides methodology for being able to evaluate how we're doing. Like when we're doing planning, are we doing that in a way that ensures shared ownership among people in the city, or the different teams and departments in the city, service centers in the city, and also equally importantly, if not more importantly, shared ownership with the community. During implementation, is that actually happening? Check progress, and then afterwards, look back on lessons learned. What can we do differently in order to improve that in the future? However, this is also intended to be used by city council and community members, and I think that this is a really important thing. The community advisory group was really clear about this, that we wanted to make sure that this is a document that council can use, that community members can use to review proposals that are coming up. So when staff leadership brings proposals forward, you can take a look at this framework and say, okay, how does it actually fit with the expectations that have been set? A way to check for community engagement. So you can take a look at those recommendations and those opportunities and identify whether or not the city's actually doing those things. And then last but not least, for evaluation and review, again, after the fact, can we assess whether or not the work that happened actually advanced equity? And again, identify potential lessons learned. All right, so I'm gonna go through some highlights of each one of the sections. So I wanna start with fairness and equity. So one of the statements that you all have has to do with your equity statement. And in short, it talks about ensuring the city has the city's guiding principle to ensure all residents, businesses, workers, and guests benefit from fair and equitable services and resources. So as we had conversations with council and also with the mayor, one of the things that came up was this idea that we need to be clear about where we're providing same services for everyone across the city. What is that baseline? What are we saying should be everywhere? And then what things need to be different? How do we need to customize and or tailor things in order to address historical challenges, current challenges? And so the shorthand in this document is that fairness or equality has to do with those same services for everyone. And then equity has to do with those additional or different services to remove unfair burdens caused by history or current conditions. Let me give you a quick example. So if you think about housing, we want to make sure that there is safety codes for all housing everywhere in the city. Whether it is a new apartment complex that goes up, a single family home, if it is the cottages in Dundee. Like, no matter what those things are, we want to make sure that there is clear codes that apply everywhere. However, on a neighborhood by neighborhood basis, we have zoning that helps clarify what might be different in those places. And so from an equity standpoint, one of the things we need to do is make sure that those differences at a neighborhood by neighborhood basis, that we take a shared ownership approach, that the people that are there have some say over what's different in their neighborhood relative to other places. It doesn't mean you get rid of the safety codes, but on top of those things, there are going to be differences of the kinds of housing, the approaches to housing that we may do on a district by district or neighborhood by neighborhood basis. That's where the equity piece comes in. And again, what our encouragement is to make sure that the city is super clear about those things as you pursue the goals in the strategic plan. Another thing I want to point out is the application of equity. And again, this is a phrase that the Community Advisory Group developed. So this applies to all forms of injustice, including, but not limited to, barriers related to race, ethnicity, gender identity and expression, sexual orientation, age, income, religion, disability, both developmental and acquired, indigenous identity, nationality, language, access to technology, and limited availability during standard business hours. Those last two were really critical from a community participation standpoint. One, the ability to make sure that you can access means to participate, and either using technology or not, and or the time of day during which those participation opportunities exist, also affect whether or not people have an opportunity to have shared ownership over what's happening in their lives. Next, I want to talk about the watch points. So these watch points are key data points to watch for whether the city's efforts are making progress towards equity for each strategic plan goal. So each goal has its own watch point. So the city can pay attention to what's happening at the goal level, and then you can also sort of track progress at the watch point level. They're simply data points to pay attention to. Again, they are built upon issues raised by the REAL task force. It was really important to us to make sure that the concept around race didn't get lost in the work around equity. So starting with issues raised by the REAL task force ensured that the watch points took those things into account. The watch points are broader than race. However, they start with race, so to ensure that race doesn't get missed. And then each watch point, again, this was a thing that the Community Advisory Group helped develop, includes a list of intersectionalities and considerations. What I mean by that is it's a list of, each watch point is connected to lots and lots and lots of lived experience. And so the idea is to help the city understand what those connections are. And so each of those watch points lists a set of those things. So again, you have a copy of the framework in front of you. I want to bring your attention to one of these just as a way to help us through. Help us make sure we see it. So what I want to do is look at page 5, which is around strategic plan goal number 2. So what you'll see is first, the goal itself out of the strategic plan that you adopted. City of Savannah is dedicated to building strong neighborhoods, protecting housing, promoting the well-being of all residents while celebrating our unique and diverse cultures and supporting individuals, families, and communities. So that's simply the language directly out of the strategic plan. That's the goal. And then we have an equity implementation watch point. So here is the data point to watch about equity related to this goal. It is cost-burdened housing. So that's defined by the percentage of households paying greater than 30% income on housing by race, so disaggregated by race, as well as other groups who've been treated unjustly based on their identity or background. And again, this is tied to Real Task Force report page number 68 and 69. So you can see directly in the Real Task Force where this issue was raised. Why is this important? So each watch point has a set of bullet points that describe why it's important. So the first, efforts to improve neighborhoods can sometimes lead to increased financial burden or displacement for existing residents. Avoiding gentrification is a critical aspect of equitable community development. So back to where we started with our example about housing. So of course we want to have codes, and then we want to make sure that in each neighborhood, we're thinking about what's best for that neighborhood. Sometimes when we do things to and for other people, we're fixing problems that actually force them out of the neighborhood. And so the goal here is to make sure that we can pay attention to how the changes that we're making actually affect the people who live there. Second, cost burden in housing can result from ways that some people and cultures are treated unjustly across housing and employment interactions. And again, because the city already collects housing data, this is a practical and reliable way to measure change over time. It was really key for us and the community advisory group members to make sure that the watch points were data points that can be collected or already are being collected by the city, so that there was nothing standing in the way of being able to evaluate its success. And then there's the intersectionalities and considerations. When this indicator improves, it signals progress on broader injustices as well, because it's related to, and then it has a list of ways that it's related. So homelessness. For instance, as cost burden increases, risk of homelessness increases. So the data point isn't specifically homelessness. However, when you watch that watch point, you can understand that it has an effect on homelessness, transportation, enforceable fair housing protections, and the other things in this list. So again, I just want to make sure you're familiar with the way that the document is laid out. The next part of the framework is an implementation worksheet. Again, this is a document, a tool that the city manager asked for so that when the city is developing a project or a work plan, it has, the worksheet lays out an alignment statement. What are the connections to the strategic plan goals and watch points? So for every new project or work plan, this worksheet says, let's be clear about how this actually connects to the strategic plan goal, and how does this affect or connect to those watch points? Second, what's our list for community engagement? Who's most affected and how will they be involved? So really clarify that right up front. And then last but not least, cross-team collaboration, making sure there's connections to other city staff doing related work. One of the comments that we've been talking about, or ideas we've been talking about with city leadership, is sometimes really well-meaning team members or departments, service centers, can be out doing work. However, their work may be adversely affecting equity work that someone else in the city is doing. So being really clear about the relationship between the work that's happening across the city departments and teams is a key piece of ensuring that we're paying attention to equity. And then last but not least, reporting and milestones, who we're reporting to and how often is that gonna happen. The last portion of the implementation framework has to do with guidance around community engagement, again, for both planning and advance and assessment. It is designed around a set of scenarios for addressing barriers to maximize engagement. Let me give you an example. I'm gonna turn us to our section on community engagement, which starts on page, looks like 17. So wrong. On page, okay. On page 14. So section 4 around community engagement. So at the bottom of that page, you'll see the first scenario. So when engaging marginalized or underrepresented populations, you'll see on the next page when navigating safety concerns and historical mistrust. Number 3 is when working with groups facing language and literacy barriers. So the idea is to make sure that as we engage with community, we can think about which scenarios apply. And it's really important to, again, the community advisory group wanted to be super clear about this. The idea isn't that you use only one of these. It's to make sure that you use them in combination based upon the various situations that exist at the community level when we're, okay. I now move through that quickly, and I am hoping that I did enough in order to help you understand how the implementation framework works, and for you to be able to work with city staff in order to collaborate, again, that shared ownership between the council and staff leadership to ensure that the work that happens with Savannah GPS, in fact, centers equity in its implementation.
Thank you, James. I want to offer my appreciation to James and culture for the long engagement they've had with us through, even before we kicked off Savannah GPS and through this process. I think this framework and the watch points give us material and quantitative things to be able to check on. It's sometimes not an easy conversation to have, especially when we talk about service delivery and for municipalities and equity, but this was a really important process for us to want to go through, and it'll be even more important for us to stick to as we move forward. So I know we've got a lot today in that presentation, deservedly took a little more time, but happy to answer any questions and have a discussion about it.
First of all, I want to thank you for the presentation. For us, equity is not a dirty word. And if it's the right thing to do, it's the right thing to do. And so I think our GPS, our strategic plan is filled only without doubting our intentions, but our methodology about how we want this city to be. All has to mean all. All can't mean something. And so if there are any questions from council, I want to thank council for supporting it, because nowadays it seems like a radical concept that all would mean all. And we'll just be radicals. So, and as an ode to Dr. Johnson, radical is not a bad word either.
Sure isn't.
All right. Alderman Shabazz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm so glad it's a great segue when you mentioned Mayor Dr. Otis Johnson. And I do believe, Mr. Mayor, he's a part of our REAL task force.
He leads
the REAL. Just wanted to make sure. Thank you so much, Mayor Dr. Otis Johnson, for your leadership, and Mr. Mayor for bringing the real conversation and the work that we have been doing nationally for some years now, but bringing that work to Savannah and putting the action behind it so that we could have clear guidance and a clear blueprint and framework on how we are moving now and how we are moving forward into the future, especially when we are talking about this whole thought of this council and this administration about equity. So I want to thank you all so much for this work, and also as you all were developing this as the community involvement, also as a consultant. Thank you so much for including our mayor and council, and we having one-on-one conversations in order for the documentation to be what we know and believe that our community and our constituents would want for the betterment of the city. The other thing is, I'm just so glad about it, and just having a document in front of us to work from. Thank you, Dr. Johnson and Mr. Mayor. Oh, okay. On the slide that talks about equity building blocks, there's a question that came up into my mind in reference to the definition of standard business hours. Mm-hmm. Some people may need access, after business hours, and so what was the thought pattern in reference to the standard business hours?
I think you're specifically addressing the issue that the Community Advisory Group raised, which is, as we think about community participation in particular, for any approaches to equity, we can't just do those things within the context of standard business hours. We need to make sure that we are thinking about people who can only engage outside of standard business hours, either because they have to work or they have to care for someone at home or for whatever reason that might get in the way. It's a thing that isn't always included and or focused on in these sorts of processes, but the Community Advisory Group was really intentional about ensuring that that was included as a part of the applications for this work.
Fantastic. I like that direction. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Any other questions? Alderman
It's
Pertee.
more of a comment, really. Thank you so much for the hard work that you do and the group's hard work. 4 guiding principles that I look at when we make decisions, at least about my district, is accessibility, connectivity, equity, and opportunity. And I'm so thrilled that we're here discussing equity today. It's not just a buzzword, all right? It is a guiding principle. It's how we operate. And to that point, it's been very pleasing to see that our community engagement has been spread out between different hours throughout the day. So we may have something in the afternoon, we may have something towards the evening, and I guess this next thing is more directed towards my colleagues, but I challenge you all here on City Council today, or at least to think about it in the coming weeks as we solidify a calendar coming up for the year. We talk about being accessible, and I've heard from my constituents that they would like to see at least one more nighttime meeting than we used to have. Some of them feel like reaching out via technology is not enough. Some of them would like to come to city council meetings. It's not that they can't join online. It's just sometimes they'd like to be here to voice their opinion. So as we move forward in the next coming weeks, I would at least appreciate some thought behind that.
We tried it for 4 years.
I know.
Yeah,
Showed up.
yeah.
They're asking now. I mean, 4 years ago it may not have worked, or for the past 4 years it didn't. But I still want to make sure that we're providing that opportunity for folks. It's not personally for me. It's for the folks I represent.
I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. You finished?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. City Manager, what Kurt said is, we tried that, it didn't work, and it created a hardship for staff who had to work here during the day, so we need to consider that too, the day, and sometimes we didn't get out here till 10 and 11 o'clock at night because staff had been here from 8:30. They still have their jobs they have to do. Then they had to stay in addition to that. But I wanted to thank you, sir, for your presentation. But like all the presentations that we have, I want to personally know from the 3rd District, traction, movement, and end results. How do we get to where we need to be? It's good to have all this paperwork, but as a 3rd District alderman, and I'm sure everybody else, what do we do now to make sure that you're moving forward on this and it's just not going to be a presentation or something that's on the shelf that we don't move on? Great results from Real, great. We had something yesterday in my district with Manny and his staff. Inclusion is very important. And sometimes it's like Interpol because our constituents don't know what's going on, and then we give them too much information to consume at one time. This is a lot of information, all of the work that they do with Real, and so now we need timelines. Timelines are important, and so thank you again for all the work that you put in there. But for me, I want to be able to tell my constituents this. You heard the GPS. This is where we're going to go from A, B, C. This may be a roadblock. We come back to the table and talk about some things we need to fix that gap. But end results, movement is what's important to us, and timelines.
I'll start the answer, and James has something to from his expert. Love to hear it. There's kind of the saying, there's people that talk and people that do, right? And I think that this is a topic where we can talk a lot. And what we were really challenged with, well, how do we take the talk of equity, the talk of fairness, and try to put that in a system of doing? In my world, what gets measured gets done. So how do we begin to measure what the value, the definition that this council has for equity in our municipal service, which we have, this council adopted? How do we take that definition and program that into ways that we can measure results? And I think that this has been the work of the equity framework with these watch points. Of course, the work isn't done, but this framework is a part of the Savannah GPS strategic plan. These watch points are things that we are going to measure and report on, so that we can kind of, move beyond the talk and start to move to the do. Now, are we going to get everything right? Are these watch points going to come back and say, hey, we're doing so great. No, I don't think that they will. I think that they're going to show things that we need to continue to dig into, other things that we're going to have to measure. But this is where you start to move words into action. And this framework gives us a very, very tactile approach to how we're doing that work, just like Savannah GPS, where we're trying to get to something that is specific and something that we can take action on.
Yeah, I agree, and I know we have to have some kind of process and some kind of framework, and this is a good start. But again, people want to know what the action is. We got how to get there. We want to know when we get there. That's more important to people, and they don't really are wanting to really beat this up. They want us to beat it up, and timelines are very important. Thank you for that answer. I appreciate that.
Thank you. I wanted to just add to Alderman Curtiz's point. I think we can certainly explore accessibility of our meetings. I think, and I came to my remembrance actually, that's part of the reason why City Manager and I started Savannah at Night. We started with capacity, we do it twice a year. We have capacity that can go 4 times a year. And the whole thought about that is that we would bring city government. All of our chiefs and department heads are available in a place to be able to speak directly to those individuals. And so, you know, we can look at how we expand that. I mean, the next one will be on November the 5th, the State of the City. But after the State of the City, you know, we have Team Savannah there for the purposes of engaging directly with residents in a way that they may not during a council meeting. Obviously, being heard is during public hearings, and you know those are legally defined. So, but you know, let's talk about it.
Can we,
Yes, ma'am.
in addition to what he said, can we possibly have like one evening meeting a year so that people can schedule it? And then if that doesn't work, then we disband it again, because I'm really concerned about the staff and how it affected them being here all day long.
I understand
You
that
understand
too.
the citizens too, but
I
we created
understand
it
that
for 4
too,
years and didn't get a really good.
And I think there was a different dynamic on city council then too, as we move ahead and look forward. I just look at it from the sense that the people put me in this place, and that all of us are public servants in this room, even city employees, and that we move towards being this 24-hour city where we provide those services. And I think equity is good, and going back to not just being a buzzword, I think it's great, but we have to put it in practice. And if that means that schedules are adjusted, you know, sometimes they say equity is uncomfortable, and it can be, because for some people that, you know, for the discussion or for procedures that need to take place, schedules can be adjusted. But we all, every one of us in this room, employees, elected officials, we all work for the people that put us here. And that comes with the price of public service. But I'm not saying that everybody should work 12, 14-hour days, but I think that exploring the option of trying to provide that service is important to the folks that live in this community.
Well, again, I think that's kind of why we started with the opportunity of having all of city staff available at night for residents to engage with them that they would not be able to do during a city council meeting. And obviously would not be able to engage except for a public hearing regarding something that is on the public agenda. So
I think
yeah,
that was more so the concern that folks had.
Right. You know, I mean, if it's something that's on the agenda, I mean, obviously that's set in advance, but they can ensure the council hears them in public. They can also write letters, as you know they do. They can contact the clerk council as they do, contact us individually as they do. Again, I think we can certainly talk about how that looks and look at. I think we can have some metrics from that we can explore as we go forward. Anybody else? Yes, ma'am.
Just a comment. I've listened to the discussion, and I'm wondering, is it more important that we avail services after hours versus the formal meetings after hours? Because I think, as you were indicating, there's really not an opportunity provided for engagement during a public meeting. But I refer back to what the Mayor Pro Tem mentioned earlier in this discussion when she talked about, I think she was referring to services being offered after standard business hours. And if I can, I'd like to mention a change that the it's not new anymore, but the current sheriff instituted at the jail. I think some of us around this table heard him speak a couple of weeks ago when he talked about giving the legal community access to the jail after hours. So if they wanted to meet with their clients at 7, 8 o'clock opening, I'm making that service available. So that to me is an example of where we are, going beyond standard business hours of the standard framework to make sure that the citizens or the folks who would benefit from that particular act are provided an opportunity to access services.
Thank you, Alderwoman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for this presentation. It was very informative, and I appreciated it. We talk about the GPS, Mr. City Manager, and we talk about implementation. My question is, are we going to do some type of program for the employees here, especially the ones in management positions, supervisors and what have you, when it comes to being equitable to our employees, especially in our sanitation department and in departments where you have lower echelon type employees working. And the reason why I ask that question is because I get phone calls, and because I tell you about a lot of the equity disseminated in departments. It does not go around to everybody. So is there going to be some kind of process where these individuals who are in positions of authority find out the same information that you're giving us? Will they be able to get this information as well? We talk about it, but the implementation process.
Yes, ma'am. We actually had a manager summit yesterday for all the managers in the organization. We talked about our values. We talked about Savannah GPS. We have those training opportunities for our managers, but we also, my new initiative now that we've got a strategic plan, now that we've got an equity framework, is setting the Savannah standard, right? This council has invested mightily in Team Savannah. We're paying everybody at or above market rate. This is a premier place to work. What that needs to mean is that we're creating premier results as well from it. I think part of that equity training in our managers is also about creating the buy-in and pride that all of Team Savannah needs to have for the work that we do. We manage the greatest city on earth. It's a special place. It's not like other places. So we also have to set a high standard for our work as well. And we lean on, you said lower echelon, but I think that our frontline staff, they're the heartbeat of the city. They're the heartbeat of the city. They're the folks that are doing the work. And they know what the Savannah standard is going to be. We're going to make sure that our managers know how to manage, know how to get the work that we need out of all of our teams. And we're going to make sure that everybody who's in a uniform, everybody who's got a work badge is treated fairly. That is a part of our organization as well.
I hope so. Thank you.
I think let me just add, City Council has made it clear about what the New World Order is. And the city manager and team have embodied that as well. And now it has to become the culture change through the organization, which sometimes takes a little bit of time. And sometimes it takes movement of people to be successful elsewhere. If they don't accept or is not willing to embody the same view regarding equity as this council has. And so we have to trust the city manager and the team to make sure that that is throughout the organization. So I agree with you.
We have to move people, but we don't want to move them out.
Well, I mean, I think people have choices. And so if they embody the vision of equity and that we have, then they'll be fine. But sometimes,
Well,
in
we
my
hope
experience,
so.
sometimes folks don't want to. And they just have to go be successful somewhere else. Alderman Leggett and Alderwoman there.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you also, Mr. City Manager. And I appreciate your presentation. So the task has been given to us to tell you exactly what's going on in our communities and how we can be more inclusive within our communities. And I wanted to make sure in your presentation that you did, and you also did highlight that all of our communities that we represent, all of them have differences and where they live, how they live, where they work. So we wanted to make sure that everybody's thoughts and what they're going through in the community is brought into one framework. And I appreciate you guys even asking us or asking the city, the neighborhood association presidents what their residents, their portion of the residents, because we get 20-some thousand people, but each neighborhood association president have a more intimate relationship with the people from street to street. And we just wanted to make sure as we move forward and the GPS show us how to move the entire community in a holistic portion of it forward. That's what Savannah actually is supposed to look like. So when we start talking about our lower level employees and people who are boots on the ground, those are the people who I like to talk to when we start talking about how we get things done. I don't want to talk to any directors. I don't like to talk to the managers. I like to talk to the people who are actually digging in the ground or who can tell me what's going on, the history of what Savannah is, because they're moving dirt, they're moving bricks, Mr. Mayor. These are the people who actually see what's going on. They live here. And to the point of a lot of people around this table, those are the people who are being shifted when we start talking about gentrification and how we, as their representatives, are going to bring their voices to the table. So this is our opportunity to bring their voices to the table and how the GPS is going to keep them here when we start telling people from other places, come to Savannah, see what Savannah's about, see how we are growing and how we are attracting some of the best talent that we have, but we want to make sure that our talent that we have here is actually benefiting from a city that we are growing and a city that we are building and a city that we are highlighting to everybody else. So thank you for your presentation. Thank you for, again, highlighting the portions of the process that people don't know about. And I think every time we go into our communities, it's a unique experience. So as we use those experiences, we don't have to always go and have a nighttime meeting, but we can have an opportunity to have satellite meetings with our neighborhood presidents. We can have staff to come out in different unique ways. The good thing about this council is we can, under the city manager, have a opportunity to be unique, to meet the needs of our community in different ways. So again, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just thank you for this opportunity for giving us.
Thank you, Alderman Lanier. Then we're gonna move on.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a few things. So the people from the first district, I may represent most of the marginalized people in the city based on demographics and based on what the U.S. Census is saying. And so I would place three distinct levels of in the first district. If you look across that river, that's the first district. When you see that hotel coming up in the convention center, that's probably the higher end of the demographics. Out near the county line, you have the highlands, and that's more of a middle class, and they're concerned about quickly sliding down that scale. That's what I'm hearing from them. And then right there in good old West Savannah, there are 10 neighborhoods considered mostly low-wealth communities. And growing up in that Gullah Geechee corridor, and they say y'all talk Geechee, and we do, and we did, but we're more kind of bilingual because the Gullah Geechee people say, start out like you're gonna hold out. Start out like you're gonna hold out. And so if we look at the premise of what we're doing here, I believe in the process, very much so, and thank you for your work. But like I said to you, Jay, on Tuesday when we met and spoke, the devil is always in the details. And so I know we had the real task force, and they did a lot of work, and I respect that. But I don't know how many of those people in that middle corridor over there had an opportunity to serve on that, and their voices were heard on that task force, because I didn't get an opportunity to recommend anyone for that task force. So I don't know if that voice was heard. And then we're talking about the community advisory group. Is that a group did we assign someone to that?
That's a group that was created for I believe Council had a hand in forming that.
We did, so we probably had an appointee on that. So that's a concern, because I think all of us are familiar with the little graphic cartoon on social media where you had the ball field and the kids standing there that depicted equity as opposed to equality. And those are two distinctly different things. When I got elected to serve here and started in 2020, I came with like 12 different equity policies that I wanted to see implemented because of my lived experience and the people I represent. They were like a community benefit strategic approach, because I was the person that had the problem with our strategic approach, that it was outdated and not serving and providing the benefits of the people that I serve. Also, from that community benefit strategic approach, I was pushing for a community benefit ordinance that would lead to a community benefit agreement. And this community benefit strategic approach is what we see in Savannah GPS by any other name. It's a community benefit strategic approach, and that's a great thing, because we're moving in the right direction there, and I appreciate that. But in that middle corridor, those 10 neighborhoods, 6 of those suffer from environmental injustice. And I'm not seeing that enough in this city, the voice that representing those people in that voice. People are dying. And we're going to prove that pretty soon, because no one in all these years, partners, everybody who's been to the table with the big grants and the big money, no one has really came and said, let's do the work to show the suffering of these people and the health conditions of these people based on all of this nasty industry and what's in the air and what's in our water. And I was up last night a couple of hours because the vibrating was going on and the noise was going on. So therefore, when my clock went off, I hit it, the snooze some, because of those 2 hours, that I'm up hoping that they'll calm that noise down. And that's what we experienced living in this corridor. I'm not seeing and hearing enough of that. I know we have an opportunity in this process to bring those issues up, but it needs to be such a driving concern. And I'm just not seeing and hearing that from those representing those 10 neighborhoods in that middle corridor about the environmental injustice. Again, I believe in the process. Wherever you have the most problems, there you have the most opportunities. So we're looking forward to engaging in this work, but we're going to have to make sure that we utilize this work in an equitable way, because development, community development, is going to be the biggest things that's going to impact the residents that I serve. And when we make better for the least of these, the people at the top, they're going to benefit. And so now we need to be thinking about development, community development, economic development, and we have opportunities right now, the worst opportunities, to create better conditions instead of more industrial development that's already killing folks. We need to be looking at community development. Eastern Wharf, Western Wharf. We got an opportunity. The Weeping Time property, because when you look at community benefit strategic approach, you got to consider ABCD, asset-based community development. We have these wonderful assets. We Gullah Geechee people. We built the city. We made the bricks and laid the bricks. That's right. So we have an opportunity right now to take those assets and create community wealth, not only for the people and uplift them like we often say we like to do, but for this entire city. We have that waterworks building that our people built and made those bricks over there. The Weeping Time properties where 429 enslaved men, women, and little baby Valentine, 2 weeks old, was sold. And now we want to put a homeless shelter and warehouse and trucks on that property, when we could put something there that will uplift the people in that community as an asset in this city and this region. and we could make it a destination because people want to know about the history. These are the things we got to talk about. These are the things we have to work on. These are the things that's going to bring us the equity that we strive for. So again, I do thank you for your work. I believe in this process, and we're going to really have to place the issues on the table that will make a change. Gentrification, we have to be careful about how we use these terms because that's an economic phenomenon. The market drives that. But the worst aspects of gentrification is forced displacement. And we're seeing that. So gentrification, forced displacement, we could do things with policy to ward off the negative aspects. And we could embrace through ABCD, asset-based community development, the opportunities that gentrification present in order to do just that thing, because we want to live, work, play, and create generational wealth in place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We need to go ahead and move on.
Just one thing.
I mean, if it's real brief.
It's real brief. I just would be remiss if I didn't mention that Dr. Mildred McLean from the Harami House has been working with environmental justice and injustice for over 50 years. In the Weeping Time Project, we just want to, there were 400 plus slaves that were sold and not buried. And in that property, they didn't even find a chicken bone. We need to move on and help people do what they need to do.
No one ever said that. Ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is bliss.
Yes.
No one never said that.
Equity framework is a method. It's a destination. It's a path. It's a journey. The purpose of the framework is important because we have to be able to influence and change the things that we get to influence and control. And I think it's very important for us because there are some things we don't control. Either we don't control them legislatively, we don't control them legally, and although it's really, really good to talk about those things and certainly bring light to them, I think it's very important that the framework keeps us focused on the things that we directly influence and we control. So, I appreciate
input.
Well, again,
we
have voices,
yes.
But again, the framework is for what we control. And even with the real task force, and since Dr. Johnson is here, the goal here was the 5 areas that affected Savannahans. And some things we could not control. We couldn't control education, for example, or environment. But we lifted those things because it affected folks. And hopefully create an opportunity with those entities that address those things will be able to be able to affect positive change in those things, in those areas. So thank you very much, and we appreciate that. And Dr. Johnson, thank you, sir, again for your work, and I thank you for coming off the bench some years ago, really to create the Real Task Force as a transformative report that gave us a path forward. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
We're glad it was useful.
Oh, it is, and we're going to do Real 2 now, so thank you.
All right.
Mr. Manager, before we go to Construction Manager at Risk, I want just to lift up a quick, simple thought. And I'll say it, and then we'll just leave that where it is. Our life is changing in this world as it relates to contracting and procurement. We're hearing things, we're seeing things, it's all over the place. And I think that obviously you, the city attorney, will keep council briefed as legislation changes or as federal regulations change. We trust you all to help keep us within the letter of the law, but within the intent of our intentions as this changes. Again, every day seems to be something different, and I just trust that you'll keep us informed as this process continues to evolve. With that being said, we're going to talk about construction manager at risk.
Thank you, Mayor. So moving on, we want a construction manager at risk. This is a procurement
tool, a procurement strategy, and a project delivery method that the City of Savannah is beginning to use and beginning to use more for specific projects. We want to have a briefing with the council and a discussion in council about what CMAR, Construction Manager at Risk projects are, what are the other types of procurement strategies we use for project delivery, and why we use CMAR for certain types of projects and not others, why we use other procurement methods for projects and not CMAR, and how all of those projects relate to kind of our other interrelated procurement policies, such as Savannah First or Savannah Business Opportunity ordinances that we have in the city. So without further ado, and I know we're a little bit behind time, but I think team's going to make sure we're effective in moving forward. Let me introduce our Senior Director for Capital Construction and Real Estate, Christy Lawrence, to move us through this presentation. And she's going to have some help for Team Savannah members as we go forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So this presentation was a collaboration between myself, Miranda Lumpkin-Lotson, the Senior Director of Economic Development, and Ron Feldner, our Chief of Water Resources. So what is CMAR? CMAR stands for Construction Manager at Risk. It's an alternate project delivery method used for constructing capital projects. With CMAR, the city hires the design team first, the architects and engineers. Then we bring on the CMAR contractor while design is still underway. The CMAR then works with the city and the design team to help manage and develop the cost data, project schedule, and overall construction planning early in the process. The reason it's called at risk is because once the guaranteed maximum price, the GMP, is set, the contractor generally takes on a majority of the risk of cost overruns, such as design errors, missing details, or unexpected conditions. So comparing delivery methods, let's talk about how CMAR compares to traditional design bid build. So traditional design bid build, how it works, the city hires the contractor after the design is complete. The city must award to the lowest bidder. The designer and the contractor work separately, and the construction cost is known after design is finished and bids are received, not before. The pros of using traditional design bid build are that it's a simple and very familiar process, and it works well for smaller, straightforward projects. Cons of design bid build, bids often exceed our cost estimates. We've been seeing limited competition, sometimes only one bid. We must award to the low bid, not necessarily the best value. We can't weigh qualifications or experience in our awards. It's a sequential process that often slows delivery. There's minimal collaboration between the designer and the contractor, and value engineering often happens late after bids are received, and it leads to redesigns and delays. So in contrast, construction manager at risk, how it works. The city hires the contractor during design to give cost and schedule input. The city selects the CMAR based on their qualifications and also their fees. The city designer and contractor work together as a team. It's a very collaborative process. Construction cost is developed collaboratively during design. Pros of this method. It's a qualifications-based selection focusing on experience and expertise. There's team collaboration between the city, designer, and contractor. There's early cost and schedule input from the construction company that's going to be managing the work for better budget alignment. The GMP provides cost and schedule certainty. We've seen a much stronger market response, typically 4 to 8 proposals in response to our CMAR RFPs versus 1 to 3 for design bid build. There's open book pricing, which ensures full cost transparency. And there's better overall value by reducing change orders and redesigns. The cons of this method, it does require more team coordination, and it's not always needed for small, simple projects. So the CMAR procurement process, this is a 2-phase process. Phase 1, the pre-construction services phase, is the initial award. The city selects a CMAR through a competitive request for proposal or RFP process based on qualifications, experience, the DBE plan, and fees. The CMAR then works alongside the city and the design team during design to provide cost estimates, schedule input, and constructability reviews. This early coordination helps keep the project scope, design, and budget aligned. The second phase of the procurement process is the construction phase, or the GMP award. During the design phase, the CMAR develops the guaranteed maximum price for construction. The GMP sets the maximum project construction costs and includes subcontractor pricing and DBE participation. The CMAR is responsible for completing the project within the approved budget and schedule. And the city can choose to either accept the GMP or reject it and competitively bid the project. But it's critical to point out that City Council must approve the GMP before construction can begin, just like they would a construction bid. So I've got an example project to share with you, the Eastside Gym at Park, which is currently in design. This is an example of CMAR collaboration and value engineering in action. So we're currently at about 60% design, which is we call design development. The CMAR has provided us a detailed cost estimate showing that the project is over budget. So the city design team and CMAR met to collaborate on ideas to save costs and value engineering measures. So some of the ideas that came forward were things such as simplifying wall and ceiling finishes, adjusting roof materials and insulation, using alternate storefront and glazing systems, evaluating flooring and gym surface options, and revising mechanical and plumbing layouts for efficiency. So these discussions occur before construction, allowing informed decisions to align scope, quality, and budget. So this demonstrates CMAR's open book collaborative approach to cost control and budget adherence. So again, we're working with the CMAR on this one, trying to get the project down, but it's happening prior to the design documents being complete. So how we select a CMAR. We use a competitive RFP process. Each proposal that the CMAR submits has two parts, their qualifications package and a sealed fee proposal. The proposals are evaluated on these criteria: experience and qualifications, their project approach, their DBE and local DBE participation plan, and their fees, which are reviewed separately after scoring of the other items. How we evaluate the CMAR proposals. A selection committee of 3 to 5 subject matter experts is put together. It includes staff from outside the requesting department, and that committee reviews and scores the proposals. Each committee member independently reviews the proposals using the criteria in the RFP, which are the qualifications, experience, approach, et cetera. The group then meets, this meeting is facilitated by purchasing, to discuss and finalize the scores, and no discussion occurs outside this meeting. The DBE participation is scored separately by the DBE office, and then fees are scored separately by the purchasing department. The non-communication policy ensures fairness, which means the proposers or the CMARs who submitted their proposals may only contact the purchasing representative. They are not allowed to have any contact with other city staff during this process. And then the highest scored firm, the highest ranked firm, is recommended for award. So what's included in the CMAR fee proposal? The CMAR firms generally provide these 3 pricing components: the pre-construction services fee, which is a lump sum fee, a fixed amount for their design phase work, their cost estimating, scheduling, and constructability reviews. Then they submit a construction services fee, which is a percentage of the final guaranteed maximum price that covers the CMAR's management overhead and profit of the project. And then we've got the general conditions cost, which is a maximum number. And this is a detailed estimate for their field and site costs, such as their staff, trailers, utilities, insurance, safety, and temporary facilities. And these are sometimes broken out into labor and other costs for general conditions. So here's an example project, the Civic Legacy Arena Removal Project, which council approved the pre-construction services at last council meeting. The estimated construction cost for this work is $10 million. The pre-construction services fee was $15,000. The general conditions cost for labor is $242,000. The general conditions cost for other costs was $230,000, and this was for non-labor items such as temporary facilities, utilities, insurance, and site security. Their construction fee percentage is 2.95%, which based on an estimated construction cost of $10 million is $295,000. This represents their overhead and profit. So their total fee for this project is estimated to be $782,736. Now I'll turn it over to Miranda.
I'll continue the presentation where Christy left off, covering the, oh, what happened? Let's see. It would be technical. I don't know what happened. Yep, it's all one presentation.
One more. That's it, you can.
Perfect. Thanks. I'll continue the presentation where Christy left off, covering the DBE and LDB participation within CMAR projects. The responding or proposing CMAR teams are to incorporate DBE and LDBE participation within their proposals to the city. There are two opportunities, as Christy indicated, for that to be incorporated at each phase. Likewise, for our construction projects, the city establishes a participation goal for CMAR projects. We ask the proposing teams to meet or exceed the city established goal of 20% DBE, including 10% local DBE participation. This approach is consistent with our participation strategy and provides opportunities for MWBEs, minority and women-owned businesses, to participate in city projects. Before I take my seat, Mr. Manager asked that I provide a snapshot of LDB participation for the year end 2024. Our project total dollars was $106.9 million. And of that, 26.3% or 24.6% was overall DBE. That netted $15.28 million or 14.27 was spent with local DBEs, giving us 58% of all DBE dollars remaining local to this community.
So in summary, how we're strengthening project delivery and trying to improve our overall quality, timeline, and cost on our capital projects. We're expanding the use of construction manager at risk, or CMAR, just like we've gone over today, to improve that quality and cost and schedule control. We're using the right procurement strategy for each project. One size does not fit all. We're partnering with the right expertise early to enhance quality and accountability. We're ensuring the right project management structure is in place from planning through completion. And we're focusing on collaboration, transparency, and predictability across all capital projects. And just to show how this aligns with our GPS strategic plan, I'm not going to read this whole slide here, but we've identified, 3 of our strategies that directly align with GPS in this effort.
Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Miranda. And as we move through the discussion, I want to follow up on something the mayor said. We're watching very closely what's happening at the federal level and at the state level as it relates to DBE goals and requirements in public procurement. We have a local Savannah business opportunity ordinance that was last amended in 2022. We're going to continue to follow that ordinance. As you can see, and thank you, Miranda, our 2024 numbers performed above goal when it relates to our SPO program. So I want to note that out. the CMAR projects, in some ways actually give us more opportunities for that participation than some of our other procurement methods. So I want to make sure to be clear that CMAR also participates in our SBO program as well, and is often a place where we can get higher than our goal percentages of 20% and 10%. So with that, we'd love to open up for any questions about the CMAR procurement strategy or the delivery method. And thanks for council for asking us to put this on the workshop.
City Manager, in reference to the seriousness, as the mayor opened up with, and what you just said, in reference to the initial work that I brought to our council back in 2014 to develop the ordinance for the SBO, and in working through that and getting more of our minority women business-owned enterprise businesses involved at that time. And then we had to convert over in between 2015 and 16 over to the disadvantaged business enterprise ordinance, in which our SBO ordinance was developed and voted on during that administration at that time. And currently, as we are continuously to implement our SBO, and this is so important to our public, so our public can understand and not get so uncomfortable with what is going on nationally in reference to bringing this home locally. And as our city manager said, and thank you, city manager and city attorney, for continuously to keep your hands on the pulse of this serious work. And as the mayor said, it's just real time. We wake up, one thing is going on with the federal government, and it trickles down. It's real, and it trickles down to our city. But our SBO statement states that the mayor and aldermen of the city of Savannah shall provide equal business opportunities to all persons seeking to do business in the city. We're still there. The goal of the Savannah Business Opportunity policy is to increase the utilization of local, small, minority, women-owned, and disadvantaged business enterprises. In all areas, we're still there. Procurement of the city, including small contract purchases, materials, and equipment, and in professional services. The SBO program will continue to be administered through our city manager with the support of all of the city departments that are engaged in the procurement of goods and services. Further, the provision of the SBO policy shall apply to all eligible contract awards by the city, subject to the requirement of an outside funding agency accepted as specially exempt herein. So I wanted to put that statement on the table, and to as businesses in our city, do not get nervous about what we're doing here in the city of Savannah. But we are talking reality, and we will inform the community as we get the information moving forward. City Council, any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I have a question, not for you, Christy, but for Miranda. Can you talk to us about I looked at your results, and this looks great, total project dollars for DBE and local DBE participation, your snapshot for 24. Can you explain or talk about how you or your office monitor the DBE and the local minority participation? Talk to me about the process.
So after council award, once goals are established on projects and beyond council award, we have a contract compliance officer that monitors the project through payment processes, as well as visiting on site the projects to make sure.
What that entails?
That entails site visits as well as communication with the DBEs on the projects through duration to completion.
Okay, so your internal records would include for each project the names of the local participating minorities as well as minority participation in general, not just the reports that the CMAR or whoever is presenting to you.
That's correct.
On each project?
On each project.
Okay.
Anyone else?
Yeah, I have a question.
Alderwoman Wilder Grant.
I'm just trying to figure out the CMAR. It's been my experience in sitting here, and so are you suggesting to us that all of the capital projects that we've been voting on started out with CMAR?
Not all of them.
No.
And
I'll take that, Chrissy, and you can fill in. No, CMAR is a procurement strategy and delivery method that we've just begun to use in the last year and a half or so. And we're going to use them for specific projects, mostly those that are more complex projects, mostly vertical construction, likely projects that include restoration or some connection to an existing building. So you think about the park gym expansion, you think about the I&D plant. Those are going to be projects which have a very, very complex work nature, and that you've got to be able, and the CMAR is the most efficient and effective way.
You just answered, because my next question would be, and you just said we started using this within the last year?
More frequently.
More frequently?
The arena was a construction major risk project as well.
I remember that because I'm talking about while I've been sitting here, we've been voting for stuff that have been, the cost is overrun, and several of the things that CMAR is supposed to put in place. My vote has determined that those things weren't in place because we've had cost overruns and we had to negotiate different things. And I'm thinking from this definition, it's called at risk because they're supposed to take care of all of the majority risk of cost overruns, design errors, missing details, or unexpected conditions. Not only have we had been in suit because of this, and so are you going to say, you're telling us that this is going to eliminate some of the things that we have experienced on this council so that we had to vote for because of cost overruns?
CMAR protects against those, yes.
Okay, thank you.
So you know, if we change the scope, then you know the scope changes, and we may have to pay more for that scope change.
Well, you know,
but if the CMAR is designed that the construction manager is there during design, they understand any geotechnical work that was done. They're helping to shape that work, shape that understanding of how you're going to construct the building, and therefore, as a matter of the contract and the guaranteed maximum price, is taking on the risk of delivering that project as stated in the GMP to the city at their risk. So if they experience disruptions with labor or material cost overruns or what have you, those are things that are at risk for the construction manager because we've agreed on a price and a delivery method for that project.
Mr. City Manager, I understand all of that,
Yeah.
right? I get that. That's why I was asking, moving forward, we're going to definitely use this. And so this CMAR,
For some projects.
for some projects,
For some projects.
I get that too, I understand, and it leads to my next question. Okay, so it also says that you use 5 independent or 3 to 5 people that sit on council to do that?
No, ma'am, no, that's on council.
Not on council, I mean
Subject
on
matter
staff.
experts.
I know what I want to say.
Yes,
Please
ma'am.
let me think.
Yeah.
So these 5 or 3 people who sit on there, how are they determined? Who determines from the administrative staff? Is that you or the procurement staff?
No, the procurement staff and the project, the sponsor department is going to collaborate to pick the reviewers on any particular review.
And so just a quick question, what is the prerequisite, not only them working in that administration or that particular project, what is their knowledge base on how they determine who's going to get this project? How do they determine that? What's the prerequisite for that?
It's going to change based on the project, right? So for the gymnasium addition at Park, not only are we going to have capital construction professionals, engineers who understand, what it means to have a site plan and what that means to construct, but we're also going to have, I don't know who was on that review panel, but there was some recreational professionals as well to kind of understand the proposal and understand what's going on so that we can work through what kind of materials are appropriate, et cetera. For projects involving water resources, we have several PE engineers in water resources, whether we're talking about conveyance projects, water treatment projects. We're going to have those experts that are on our staff in reviewing those proposals as well, so that we can provide some input and that we are ensuring that the proposals that we're seeing, we're scoring those based on our needs.
Okay, so that leads to my other question. When we talk about equity and how these contractors are given out to people, and we always say Savannah first. So if that is the case, how do we, and I think you said something that triggered why I'm asking this. You said that there are different people at different times depending on that particular project.
That's right.
And so is there some framework to make sure that they're consistent in how they determine who gets these awards? Because we're seeing and we're talking about the same people getting the same awards all the time. How do we change that based on this equity and the stuff that we've been talking about today?
So we're, I think we've done a very good job in our procurement and our purchasing over my time. I think we have some maturing as a system. We're doing more complicated procurements like CMARs. We're going to continue to level up our ability to put out, because we save money in the procurement space, right? That's where you save money, and that's where you save time.
Right.
So, we're going to continue to level up and add skills and add expertise where we need them to make sure that we've got the right RFPs, make sure that we're picking the right procurement strategies and delivery methods, that we've got the right technical reviewers on the technical review panel, that we know exactly what we're looking for when we're doing a CMAR versus when we're doing a bid build, a traditional project. Those things I think we're very good at. I think we're going to get better. We've talked with, and I've talked personally with bidders that did not end up being recommended, and heard about their experiences, and know that they have expertise in other places and have done these things in other jurisdictions as well. And if there are things that we can learn from each other on those processes, we're going to continue to do so on how we, just continue to level up on being more sophisticated in how we get project delivery in the city.
Mr. City Manager, just for my edifice, I would want to know, and I'm sure that other members from this council, I'd like to see 2 of our current CMAR projects, and I'd like to see if there is, in comparison, how that particular contractor or that person was chosen, and if there is any inconsistencies or consistencies of how they were chosen. That shouldn't be difficult to get.
Thank you.
So,
Anyone else?
let me, could I
would like to. Just one
could I
second.
just understand her
Just one
question
second.
again? Is that okay? I just want her to repeat her. I want to understand her question.
And so we have active we have active CMAR projects, right? And we have, you can tell that there are different firms, right? I want to know, he can pick any 2. I want to know if there are any consistencies or any inconsistencies on how they were determined to get to that point.
Yes, ma'am.
Right.
Alderwoman.
Yeah, I like that. Thank you.
Miller Blakely.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. I just have 2 questions. Miranda, you said that there's a person here in the city that oversees DBE participation and what have you.
Compliance portion?
Yes. Who is that person?
Salamary Mojica Ravello. Salamary Mojica Ravello.
Okay. How often does she go on, that is a female, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. How often does she go on these sites to actually see that DBE participation is actually taking place? And does she also make sure that the number of DBE participants under that subcontracting company is actually there on site?
So
and let me tell you why I asked this. Because during the arena process, that was not the case. And that's why it was so much question about DBE participation and so many meetings about DBE participation. So is she physically now, or when did she start doing that?
She was not with us during the arena.
Okay,
process.
so who was? Because was that being implemented, or is that just starting now since she got there?
During that time, even Miranda Lotson was not in place yet. So it's a whole different.
She was, because I spoke with her.
No, she was not. I was here. She came in on the end. She came in on the end.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about when I got here.
Yeah, she was at the end.
So I'm not talking about in the beginning. I'm talking about when I got here, when me and you met with all of the contractors and what have you.
It was only me and Deanna Gibbs at that point.
Okay, so we didn't have, that's what I'm asking.
Correct.
We now have somebody in place. That's what I want to know.
Yes.
Okay, now, she said a year and a half.
She's been here a year and a half?
She's been here since about 2003.
Since 2003?
I'm sorry, 23.
Oh.
2023?
2023. Okay. Now, and I think, Christy, this is a question for you. The CMAR, do they typically self-perform physical construction? Do they actually do, they're not supposed to do any construction? They're just overseeing the pre-construction?
Typically, they don't self-perform. They just manage their subcontractors.
They just manage the, wow, that's interesting. Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am. And Ms. Lumpkin, we talked about, you said about the DBE participation on some of our projects. I'm still waiting on that list. I didn't see it. You did? Well, I didn't get it, so. Well, I'll tell you what.
And get that to you.
Thank you so much. And could you make sure I get a hard copy? Just put it in my box, okay? Let's see. Okay, that person. Now, is the IMP?
Questions you asked last 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
They're in the Tuesday night memo.
Oh, those are the questions? Okay, well, we had a meeting with you, so I didn't look at the memo.
Oh, yes,
So
ma'am.
just give me a hard copy.
We got you.
All right, thank you. So now, let me ask you this, Mr. City Manager. The IMP project. I'm sorry, I&D project, thank you. Thank you. Is that a different type of project than any other project that we have here in the city? Is that like a special?
Yes, it would be one of the largest capital construction projects in our history.
I understand that, but I'm saying, do we not do that project the same way we do other projects under the CMR? Is that like a special?
It's a CMAR procurement, just like other CMAR procurements work.
Oh, we gotta have a conversation.
Okay.
All right. Thank y'all for your presentation.
Anyone else?
I got another question for
you. Wait. Anyone else? Alderwoman Lanier?
Yes, thank you. Thank you all, Christy, Miranda, for the presentation. The construction manager at risk project and this concept is not new. It's been around. When I worked in local government, I was at Public Works, one of the teams putting the bids together to get contractors to bid. When I left local government, I was working for contractors going after those contracts. I worked for a lot of local contractors as a consultant, helping them secure local bids, national bids. And one of the desires of the local contractors was that we had this in place.
on some jobs, on certain jobs. And this was talked about a lot. So it's good to see that the city now will have our person at the table managing all the moving parts, because that's what this is really all about. And so that's a good thing. Now, as it relates to our overall bidding process, I'm so glad we had the equity piece early prior to this, because I'm not feeling comfortable about this process as far as equity. I think we need to be a little bit more transparent when it comes to the subjective parts of the process. The interview seems like that's where the numbers always get skewed and go awry when it comes the time for these subject matter experts in the interview part to have a personal subjective opinion on these contractors, because all of a sudden it's going different in different directions. As far as tangible and concrete parts of these proposals, you can't deny those. Numbers are numbers, they speak for themselves. The tangibles are the tangibles, but the non-tangibles and subjectives is where we're having a problem. So I'm glad now we are entering into a more equitable environment so we can start watching these things. I don't know how we'll have more, because of the technicalities in the bidding process. I don't know how we'll put more transparency in that part, but we got to work on something. Y'all are really smart. I know y'all will figure it out. But if we had to make it a thing for us to figure out, we could do that too. But I'm trusting that y'all will be able to work that out under our new GPS, Savannah GPS process. And saying that the CMAR desire was there for a lot of the local contractors. I was hired to look at the city's MWBE program back around 2014. Another consultant, very brilliant young lady, Carolyn Allen, and I, we did a lot of research, and I pulled information out of Delaware, out of Charlotte, out of Jacksonville, and we were hired by local contractors to do this work. And we came up with a policy that we borrowed from all of those and came up with the best measures to create a policy on MWBEs and WBEs. And those people that hired us to do that work, we submitted that work to them, and they gave it to Alderwoman Shabazz at the time, because she was interested in that subject. So you all did get to see our work that came, and right now, I know we need to revisit that work. Those numbers look pretty good, but I'm sure there's some more work we can do, because we wanted to make sure that we could create some prime contractors in our process. And we talked about that in 2020. We hadn't done that. We were going to partner some primes and subs and come up with and help build capacity, because that was always a problem, capacity. And so we haven't done that, so we need to, I've mentioned this to Jay, so that program we talked about a whole lot in this room in 2020, we haven't done anything on that. So I just wanted to mention that, although I know we're talking about CMAR, but the CMAR process for certain projects is a good way to go. So thank you all for the work that you're doing, and that's my 2 cents. Alderwoman Wilder Bright, and then Alderwoman Bell. That's be our last person.
Just really a quick question, and this is for Ms. Lumpkin. Your scores continue to increase, Ms. Lumpkin. Congratulations on your scores increasing. Tell us, this council, what we need to do to get on a fast track, so they really, where is the gap? Where is the problem where there is not more increase in the DBE program? What do we need to do? What does the city process, when we talk about processes and systems in place, what do we need to do to encourage more participation in this plan?
There's still a need for more MWBE firms, more minority firms to become certified. And that is our way forward. The more we have certified, it will improve and strengthen the program. So we're watching what is happening with the DBE program federally and with the state, but our local program is where we will rely. And so we want to encourage more minority businesses to become certified by the city of Savannah.
I remember you and your staff, and y'all went over the process and y'all kind of streamlined the application. After y'all did this, did it increase because of that? Yeah, so that's what I'm talking about, things like that, so that we can, where there's a roadblock where the participants say they can't do that. And thank you for that challenge and kind of tweaking that application. Is there anything else that can be done other than people wanting to come and actually being participants?
Continue to be consistent in the message so that participation continues to be consistent.
Mr. City Manager, is there a way, we have this Channel 8, is there a way that we can encourage that? I've seen the people who do that. We need to do more than that. Yeah, can you, some more marketing, since we have a new marketing director, kind of encourage that so we can get more engagement?
Yeah, she's
Part of the, part of the problem that we have is that we have these really good processes and then we don't get them to the masses so that they can effectively change the quality of life. And thank you so much. Thank you all for your presentations. I appreciate y'all.
And we used to do that. It was real good when we first got started. Alderwoman Bell.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, for staging this presentation today. Thank you, Christy Miranda, for giving it to us. It was quite insightful. I requested it, and I can tell from the response that the council seemed to have benefited from it as well. Thank you, Alderwoman Walter Bryan, for asking for a walkthrough of a couple of the projects. I just think for the money that we're spending on CMAR projects, it's extremely important that we as council members who vote and make these decisions that we understand the process. And going forward, thank you, Miranda, for explaining your process on monitoring minority participation in these projects. I'm trying really to fall in love with this process, because I'm from the old, design, what is it, bid? Design, bid, build. Yeah, that's what I low bid that. So I'm trying to understand it, and I do understand, I think that it's important on some projects, for specific projects, because it removes the risk from the city in terms of cost overruns, as all the woman referred to. But I still have a ways to go. But I'm really key on, and that's what I'm going to be questioning, monitoring the participation. I don't want us to just take the construction manager at risk reports as your, records or your word. His word is what we're relying on. He or she, we're relying on what they say participation is, and we're paying accordingly. I want to make sure that some boots on the ground.
Yes, ma'am.
That we're out there
having conversations with the subcontractors as well as the primes, so that communication goes both ways.
Thank you. Thank you.
City Manager. So thank you all so much.
Thank you. One more presentation, council. We're going to move to our update on the urban camping ordinance that council adopted on June 12th earlier this year. We're going to hopefully move through it as quickly as possible. So I will turn it over to Stephanie Capel, who is the Executive Director of the Interagency Council on Homelessness, and she is joined by our Assistant Chief, Doc Gabb.
Good afternoon now, and thank you. And we will try to move through this as quickly as possible because we know we stand between you and lunch. So if you recall, on June 12th of this year, we passed our urban camping ordinance here in the city of Savannah. The focus of this ordinance was to connect unhoused individuals to services while reducing health and safety risk associated with public camping. And at that time, I know that you all had some concerns, and I hope today that we'll be able to address those concerns in this presentation to ensure that we are continuing to use this as a tool to help people connect to services and not as a way to punish individuals for their situation. I think the big key takeaway as we've worked on this ordinance together is that it's led to improved partnership between our homeless service network and our justice system partners, sparking an unprecedented collaboration in our work together that has allowed for more outreach, connection to services, and done so in a way that is respectful of the individuals who are having the experience of homelessness.
So this is a snapshot of what we did during the 90-day period, and was 179 citations were issued. Of those, 15 arrests were made for under the urban camping ordinance. 6 were specifically only for that. So that means of those other 11, other 9, they were arrested on warrants or other charges that were pending against them at that time. And then, so 8% of the citations that we wrote led to an actual arrest.
If you can see here, this is something that Savannah PD produced. This is their urban camping pamphlet. That was one of the things that was requested. How do we get information to those who are experiencing homelessness? Anything you'd like to share about this in particular?
It just, it's ease of use. It's giving them all of the associated service providers and service things. There's also QR codes to help pull this up if they have a phone or digital tablets. And then there's an explanation of some of the ordinances that apply to some of the things that they may encounter along with the HOPE unit. And this is just our procedures. We have written procedures for all of those type things. This kind of goes through the warnings in reference to this, and this is all documentation that is given to the officers for training. And that has to do with the property. So if someone has property and they are arrested, it gives them guidelines on what to do with the property and how we handle it internally. I'm sorry, ma'am?
Where's that at? Excuse me.
It's it should be in the PowerPoint there, but it's
Slide 6 in your PowerPoint for this section.
Thank you.
And Savannah PD just recognizing how important it is to help these individuals maintain their property has been working very closely to ensure that that happens, that it is secured. Of course, there's limitations. We do not want to take spoiled items or food that could create additional issues, but they are actually working to establish their own storage unit for those items. So if an individual is detained for a while, they will have a place to store those items, that they're safe. And so upon their release or connection to services, they can regain those valuable items for themselves. Looking at the service provider side of this, so if you look on the right-hand side, you will see that of those 179 individuals who are cited under this, 135 are engaged in our homeless management information services. So we were able to see that 75% are interacting with our system of care. 30% of the individuals did then go to shelter after that engagement with the officers. The 70% engaged in other additional services, which we will discuss further in the next couple of slides. 47 bus tickets have been purchased through the Homeless Authority to help individuals relocate to confirmed housing since this ordinance has passed. That shows us that while we don't know that those individuals were directly cited, they did look at this as an opportunity to perhaps make a choice that would allow them get back to more stable housing opportunities. Those are confirmed housing opportunities as well. The Homeless Authority works very closely and carefully to make sure that we are not just moving our problem to another part or another community. You'll also see that we've also produced, the Homeless Authority produced an updated guide, which explains the ordinance in a little bit more simplified terms, but also really highlights how do you access those services and even provides a map of how to get to some of those services. Additionally, the ICH has established our Criminal Justice Systems Partners and Homelessness Committee. We are now meeting regularly. That includes Savannah PD, Chatham County PD, Sheriff's Department, both the city and the county manager, as well as leadership from the ICH and our business community, coming together to look for effective solutions. So we're not just creating more problems, but trying to resolve the issues as we move forward. We have seen an increased cooperation between the SPD HOPE team, the Homeless Authority's Streets to Stability team, as well as Trinity UMC's Square One. So we're really focusing our outreach much more specifically, multiple points of outreach, so that everyone has that chance to engage in services, learn about services. We know outreach is key. You gotta have it continuously. We have to keep going back and re-engaging those individuals. This also leads us to our next point here, where we now have the Homeless Authority's triage team embedded at Union Missions Day Center. And Union Missions Day Center continues to see increased numbers as high as 176 during September in one day. And I don't believe that this is just because of the ordinance. I believe it's because we are continuing to increase services there. We have the showers there. We have the homeless authority there. We have mental health care options, physical health care options, job training, connections to housing. 132 connections to shelter and housing have been made through the day center from people entering the day center this year alone. And additionally, you'll also see we've now started our monthly homeless court pop-up sessions at the day center. It's a chance where you can come up and ask any questions. We sit outside, we have card tables out. I have a number of our attorneys from Chatham County, and we're sitting out there and we're just answering criminal case questions, helping them reschedule their cases, if the tickets have been resolved, moving them to service providers that can be an alternative to them as they're addressing these cases. I have to say, we did one the other week, and in my years of working in homelessness, this is probably gonna be one of the standout days of my top 10 days, because 35 people came up to us and they all walked away saying, thank you, you helped me get this under control. So even if we can't solve the problem right there, we are building that trust and that engagement to move forward. This is a copy of the homeless authorities. They're updated. As you can see, we have the map on there, a great number of services. So there's multiple ways that we're connecting. And again, the QR code, because we know for some individuals they can scan in. As you can see, the 8% of those who have been cited led to an arrest. But more importantly, the 75% who are engaged in our system are engaging in very effective services. 30% in shelter, 30% working with our outreach teams, 15% in engaging with case management, and 9% engaging with legal services. And this is not counting our homeless court. This is actually working with legal services to reestablish identification, vital documents, help address, maybe issues that are preventing them from getting their Social Security disability, really working through these issues and engaging individuals. Certainly, we know we've not reached a perfect system yet. We probably never will. We will always be evaluating our services and continuing to make sure that we are meeting those needs. We have identified a couple of programs that we think can really make a huge difference. Dignity Depot, which would be a storage unit of personal property. So individuals not just facing arrest, but just that they would like to enter a service provider or they'd like to enter treatment, but they don't want to lose the things that are valuable to them. So we have a prepared and proposal for a service that is ready to go. We have a number attached to that. We also are looking at a funded pet shelter program. Our partners at Renegade Paws have been fantastic working with the Homeless Authority. Homeless Authority has transported quite a number of unique animals with their team, so they are not just taking care of people, they're taking care of their pets. But we would like to be able to expand that and be able to offer that service more consistently and support our partners at Renegade Paws. Again, we have an outline for this. The ICH developed both of these programs through the service delivery group with Jen DeLong helping us develop these programs, and we are now moving these to our resource development group. They're gonna meet November 4th to talk about how do we establish the funding to do this and where will these programs live. Lastly, on that needs list, we truly need a sobering center, but this is a bigger need than just for our individuals experiencing homelessness. This is also for individuals throughout our community that need a place where jail may not be the right place for them to go if they are over-intoxicated, but let's get them into a place where they can get on. As lastly, you see we've been improving our ways that we could apply service. We have a QR code being established, which would instantly make that referral to the outreach team with the Homeless Authority. They've also completed ongoing training that is centered on how do we handle these outreach situations with respect and dignity. And then lastly, we continue to work on how do we provide immediate mental health care. So as the city manager said earlier, there are people that talk and there are people that do. And I think in the case of this ordinance, we have been doing, since it's come into action, we are doing it. We are continuing to find the resources and bring them to life. And while the ordinance can be a difficult situation to work with, I think we're finding a way to make it continue to be focused on connection to service and not onto criminalization of homelessness. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you all so much for this presentation, City Manager.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Just wanted to highlight a few things. Thank you, Stephanie. Thank you, AC Gavin. We're joined by the Homeless Authority Chairwoman, Jennifer Davenport, and the Executive Director of the Homeless Authority, Jennifer DeLong, who, without their partnership and their doing, none of this work would be possible. There's nothing in the data for the first 90 days of this ordinance that gives me pause that we're implementing this in a way that's detrimental to either our community or to people in our community who are experiencing homelessness. I've been in homelessness a long time in my career. There's a thought around therapeutic disruption and helping people to kind of move through the systems and services that we have available. I think the data shows in some real key places where some of that engagement is helping to connect people with services that will be beneficial to them, whether that's shelter, whether that's transportation support to a permanent home, the actions that council have taken to expand hours, to expand outreach, to expand programs at Union Mission and other key partners. I think the ordinance is testing that system, testing our capacity there. We're going to have to continue to invest in those programs and those solutions. But I think that this tool, as we discussed back in June, it seems to be a tool that is helping us achieve some of our results. And I want to give a huge thank you to our police department and to our HOPE unit. This is not easy work. And police officers often have to be everything in our community. Clinicians, therapists, friends, mentors, and law enforcement officers, and they're doing a phenomenal job being all of those things in this effort. So thank you, Chief Gunther, thank you, AC Gavin, thank you to the entire HOPE unit.
Any questions? Yes. Alderwoman Lanier, Alderwoman Bell.
Mine are quick, no questions. Comment. This isn't easy work, and thank you all for the work that you're doing. I have received some phone calls because I'm working with some people who are on the streets that work with some homeless people. About 4 phone calls of some, I would say, complaints, and I haven't brought them to you because I realize that this isn't easy and it's a process. And I think everyone involved have to get a little bit accustomed to how we're going to proceed in this area, but we do want to, and police officers have a lot to contend with, but we do want to try to treat people well and respectful, as we do this work, and that's all I'm going to say about it.
Alderwoman Bell.
I don't have a question. Thanks, Stephanie. As everybody can understand, this isn't easy work. Thank you to my colleagues for approving this ordinance. Since I brought it to the council and we did get it approved, I couldn't stop there because someone asked a question. So after they arrested, what then? I did not plan for this to be one of my pet initiatives on council this year, but I couldn't turn my back on it. And Stephanie, to you and AC Gavin, I do want to say that there is another bright light that you guys probably haven't been told of, and that is the faith-based community in this city have come together and have decided to be a partner in the work, above and beyond what they're already doing. So we met in September, and we are trying to not only get them to provide feeding centers or clothes, but also to provide money to support. I really to ask, thinking about Pastor Thurman from St. Paul CME, and I just mentioned him because when we got to the end of the presentation, he said, so what's the ask? So the ask is for each of those churches to include homelessness in their 26 budget, whatever the amount may be, but I know it will be helpful. And they're still kind of, we still have an opportunity to engage them even more. So we have their attention, and they are willing to step up to the plate. So thank you all. Thank you for all you do, and for taking my calls.
Alderwoman Blakely.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I think this question is for you, Mr. City Manager. We have 5 day centers. How much money does the city, can I get that information? How much money does the city donate to these day centers? And the reason I ask is because it takes a lot of time, energy, and effort. I've actually worked with Come As You Are Ministries, and I know those people need a lot of help financially for some of the things that they've done. I spoke to, what's her name, over at the Dive, and they need resources. They need financial backing. And I know you're gonna say that, okay, we can get other entities to help and what have you, but I'm just curious because you hear me say all the time, our city operates on antebellum money. So I just wanna know how much of the resources are we giving to these day centers who so desperately need help. So if you could get that information to me, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Yes, ma'am. Alderwoman Wilder Bryant.
I guess my better judgment, I did vote for this, but I feel some anticipation and some anxiety about this, especially when we come to this property. I'm not going to feel that we can move forward on this. I got 50 years of community service, and 16 of those in law enforcement. I actually ran the property room, and so I would like to see a chain of custody, because that's what's important to me. We are saying that there were 6 arrests for urban camping ordinance only.
Yes, ma'am.
And I get that, all right? So 179 citations were issued.
Yes, ma'am.
And 6 of those were for urban camping. Can you tell me what time of the day? I would want to know what time, because that's important, because we keep saying that we wanted to, money is important, right? Money is important, and we wanted to extend the hours. And so I bet you that those arrests were made during the hours that we don't have any available assistance for them. The other thing is most of the people who are homeless actually have mental health issues. Out of those citations, were they evaluated by your staff, Hope, that does the evaluation on the arrests? And the other question, as they go through the criminal justice system, what is the median time frame that they actually stay incarcerated? I'm just trying to get you all those questions at one time. And were those arrests actually attached to felonies, or were they all misdemeanors? And the property room from the arrestee that goes to the county, the sheriff's department, I would want to see that chain of custody of their extra property, because that's what's important to me. We are saying that homelessness is something that we needed to address, and I voted for that because we did. And we're saying that we have all these partnerships, and that you guys are doing a great job with the partnerships, but what about the homeless people and their property? You know, how long are they staying incarcerated because they're homeless? Because that is the question. We're saying that it's not a illegal thing, but it is, and I think so, and that's my opinion, after working with homeless people for over 50 years in this community and in Atlanta. And so we have to do better. I know we have to do things, but we're now talking about arresting people, right? We're talking about their property. We're talking about when they get out, are they going to get that property? So is that chain of custody of their property the same thing that the county has? I want to make sure I get at least a police report that says that some actual property was taken.
Yes, ma'am. So I'm sending you an example of one of those arrests in the property room and how that is. So everything that enters into a property room has to have a chain of custody, has to have release mechanisms, time frames on all of those. That's under state and federal law that guide those. So we couldn't put anything into a property room without it having a chain of custody and following those guidelines. But as for your other, these are city ordinances. So city ordinances don't carry a lot of, you would say, jail time. They're more on the lower misdemeanor levels. And so with a city ordinance, once they're processed, those items that are taken, and we did that training with the officers to show them how we can do things. The only things that we can't take in are hazardous materials, drugs illegal drugs, and any kind of food or things like that would spoil or do things like that. So everything else is collected along with their items, and you'll see we've created larger bags and boxes. We even have larger ones than that are 4 foot by 3 foot, and you can fill those with tents, chairs, things like that. We've got very large backpacks that have come in. So all of those things are held. They have a 90-day. They're all given that information, whether it's safekeeping or if it's evidence. If it's evidence, that means it's evidence of a crime. That gets stayed as long as there is as long as there is a criminal case attached to it. Everything else is safekeeping. And so that person's explained, one of the things is we explain to the person where they can get their items from, how they can get them, that we're holding them for safekeeping. And they have up to 90 days to come and get those things. So even if they get out while they're looking for some of the services that can be provided to them, we're still holding on to that property for 90 days.
It's not what I'm suggesting. I know you're doing that. What I am suggesting, you said they're misdemeanor charges, but because I've actually worked in corrections and was a sergeant at the sheriff department, I understand that those people who are homeless who come in there, they don't always stay. They stay longer because they have mental health issues. I'm wanting to make sure that these arrestees who are homeless, that they're getting adequate attention, because the sheriff department recently had a death. Somebody expired and they were homeless. I want to make sure that, and I know you were over that, and so I know you're going to do that, right? But I want to make sure that our homeless people, they are citizens, that when they are incarcerated, that they get the medical and mental attention that they need, so that we won't have another expiration in the jail that we had because he was homeless. And the other question is, and we all know from experience, and I'm talking from experience, sometimes people come in the jail, homeless people, because they want to get off the street, but there are other people who go in there and they create fights, and then they get other additional charges. So that's why the mental health component on that is equally important. And I want to do, people were talking about the visibility. What changed downtown since we enacted this city ordinance?
And so really, I think, she can answer also, but I think on our end, this just gives us legal authority to approach and have those discussions. The majority of these are warnings, and they're giving people time to, officers are approaching them saying that you can't set up here, you can't camp here. And then they explain to them about the ordinance, and then they give them a reasonable amount of time to be able to move, pack up their things, and do stuff. So this is not something where we're coming up and taking people to jail or citing them. We're giving them ample warning, and we've worked with the Homeless Authority for the last couple of years on trying to do better on giving people some warnings. There's some things on private property that if an owner wants someone off right away, we have to address that. But when it comes to this public camping, we have the ability and the leeway to give people opportunities, and in the meantime, try to find them things. If there is a mental health issue, or a behavioral health unit goes throughout the homeless camps and on a daily basis with the clinician. And so a lot of those assessments are being done. They might not be there, but officers are already trained that if they see someone that is suffering from a mental health crisis, that they call our VHU over and have them come do an assessment before any kind of jailing or things like that happen.
So again, now I want to talk about the police officers, and thank you, Gavin. This is one of the questions. Okay, so one of the statement. In dealing with this property, were these non-compliances, are they mostly in one particular concentrated area. I'm saying that is, can we equip our police officers with, I know this bag right here probably came from the county jail. Right. Good thing for you.
That's ours.
It's yours?
Yeah.
So does everybody have this so that when they're going through this property, there is a cleaning mechanism where it's not going to mess up the car? Because as a police officer, I would not want to have something, in my car that's going to, emanate a smell that I have to work in that car until I can clean it up. So are we furnishing our police officers with equipment so it's not discarded? Because a lot of people who have mental health issues, you don't really know what they have or what they don't have. They're not saying that an officer would throw this stuff away, but I want to make sure that they have items in their cars so that their contraband is discarded, but their personal, all they have in the world is taken to that and not because of a smell. Just want to make sure that we close the gap since we initiated this ordinance. Want to make sure that we take care of them as best we can. And thank you for your thing. And I know what you do with the mental health. And thank you for your thing. And I want to also thank our community partners, the Land Bank, CHSA, and the Homeless Authority for the great work, the end results of those 39 cottages. We know that they're working towards doing things that, like the mayor says, taking care of all of our citizens at the same time. So thank you, Jen. Thank you, Jen, again. Jen 1 and 2, I appreciate your time and your efforts in trying to create a better environment for all of our citizens. And thank you, Mr. City Manager.
Alderman Leggett is going to be our last person to talk on this, and then I will need a motion for executive session.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't have any questions. I thank you guys for all the work you do. And I just want to lift up a couple of things that I'm going to give to, and I'm going to write it to give to your staff, Mr. City Manager, that as we all know, next month is going to be a potential halt on food stamps for a lot of individuals in our community. So we just all find a way to work together so we'll be able to help some of our houseless, our homeless in our community. But I want to make sure that I highlight that if we can, will we be back here again to get another update from our community partners?
On this issue?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So when we come back, can we get an audit on all of those different processes? And I'm talking about when individuals enter certain through this process, or they go into a homeless authority, or they go into one of our partners. What does that process look like? And once they get in, signed in, what does that look like? And once they return back into the community, or what does all of those different issues that they go through while they're going through those processes look like? And I wanted to make sure I highlight to you that I had to call code enforcement at one of our institutions because they had a very, very high infestation of bed bugs, and they had to call some people in because some of our homeless was complaining about being bitten by bed bugs and the family members that were in there. Also, I wanted to highlight that there were in some of those areas they had people that were complaining of being robbed of their personal effects. And also, I heard a rumor of, but I wanted to make sure, is there such thing as they're asking our homeless to pay to stay in certain areas, certain places that they go to? Salvation Army is pay to stay. How can we ask them to pay to stay if they are homeless in certain areas? So that's why some people at gas stations and other places asking for money. It's not for drugs or for food, but to be able to pay to stay in certain places. And I'm also going to send an email that I received from CAT that I wanted to highlight to our chiefs that it was an arrest made by one of our officers in the Northwest Precinct, and the officer had an individual in handcuffs, but when he lifted him against the car and pulled him away, he dropped down on this guy's face, which was homeless, broke his jaw, and that guy, I didn't get anything back. I know that he was arrested, taken to jail, and he was a homeless individual. So we're over at CAT also working with our homeless partners to address a lot of the homeless issues that we have. But I wanted to highlight most of all that the people that we are saying that we represent, those are individuals that we have to be very sensitive to because of mental health issues and also because they deserve some type of decency because we don't know anyone around this table who may become homeless or may go through some type of issue or have a family member that may deal with that type of issue. But I will have this written out and give it to your officer.
Thank you. Yes, sir. We'll answer all those questions. And yes, I think we should do not only a continuation on this, but a system deep dive, and we'll work with our partners on being able to produce those numbers.
Real quick, Alderman Blakely. Yes, thank you. Stephanie, is it? Okay. I don't know how we could go about doing this, but I see a lot of homeless individuals on our medians, and they leave a lot of trash. Is there some way you could put up a sign? Because obviously we can't do anything about them standing on those corners asking for donations. But is there any way you could convey the message to them, clean up where you stand? Because when I tell you, especially on Abercorn and Victory Drive, Abercorn and Durin, the major thoroughfares, that's where you see a lot of trash. And, you know, I can't knock them for trying to get money to get a place to stay, but clean up the area because it's looking really, really bad in our city. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Alderman Pertee.
Move to enter executive session.
Thank you all.
Second and third.
Thank you all so much. We have a motion and second. All in favor? Aye. All opposes?
Third floor.
We'll be back in our chambers at 2 o'clock.
Councilwoman,
We did
third
something
floor.
on the median. It's not being implemented. What did we do? We did something last year.
Welcome to SCC PSS News right here on Savannah Government TV. Features, news, information, and much more on the Savannah Chatham County Public School System. I'm Ken Slatz. Certainly a major start to the school year with the opening of several East Bloss-funded buildings, including a new Windsor Forest High School and Bloomingdale Elementary School, and an incredible sports campus at the Davis Edwards Harris Educational Complex, home of Groves High School and Mercer Middle School, and now home to the brand new Board of Education Police Department. 2, 1.
Just to have a facility out here on the west side. Behind walls, this technology is lines that tie us in throughout the entire district.
It's a district-wide police annex combined with a West Side athletic complex, purpose-built with students, staff, and fans in mind.
Having this police annex here is foremost one of the best features that this stadium could possibly have, because we want everyone that enter into this stadium to feel safe.
Being here on this campus really says a lot about how we're maximizing the operation of our facilities, how we can work together, how we can build smart. You know, if you can build a field house and also house a critical department to the safety of your district, it makes good sense.
To have campus police right here is just that additional piece. You know, like Chief Enoch says, safety is probably the most important thing we can look over anything, right? And to protect our kids and our spectators who come to these games, and to know that this facility here, and there's not only the scheduled officers that will be here for the game, there'll probably always be a few more here, you know. So I think, yeah, people feel very comfortable coming to this facility.
It's a comfortable facility physically as well. A price tag around $34 million gives our campus police a state-of-the-art headquarters. At the same time, a full West Side athletic campus for multiple sports for multiple ages.
It provides opportunities for so many people that can now enjoy not only middle school sports, not only high school sports, but we have a youth baseball field so the youth can get involved, the entire community. More people can actually engage.
Not only for Groves High School for hosting their home games, but we have middle schools on this side of town that will utilize this for practice purposes for track. When Groves is not playing a home game here, we'll have another school playing a home game here. And middle schools, they play their games on Wednesdays, so we'll have middle school football games here on Wednesdays. JV football plays on Mondays. We'll have JV football on Monday. Flag football starting in October. They'll play like Tuesdays and Thursdays. So in October, we'll have an activity at our stadiums almost every day.
East Bluff's dollars spent well. Public safety to sports. The Davis, Edwards, Harris campus has it all. It's an awesome facility and one for those on the west side to be proud of. Now we'll hop on over to the east side, a story of remarkable Savannah High School sophomore. You see, Melvin Singleton is this year's Youth Peace Builder, the honor bestowed upon him by our partners over at the Mediation Center of the Coastal Empire.
Just very excited for the news. My mama cried too. I just wanted to jump up and down and just start dancing around. I got happy.
Mr. Melvin Singleton from Savannah High. Give it up for Melvin.
First thing is my community service and just me being a very inspiring person in the community.
His inspiration comes from his mom, along with the Upward Bound program, which is an SCCPSS partnership with Savannah State University, providing fundamental support to students in their preparation for college entrance. And of course, more inspiration coming from the Mediation Center itself.
To me, it means just stop encouraging conflict and, violence around the world, especially in the youth. What's going on around the world now with the gun violence and stuff like that is very harsh and very just sad. So I would like to put a stop to that, or try to, so this movement means a very lot to me.
And he's only a sophomore at Savannah High with career aspirations leaning toward computer technology or marine biology or fashion designing or mass communications. One thing's for sure, Melvin's destined for leadership.
To me, I feel like being a leader is important because, being a follower isn't always the way to go. You might see a group of people doing something that's fun, but is it the right thing to do? It might not be. So, it's always that encouraging leap to take, but it's also scary as well because you might not know what somebody's going to think of it.
Congratulations, Melvin. Well-deserved. Also honored at Peace in the Park, our Police Chief Terry Enoch named First Responder Peace Builder of the Year, and a couple of our partners receiving honors as well. Molly Lieberman from Loop It Up Savannah is the Champion for Youth Peace Builder, and Parent University's Michael O'Neill is this year's Community Peace Builder. Congrats to all, and thanks to the Mediation Center. Peace in the Park, always just a wonderful time. And speaking of the Mediation Center, one of their biggest initiatives is called the Positive Peer Influencer Program. It's where our high schoolers lend their time and talents to our middle schoolers. And the program just keeps growing.
Don't feel like you're alone, because you're never alone. Yes, if you want to be an influencer, this is the way to do it.
In a positive peer way. That's the PPI program through the Mediation Center of the Coastal Empire. This partnership with our school system has grown from around 60 PPIs a few years ago to this year's enrollment nearing 300.
It shows you that there is going to be a change. There's a shift in our community of now our young people having a voice and stepping up and saying, this is what we have going on. I have a program that I can be a part of, and a program that I can kind of show my power and then my voice. So it's really amazing just seeing that us high schoolers, that we want to help out, we want to reach, we want to talk to the younger kids to let them know things are going to change. Even though yes, it's hard, it gets better. You just got to keep pushing, you got to keep moving, and don't let nobody tear you down, and just believe in yourself that you will always be able to do it.
Positive peer influencers from our high school trained to go into our middle schools and provide that bridge over rough waters.
It's really just a way I feel like me and many of my other peers can extend our leadership experience as well as educate the younger kids because they will be in high school soon.
We're here to help, middle schoolers who's coming to high school, not be easily peer pressure into doing drugs and, being easily influenced in doing things that they really don't want to do.
You just never know what anybody is going through or what anybody faces, the challenges that they go through when they wake up in the morning or sleep at night. Because some kids, they don't go to sleep at night. They scared because the thoughts and everything that they have going through. So us being here to help them, it makes them more comfortable, like they're not alone and they have somebody for them.
That's the main thing that we want to happen when the high school students, the influencers leave that room, is that child knows that there's someone that cares about them. They're even told, when you go to high school and you see me, say hi.
The Mediation Center brought the tools to the table so that the kids can make better decisions and how to make better decisions.
It's creating a culture, one of positively influencing. Michael Sarhat leads the Chatham-Savannah Counter-Narcotics team. He's instrumental in the birth of this program. The underlying goal is to steer students away from the dangers of drugs.
Most students, they don't open up to the adults how they do to their friends and their peers. So when you come to them as their age, as a teenager to teenager, they really open up more to you. They remember when I came to them and I spoke to them and I taught them about fentanyl and I taught them about all this different stuff. And they remember that and it sticks with them.
They're learning how to give a presentation and stand up. They're learning how to lead. They're learning how important civic duty is. I mean, the whole thing is, it's a win for the high school, it's a win for the middle schools, and it's a win for the country and the society, because hopefully we're curbing that. That's only one part of the overall plan when you're attacking the opioid crisis.
Because drugs, it's not good for you. It messes up your mindset. It messes up everything about you. And you just don't want to be put in that predicament. Yes, we do get peer pressure to do it, but anything could kill you.
We truly care about the well-being of the younger kids in our generation. Many of us want to help educate the younger ones because a lot of these issues are on the rise.
Nora Ziegler marches to the beat of her own drum.
Nora's going to be successful because she knows what she wants to do, where she wants to go. She has the motivation and the drive to get there.
She's well on her way. This fifth grader is a leader, already with career aspirations.
Well, definitely a marine biologist.
And what is a marine biologist?
It's where you discover, you can teach about marine biology, you can study about marine biology, and discover a lot about marine biology.
She really has shown herself as a role model in fifth grade, being the friend to everybody.
This friend captured our superintendent's Student of the Month honor to open up the 2025-26 school year.
I'm a really good student because my parents not push me, but they encourage me to do really good in school, and I want to make my parents proud.
Nora's been doing that for quite some time, on a roll the past 2 years, surpassing typical iReady growth in both reading and math, and earning a Science Achievement Award last year.
I've noticed that when she wants to do something, she does what she needs to do to get there.
And congrats to Nora Ziegler and White Bluff Elementary School. Nora named our superintendent Student of the Month for August. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go away. Another student spotlight. Kaviana Aiken is a Gator at Myers Middle School. Her feature coming up. Plus, we have a new feature called Where Are They Now? SCCPSS graduates going on to big success. It's a Windsor Forest graduate meet with a unique tie to their brand new school. Stay tuned. SCCPSS News on CGTV. We'll be right back.
Hey, I'm Ava Brown, graduate of the Savannah Chatham County Public School System, class of 2025. I'll be attending Albany State University in the fall. Finding a place where you belong is so important. SCCPSS offers many opportunities for all students. You're sure to find a place where you belong and make sure every day counts.
You
You belong here.
It's time for you to hop on the bus and drive to the school district.
I love my weekends off.
Dealing with kids, it's something very, very important.
I keep doing it because I like, working with the kids.
And I love my coworkers.
Good healthcare. We got dental, vision, life insurance.
Take the step. Give it a shot.
You belong here.
You belong here.
Your child's Live Oak Public Library Play Card opens up a world of discovery. This free card is key to imagination, inspiration, entertainment, and education. ABC Mouse, e-reads, digital collections, and crafts. It's more than a library card. And by the way, no overdue fines. You can also use your Play Card for big discounts, sometimes free. Want to check out the Savannah Children's Museum, the Jepson Center, or Georgia State Parks? Yep, your Play Card's the key. So don't wait. Take advantage of the Play Card, used freely at Live Oak Public Libraries and beyond.
Hey, I'm Ava Brown, graduate of the class of 2025.
Ava Brown.
I'll be attending Albany State University in the fall, taking with me skills I learned in school, especially when it comes to attendance. Attending school every day matters because you belong here.
And welcome back to the show. We appreciate you joining us for all the news from the Savannah-Chatham County Public School System. Early learning is gathering steam here at SCCPSS. Major East Bloss funding pumped into the Early Learning Center at Formey. It's a magnificent building, setting the stage for learning even before kids enter kindergarten.
2, 1.
With that, the official reopening of the Early Learning Center at Henderson E. Formey Jr. School. A magnificent transformation through a $14 million renovation.
And most importantly, the community's investment through East Bloss. It is what is making this possible for our students.
And we say thank you to the voters who said yes. Yes, I will continue East Bloss. Yes, I trust you with the extra penny from our hard-earned paycheck.
This renovation project shows that we can provide teachers and staff, as well as students, the best educational environment in our district.
And we see the results. The Early Learning Center is on Broad Street on Savannah's east side. Originally opened in 1989 as East Broad Street Elementary.
It is so important for our youngest learners to have excellent learning opportunities. And that does start with what they see and experience in the physical layout of the building, what's on the walls, what they see on the playgrounds.
This renovation contributes to student success when students, faculty, and staff enter a site that is clean, pristine, bright, beautiful. It ignites the passion for teaching as well as learning, and it creates a desire to want to come to work.
Early learning is what it's all about. You start early, you proceed, and you finish early. Give youngsters, spark them with the fire that will never burn out, a love for learning.
Sylvester's dad, Henderson, has his name on the Early Learning Center. An educator himself, former principal at Hubert Junior High, and first African-American superintendent of our school district.
It is a celebration of an enduring legacy of a remarkable individual.
It was H.E. Formey's specific desire to start youngsters early. So H.E. Formey practiced what he preached. He'd be looking down very proud to see if we're trying to carry the tradition on.
This tradition, open to pre-K, kindergarten, and first graders, aligns with district-wide goals to create inspiring, secure, and high-quality learning environments for its youngest students. From our littlest to our oldest, we've started a new franchise called Where Are They Now? Graduates from SCCPSS going on to make a difference. Mara Parker is a Windsor Forest graduate in construction. And how cool is it that she helped build the brand new Windsor Forest High School?
My name is literally written within the walls of the school.
You see, Mara Parker works for J.E. Dunn Construction, the general contractor for Windsor Forest New High School.
Efwa Adiza Parker.
Or simply Mara Parker. She's also a 2021 graduate of Windsor Forest High School.
Certainly lucky. I didn't really expect to be here. So this is the CTAE construction lab. This is going to be for carpentry.
Which is her forte. Mara is a carpenter for J.E. Dunn, having learned many of the skills needed from her days inside the walls of the Knight's Castle.
And the program actually provided an internship to work with the school system and different construction partners, and that's how I discovered J.E. Dunn and ended up applying.
There's definitely a higher level of pride there because, you know, she's a lot more recent grad and she is a product of the construction program here, so she actually, you know, the skills she uses every day, she picked up here on this campus.
Not only carpentry skills, but leadership skills as well.
I joined JRTC because I was really shy. Yeah, it's really helped with being more outgoing, being able to work with people better in the teamwork aspect.
She was very dedicated to the program, very motivated to do everything that we had to offer.
And I was a squad leader for quite a bit of time, and I was part of the drill team. So we did all of our competitions. We marched in the parades.
She was always inquisitive, and you knew the questions that she was asking were those to make her better and try to figure out how she could be better, and also for the JRTC program, how she could make the program and the students around her to be better cadets.
And this former Windsor Forest cadet is proud to be back helping build the new high school and comfortable using her skills on the job every day.
I've worked with some great people over the years. You met Cyrus, so I've been working with him ever since I started, and yeah, he's been great.
Yeah, the carpentry skills, the work ethic, she's got a very strong work ethic and work circles around some of her peers. And I think a lot of that has to do with the pride she takes in this job and the other work that she's done with us.
And to see her take that step and now being successful over in that career is exactly what we're trying to do in the JRTC program and what we're trying to do with Savannah-Chatham County Public School Systems, getting them to be career ready, go out the door and pursue their dreams.
Mara Parker, proud graduate of the Savannah-Chatham County Public School System, making a difference in our community.
Windsor Forest High School is more than just a school. It is a legacy, a home, and a castle where greatness is forged.
And greatness will continue to forge ahead in a brand new $92 million castle on Savannah's South Side. Fully funded through the penny tax, that's the education special purpose local option sales tax. More than a third of that paid for by visitors to Chatham County.
I'd like to take a moment to offer thanks to the community for the support of East Blust. Without East Blust, we would not have schools like this. This is the first fully funded new building in District 6, so I'm proud to have made that a fruition.
Your community's investment through East Blast was an exercise in your trust of the district and your investment in the future of the students who attend now and for generations to come.
These are just state-of-the-art machines.
Pathways like HVAC training, remote pilot training, and construction training, all a part of the new castle.
And now students have expanded learning opportunities. We had a lot of these pathways, carpentry, the construction lab, HVAC drone, but now we've brought in state-of-the-art equipment, larger facilities, not just re-renovated rooms, but rooms that were built with the intention to teach future generations these trades so they can go straight from high school into the workforce.
Its walls are not only built of brick and mortar, but of dreams, of determination, and of the shared belief that every student who enters here will leave empowered, prepared, and proud.
Windsor Forest High School is designed to serve nearly 1,200 students. Check this out: 8 science labs, 10 CTAE labs, art studios, band and choral hall, auditorium, JROTC wing, and much, much more inside the walls of the castle.
As we open the doors to this new building with the most modernized amenities, inspiring learning places, advanced technology, and safety features, and other amazing aesthetics, there is no doubt you will continue to lead and all will follow.
Congrats to the folks on the South Side. A magnificent new castle to be proud of. Now we wrap up our episode 4 of SCC PSS News with another student spotlight. Kaviana Aiken from Myers Middle School is a shining star in Gatorland.
When you think of a Myers Gator, that is Kaviana.
Kaviana Aiken, a 13-year-old who's a big part of the gifted cohort at Myers.
So the classes I'm taking right now, I've been in these classes since I was in elementary school. These are the advanced classes. So when you're in advanced classes, since I'm in the 8th grade, I'm not doing 8th grade math. I'm doing high school math. So once I get in high school, I can graduate earlier.
And to just see her develop over the years as a student athlete, but as a student, she has done wonders. She's one of my Rocks girls this year. She's also one of the ambassadors that we use. We have tours for the elementary schools. She's a cheerleader. She's a go-getter.
A go-getter who was recently elected to the top spot for the City of Savannah's Youth Council.
You're doing stuff to help the community. You're also learning more stuff about Savannah because there's a lot more stuff to Savannah than we all know. As a president, I have to have a positive energy. I have to be leading all the meetings. I will also be making plans and changes, and I will also be there when there's a tie with votes and stuff. So it's a lot more stuff.
She has potential to go far with her leadership skills. Just even how she represents herself through day to day. She's a student that we don't have to talk to.
Please help me congratulate Kaviana Aiken, the Superintendent Student of the Month for September.
I think it was based off of my character and my good grades.
The future is bright because Kaviana knows where she's going.
What I wanted to do in the future was be a nurse, an OBGYN nurse. I already told my mom, and if that doesn't work out, I either want to be a real estate agent. I know what comes to it, and I know what I need to do for it.
Kaviana's going to steer herself in any direction she chooses, and she's going to make her name for herself wherever she goes.
This outstanding student also cheers, plays volleyball and basketball and track and field, well deserving of our Superintendent's Student of the Month. Certainly a bright future for Kaviana. That'll do it for this edition of SCC PSS News on SGTV. Be sure to check us out online, sccpss.com. Thanks to the City of Savannah and SGTV for allowing us for this time. I'm Ken Slatz. For all of us here at Savannah Chatham County Public School System, have a great day.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ariana Dorsey from the Office of Marketing and Communications, and on behalf of the City of Savannah, we want to welcome you to the ribbon cutting ceremony for Dundee Cottages. Yes. Today, we're not just celebrating new homes, we're also celebrating what they represent, which is dignity, opportunity, and community. This is a moment, years in the making, and a powerful example of what happens when vision, collaboration, and partnership come together for a shared purpose. We're also going to try to be brilliant and brief today because we have gotten wind that there is a train that comes in about 11:30, so we want to make sure nobody gets stuck. So before we begin, I want to make sure we recognize some very special guests in the house today. First, I'd like to acknowledge our Mayor, Van Johnson, here, as well as our, members of our Savannah City Council. We are now in District 3, so I want to recognize Alderwoman Linda Wilder-Bryan, as well as Alderwoman Dr. Estella Edwards-Shabazz. Yes. We're grateful for your leadership and continued commitment to housing and community development here in Savannah. I'd also like to recognize our city leadership team and our service center chiefs. We have our city manager, Jay Melder, and our assistant city manager, Taffy Young, here.
Also, our Chiefs of Public Safety, Chief Lenny Gunther and Chief William Handy. We also have, yes, that's a clap. We have Chief Gene Pravat, Chief Joe Shearhouse, Chief Melissa Carter, Seisha Carlisle, Ron Feldner, and Chief Faye DeMassimo. Yes. Thank you all for your leadership and partnership in helping grow Savannah together. I'd also like to recognize any past or present elected officials here today. I did see Chairman Chester Ellis from Chatham County, yes. And also any members of clergy, if you could just wave your hand. Yes, thank you so much for being here. Now please join me in welcoming District 3's own Alderwoman Linda Wilder Bryan, and immediately following will be Mayor Johnson. Thank you.
Good morning! Good morning! Hey! I got a whole list of stuff that I want to say. I'm going to read it because I don't want to miss anybody. Thank you. So, I just want to cry. I do, and they're happy tears. Because when people said that this kind of stuff couldn't be done, we had a mayor who's been awesome. No matter what you've heard, you got to believe what you see. We had 3 city managers, starting with Pat Monahan, then Michael Brown, and then Jay brings up the rear. I really don't need this, but I'm going to let y'all go ahead and use this right here because they are tears of joy. I'm going to have to wipe my eyes because I want to thank everybody. But first, I just want to say, for I was hungry and you gave me food. I was thirsty and you gave me drink. They were strangers and you welcomed them into 39 cottages. And you did it all in the mighty 3rd District. It is a story that has to be told. It's a litmus test. And so if it can work here, it can work anywhere. But I'm popping my collar because it worked here first, you know? And that is a good thing. Jesus said I was homeless, and you gave me a home. This partnership right here, this partnership, let me hear you say this partnership. This partnership. Well, you got to say it like you mean it. This partnership. That's better. It really is. This partnership is a result of real hope, love, and resilience. Starting with Mr. Taylor over there. We don't have to recreate the wheel. We just have to keep the wheel greased. And that's what we're doing here. This partnership with the City of Savannah, Chatham Land Bank Authority, the Community Housing Services, Chatham Savannah Authority of the Homeless, and the Savannah Affordable Fund. These 39 cottages offer affordable rent ranging from $650 to $800 with everything included, especially love. The Housing Authority Action Plan adopted by the City Council, and y'all know where we were, but there was love that conquered all. And love is the greatest. It's the greatest of all. This vacant land started with, and I'm going to be really quick, but not really quick, because I want y'all to hear everything. Let me hear you say everything. Everything. Mr. Brown back there, we started out on President Street, an area that me and my children have been serving for a while. When people said that they were non-existent, we knew that they existed, that they were here, and they needed our help. Not only did we provide, are we providing this beautiful living space for citizens, and they are citizens in our city. We also provided work for minority people here, minority business owners here, starting from the ground up with Mr. Brown and his sons from SAVE. They cleared the land. And then Michael, the magician, Michael the builder. Let me hear you say Michael the magician builder. Michael the magician builder. He's over there, he's hiding. But he made this stuff happen, and he's been a wonderful partner. And so, kind of got off script, but the housing plan with the city council in 2021 provided this vacant land. It provided jobs. What started out as a need to change the trajectory, the care for the less than, it became the best than. Without a vision, there are no visionaries. So I had a vision that started out with tents. We collected over 200, maybe 250 tents, right, that we wanted to exchange out so that the tents that our roofless people, because they weren't homeless, they were roofless. We provided that for them so they can change. But if you know anything about Pat Monahan, he's a visionary too. He's like, I think we could do better than tents. And I said, okay, I'm listening. What we gonna do, Pat? And he created this. Anita Smith-Dixon, Jan Darcy, her staff. And so I had a vision, and I want you to know that I'm proud of that vision, but I cannot have a vision without other visionaries. I'm not a perfect leader, but one who believes that if one person is hungry, then we're all hungry. And if one person is homeless, then we're all homeless. I'm grateful. Together we did this. I just want to protect all of us at the same time. And we have to have leaders who do this. And if we cannot be led by people who are bold and courageous and not afraid of no, then y'all need to find y'all some more leaders. Let me hear you say, find more leaders.
Find more leaders.
Leaders who are going to believe in the less than, leaders who are going to not stop at no, and leaders who are not going to be afraid. So in this city, in this awesome city that we call the hostess city, it would not be of God if we can't host our own. So before there was an alderman, Linda Wilder Bryan, there was a mother. I never wanted to be on city council, had no aspirations at all. But I'm here because of a stolen son. And everything that I do is because I had a son that was stolen. He had dreams, deferred dreams, and he's not the only one. That was a bloody year, and I decided in August to run, and I lost. Ran against Carol Bell, and she won, but guess what? I got 46% of that vote because there were other visionaries who wanted more in this city. So here comes 2020, when everybody said that they were going to do better, and we were going to turn a page, and we were going to make this city whole. Well, we kept this city whole with glue and spit and courage and people who cared. And I was not the only one. And so if you look around, there are so many moving parts, so many people that I remain so grateful for. And if it had not been for my son, whose blood is in this city, y'all would not get Linda. And people have said all kind of things about Linda, but one thing they have not said about Linda is that she is a fighter, she does not give up, and she's fighting for everybody at the same time. And when you have leaders who pick and choose who they fight for, again, I need to hear you say, get a new leader, get another leader, get a new leader. And that could be me, but I'm telling you, I did the thing. But I didn't do it by myself. And I'm so grateful for those leaders who were not afraid of no, for Pat Monahan, for Michael Brown, for Lawrence Bryan III, for helping me in this battle to make our son known in the city where 400 Mothers are still waiting for justice. I'm not waiting for justice. I'm waiting for accountability, because justice cannot give me another grandson. It cannot say, Mom, what you doing? Or Mom, leave me alone. Or Mom, you tripping. If I could just hear, Mom, you tripping one more time, then it would be worth this journey. And so once you've been through the fight and gone through the fight with people who care and other people who are visionaries and people who do not care what is said, they only care about what is done. And we did that, City Council. And so I'm grateful, so grateful that my vision has manifested. Mr. Taylor, again, we can do better. And that is my dream for Savannah. You know, whoever you elect in this next election, I want you to know that is not of color, or gender, or religion, or race, or who you have in your bedroom, which is none of our business, right? It is people who are willing to work together for the greater good, the heartbeats, and all that is of God. This is of God. And so when we do things like this, we show God that we are here and that we understand. And this walk is easy because of people like you and people who get it. And these happy tears are tears. I'm so grateful and I'm so pleased, and God is pleased too. And so when nobody else wanted this, and when I said that I would take care of the homeless and single mothers and kids at risk and the elderly, we're gonna do all of that right here. But we've been doing that with an awesome mayor who's been going around the world, just doing amazing things. And even if he wasn't my friend, I would believe in his politics. And so we get stuff all convoluted, where we want to believe what people say when we know it's not true. We want to believe the worst in people, but I continue to believe the best in people. And love has no color, but it does have workmanship, and it's been hard work being who I am. I remain a committed servant, one who is guided by God. And I used to just be a little potty mouth on Facebook. My children would tell me, Mom, people gonna think you crazy. And that's okay, because the craziness, it filtered out, and it were people who believe. And guess what? I don't know about y'all, but crazy people get a pass. Yeah, they do. I've been called a lot of things, but I'm a child of God, one who has faith and one who believes. And I don't have to be perfect, and you don't have to be perfect either. But I have perfect love. And the people here, if you look around, you know, when we were in school, we used to say, the teachers used to kind of threaten us, and they bullied us, you know? They used to say, look to the left and look to the right. Some of you may not be here, but in 2025, that has a different meaning. We are losing our children. And so they are looking to the left and looking to the right, and some of their friends are not here. So this is a new beginning. This is for a better Savannah. This is a non-filtered Savannah, and this is a Savannah that cares. So every citizen deserves a place that they can call home. This is going to be home for a lot of people because of people like you. And so, I'm going to close this book. But y'all keep your hearts open to other things that make a city whole. We got to be brave, we got to be bold, and we got to be in lockstep with community partners because they work. God bless you all. God bless you all. Lawrence Bryant IV. Ashe. 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 For new beginnings. I wish you well. Thank you.
We'll be together, can't wait to see.
Good morning. Alderwoman Wilder-Bright took all my time, and she shifted my focus a little bit. So, I want to work off a little bit of inspiration. It's a great day in the greatest city on earth. We know her as Savannah, Georgia. There's a word that says to write the vision and make it plain upon the tablets. And in some translations it says, write it in big letters so that people can see it or read it on the run, so that those who see it can run with it. For the vision is yet at an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak. Though it may tarry, it may take a while, but it shall speak. And so that's where we find ourselves today. The vision is clear. Savannah will be a safe, environmentally healthy, and economically thriving community for all. And all means all. You can clap right there if you like. The plan was the Housing Savannah plan. In 2020, Savannah still did not have a housing plan to address housing inequalities and housing affordability. I see Israel Small back there. He will remember that. And one of the things I wanted to do was make sure we have a plan. How can we get to a vision if we don't have a plan? That's right. That's right. So we came up with the plan. Many members of the Housing Savannah Task Force are here. Wave your hands if you are on the Housing Savannah Task Force. We appreciate all the work. And from that came the Housing Savannah Action Plan, which was adopted by City Council. And we wrote this plan in very big letters. We published it so that everyone that saw it would know what direction we were going into. That we wanted to make sure that a home, a roof, would be a right to every single individual within our gates. Run with that. Run with it, City of Savannah Council. Run with it, Pat Monahan. Run with it, Michael Brown. Run with it, Jay Melder. Run with it, Land Bank Authority. Run with it, CHSA. Run with it, CHSA Development. Run with it, Homeless Authority. Run with it, Pat Shea. Run with it, KJ Construction. And this community ran with the plan that was from the vision. And now we find ourselves with the manifestation of part of the vision. But for us, Alderwoman Wilder-Bryan, 10 cities were not enough. That's right. So we look back to those who could do exceedingly abundantly above all we could think and expect and say, no, we're not going to do tents, we're going to do roofs. That's right. That's right. In this space. So in a place where folks one day said, could these bones live? Yes. Come on, Mr. Mayor. On this property that was left for dead. Come on, man. I tell you, these bones do live on this property because life is here again. Yes, sir. 39 furnished cottages, 39 roofs that represent real-life implementation of the plan from the vision. Next door, our sibling property, we have with the Homeless Authority veterans homes that have served as a national model. And between the two, we have more than 165 veterans over there, and those 46 homes add the 39 over here. In the near future, we will serve up to 120 individuals who may not have housing now, but they will have housing because of the vision. Amen. Plus, these residents will have amenities that we all deserve. computer lab, laundromat, private offices, meeting spaces, and services from our partners at the Homeless Authority. Visions don't work in silos. Visions work when people work together. And so I'm so grateful to our partners because although we celebrate, we don't celebrate alone. And we only celebrate and we dance in the end zone just for a moment because we have to get back on the field and continue to work. So Jay Melder, thank you. Taffany Young, thank you for leading this team to get over this finish line. Thank you to Team Savannah, the greatest team of municipal folks in the world. Wave your hand, Team Savannah. Give my folks a big round of applause. Because everything they do feeds everything that we do. To CHSA, Community Housing Services Agency, wave your hand. Thank you. Big round of applause for them. CHSA Development, the development arm, wave your hands so everybody can see you. Round of applause. Thank you. Our Land Bank Authority, wave your hand. Thank you for your work in this. There's plenty of love to go around. Martin Freddie, he's probably in the back somewhere. Point him out. Everybody point to Martin Freddie. Just point. Everybody turn around and point to him. Round of applause. I knew he would be hiding because that's what he does. To GM Shea Architects, where are you? Round of applause. Round of applause. Thank you. KJ Construction, we can build locally, yeah. Round of applause, come on. We can build locally. We can spend money locally. Yeah. Local money is spent locally. Yeah. And certainly to the Homeless Authority, round of applause, the Homeless Authority, yeah, round of applause. Stephanie Capel of our ICH, round of applause. And finally, a big round of applause for all of you. Because visions don't mean anything if you don't have folks that believe in the vision. And it doesn't mean anything if you have folks who won't just say, well, I don't think it's gonna work, but I'm gonna wait and see. And some folks said it ain't gonna work. So y'all wait and see, and now you get to see what this community can do. I issue, as I take my seat, this challenge that if we can come together and do this, what else can't we do? What else can't we do? And so my charge to this team as we dance around the end zone is where we're building next. What district is next? That's right. Which community is next? How big we're going to build? Because Savannah will be, shall be, is going to be a safe, environmentally healthy, and economically thriving community for ALL. God bless you. Thank you so much.
Let's give our mayor and alderwoman Linda Wilder Bryan another round of applause for their words and taking us to church. They definitely set the bar high for everybody to come after them. Now I want to bring up our city manager, Jay Melder.
All right, I need everybody to lower their expectations. The good news is most of everybody I needed to thank has been thanked 3 times, but I'm going to do it again. You know, I'm Jay Melder. I have the honor and the privilege of being the city manager and being a part of Team Savannah. This is dancing around the end zone for us. These are the things we worked hard for 4 years plus to bring this project to fruition. It's not easy to do projects the right way. It's not easy to take an immediate need and know that you've got to provide a permanent solution for it. And it's not going to be an immediate one. It's going to take time. You're going to have to build on the vision. You're going to have to put partnerships together, and you're going to have to do it the right way. These homes have to have as much dignity as any other home built in this city and in this region. The ground has to have the right utilities, has to have the right infrastructure. It has to be dry and safe and high, and we have to do it the right way. And this team did it the right way. So again, I want to thank Team Savannah, everybody who was involved in this process. Of course, Taffney Young and Martin Freddy and the housing team. Of course, our Interagency Council on Homelessness. But projects like this, everybody is involved in this, from our city engineering and development services to stormwater, to water and sewer, to transportation, to budget, to management, to finance. Everybody is involved in this project. But the city can't do it alone either. The city has to have great partnerships and has to use the partnerships that we have in very creative and innovative ways to do the things that we need to do. We've got great partnerships in the Land Bank Authority. We've got great partnerships in CHSA. We've got great partnerships in the Homeless Authority. We've got great partnerships with community groups like the Skidaway Abigails, who came to furnish all of the and set up all of the cottages today. We have wonderful community members who take time out of their morning to walk here just to keep up with the progress and let us know what's moving forward and what's stalling out. It takes those kind of partnerships and those kind of community. And I want everybody to look around the space that we're in today. It wasn't an accident that we designed a square, 2 squares in the middle of this community. This is a gathering space. This is a community. This is a neighborhood, and we wanted to build it as such so that people had dignity. They had a place, they had a home, they had a community. And I think that the progress and the success that we've seen with the Tiny Village, thank you so much to the Homeless Authority, that's proof positive that these communities can work. And we were more than happy to help build more and to help expand that community in the right way. And Mayor, when you say what's next, we've got a whole lot of what's next. The next ribbon cutting is going to be at 916 MLK for 18 2- and 3-bedroom apartments for families that are leaving homelessness. After that, it's going to be 20-odd brand new homes on Dawes Avenue, affordable for working and low-income families. After that, 398 housing units at the old fairgrounds property. 100% affordable. This is the work that we can do when we have vision, when we have a plan, and when we have partnerships that come together and make it work, and when we have a community that says not only good job, thanks for doing this, but to demand us to do these things like this in the future. So thank you for demanding us to do these projects. We're so grateful for that demand. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. As you've heard from everyone before, to have a vision and fulfill it, you need to have multiple visionaries. So now we want to recognize all of our partners that also played a huge part in bringing today forth. So first we'll hear from Gregory Anderson from the Land Bank Authority, and then immediately following we'll have Deborah Wright from CHSA. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Glad to be here. I rise on behalf of the Chatham County City of Savannah Land Bank Authority, and we're glad to be here. Today is a day of celebration. This is tremendous, and we're glad to be a part of it. After almost over 30 years of service to this community, the Land Bank Authority is grateful for the opportunity to be a partner in these types of endeavors. We certainly increase our participation in every level that we can through the Land Bank Authority. And we know that these things are important to this community, and Savannah Land Bank Authority is part of that community. we're honored to be part of the collaboration is the word today. And we have so many agencies, so many partners that we just have to acknowledge, and some have already been acknowledged. We'd like to thank, certainly, as part of the Dundee College's project, when like-minded individuals and organizations come together and pool their resources and begin to strategize and come up with plans that we've heard about and move forward together, then there's not anything that this community cannot accomplish. So we're thankful for the opportunity today as we celebrate. So we're thankful for the City of Savannah. We're thankful for the Chatham-Savannah Authority for the Homeless, CHSA, Development Incorporated, and other partners that we've come alongside with and had the opportunity to participate with. So again, today is a day of celebration. I'd like to certainly recognize the board for the Land Bank Authority. Certainly Linda Kramer, who may not be here, Taffney Young. We also have Tamika McPherson, who serves as our secretary, and of course, the great Martin Freddy, who is our vice chair. So we come alongside of this community today as part of the partnership that is celebrating. So we thank you for the opportunity to participate this morning, and I'll leave you with these words. And the Alderwoman began it. Look what the Lord has done. It's marvelous in our eyes. Amen.
Good morning. It gets harder and harder when you speak behind so many people with so many wonderful things to say, and to thank everyone that's been a part of what goes on in the Savannah communities. As chair of the Community Housing Servicing Agency, I want to take a moment this morning as well to recognize our board. If they would just raise their hand. I know we'll recognize a lot of people this morning, but everybody is so deserving and this project is so important that we need to continually recognize those who have a part. So for CHSA, would you just wave your hand? Fred Masson, Dick Evans, Alicia Gaffney, Bernie Byer, Chad Jacobs, Yvette Hester, Marsha Buford, Michael Stevens, Naomi Brown, and Sherry Butler. I would also like to take a moment to recognize the hard-working team at CHSA. Miss Anita Smith-Dixon. She's way in the back over there, but Adela Smith. Simone Gilbert, and Janice Azario. Thank you all. One more I would like to really recognize as well is our legal counsel, Attorney Stuart Halpern. Where are you? He's in the back there. He's with Weiner, Shearhouse, Waits, Greenberg, and Shaw. We thank each of them for all their hard work. CHSA is excited to be a part of the team financing and developing this community. Established in 1989 by local government, business, and community leaders. CHSA is a nonprofit housing organization that helps finance the renovation, construction, and development of affordable and workforce housing. As a community development financial institution, CHSA has also managed and raised funds for the all-important Savannah Affordable Housing Fund since its inception in 2012. Dundee Cottages is an excellent example of public and private partnership at work in our local community. But more importantly, it is an example of local dollars at work in our community. The Housing Savannah Action Plan calls for the Savannah Affordable Housing Fund to grow $10 million plus annually by 2032 from local government, business and philanthropic investments. This investment will help us reach 1,500 plus Savannah households annually. Currently, about 21,000 or 40% of Savannah households cannot afford housing in Savannah due to rising housing costs. Many of these households are hardworking citizens who serve as the modest income engine and that makes Savannah economy a success. Yet they can't afford housing. Without quality, affordable housing for our workers, Savannah's businesses and economy will be hurt. While federal funding continues to decrease, I encourage you, again, I encourage you to donate to the Savannah Affordable Housing Fund. Can I say that one more time? I encourage you to donate to the Savannah Affordable Housing Fund. Your funding is needed. Where all the donated funding goes toward funding housing initiative, and where Savannah Affordable Housing Fund dollars leverages at least $8 in additional needed investment. So again, I thank you. We appreciate our partnerships and those who we work with. So thank you for joining us in this momentum occasion. Now I would like to invite our next speaker, if I may, Ms. Marsha Buford, President of CHSA Development.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm going to grow. Good morning. It is so good to be here this morning. And I came to just echo what everybody else has said. It is a wonderful morning, a wonderful occasion, and we are so grateful for all of the beauty that we see around us this morning. I would like to take a moment to recognize CHSA Development Board of Directors. If you would please raise your hands. Ms. Naomi Brown, who's not here, who was excited about being here, but something came up this morning and she's not here. Mr. Dick Evans, Mr. Bernie Byer, and Ms. Sherry Butler. Thank you for all of your hard work. CHSA Development is pleased to be the project developer of this $6 million exciting new community and helping fulfill the vision of the Housing Savannah Action Plan. As an experienced nonprofit affordable housing development, our involvement helps reduce the cost of development, which in turn helps make it possible for the housing to be high quality and affordable. We're also pleased to have worked with our partners, and I'm going to echo what everybody else has said because I think they just deserve a little bit of celebration. Our partners at GM Shea Architects, would you please raise your hands? If you're here, Pat Shea, LaToya Waters, and Meredith Stone, they assisted with the design of what we see today. And what an asset to this neighborhood, the mighty, mighty, mighty 3rd District. I was looking for the 3rd District. Mighty 3rd District. The mighty 3rd District and the Savannah community. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We would also like to recognize Sandra Wade from Floor and Decor. They were generous. Thank you, Ms. Wade. They were generous for their donation of the backsplash and the tile and the bathroom countertops for the 39 cottages. Can we give them a hand? Finally, I would like to recognize the builder, Kenneth Jenks. He's the owner of KJ's General Contractors and his team. Mr. Jenks, will you and your team please wave. City of Savannah, brother. Thank you, thank you. Mr. Jenks is a veteran, and his firm is a certified Veterans Administration builder. Thank you for your hard work and dedication to producing the beautiful and thoughtful housing that we see today. Thank you again as we celebrate this momentous occasion. Now I would like to introduce Karen Gunn, Board Chair for Chatham-Savannah Authority for the Homeless.
Thank you. I will try to be brief. I won't promise brilliance, but I just want to acknowledge and thank a few people that we've already heard a little bit about today, but CSAH, the board for having the courage to take on a project of this size, and the financial responsibility and the human responsibility for caring for the individuals that will inhabit these houses. So CSAH board members, if you could raise your hand and please accept my sincere thanks. I want to recognize the ICH board chair, Jennifer Davenport, who is here. This type of project takes system-level coordination, and that's something that doesn't happen by accident. It requires both city and county working together. It requires coordination among service providers, the faith-based community, the medical community, law enforcement, criminal justice systems. And so there's a lot of work that happens behind the scenes that is represented in a celebration like today. So Jennifer, thank you to you and your board for your leadership. I also want to recognize the service provider community. I've seen so many of you represented today. If you work for, volunteer for, or are a part of a nonprofit serving the homeless in our community, raise your hand. Y'all, these are the real heroes in our community. When you choose to work in this space, it's not a job, it's a calling, because every day can feel like a fight. And you're fighting to save lives and to bring dignity to those that are less fortunate than some of us sitting here today. And it takes heart, and it takes courage, and it takes dedication. And so I'll leave you with a simple message today. It's about community, and it's about connection. So look around and thank your blessings that we are all fortunate to live in Savannah and Chatham County, because this is a community that gives back, and this is a community that leans in. And when we all lean in, we all win, and we get to celebrate days like today. So thank you. Yeah. And I get the distinct honor and privilege of introducing our next speaker, Ms. Jennifer DeLong. I can't tell you how inspiring I find this woman. She is a leader. She is fearless. She is courageous. And when you see something going sideways in our community, or you see a need, she is the one that is running towards the problem with her bag full of solutions. And I don't know where she gets it, but she digs deep and she always finds a way. So it is my unique and distinct pleasure to introduce Ms. Jennifer DeLong.
I don't know what I did to deserve that, but thank you, Chairwoman Karen Gwynn. It's an exciting day. I feel like if you just gave us some wings, we could all fly around this place, because it's a win for Chatham-Savannah. It's a win for the disenfranchised. It's a win for every single person here, but more than that, it's a win for sometimes the people who feel voiceless and unseen. So this is a win. This is a transformative project and program. So I'll start with my speech now, and I'll be so fast. I get accused of talking really fast, though. Today we gather not just to celebrate the opening of Dundee Cottages, but we gather to honor a vision, a movement, and a promise kept city of Savannah. So thank you. Dundee Cottages is more than a housing development. It's a beacon of hope for our citizens escaping the trauma of homelessness and housing instability. These homes represent safety, stability, and the dignity that every human being deserves. The dignity that every human being deserves. They are deeply affordable, thoughtfully designed, and rooted in compassion. This community was born from the success of the Cove at Dundee Veterans Tiny House community, and some people were like, yes, do that, and others were like, no, we don't think it's gonna work. But it was the litmus test. Thank you, Linda Wilder Bryant, for saying that. It was the litmus test, and we proved to ourselves in this community that by doing tailored interventions with long-term investment, you can reduce homelessness. This community has reduced veteran homelessness by 85% in the last 8 years. Congratulations, Chatham, Savannah. That is an incredible win for our community. The Cove showed us what's possible when we center humanity in housing, and Dundee Cottages builds on that legacy with even greater reach and purpose. We begin by extending a heartfelt thanks to Mayor Van Johnson, whose commitment to ending homelessness continues to shape a more compassionate Savannah, and to Linda Wilder Bryan of the mighty 3rd District, whose tireless advocacy for our unhoused neighbors has been nothing short of awe-inspiring. She has stood with us. She has fought for us. She has lifted every voice that too often goes unheard. We're proud to recognize the power of the Savannah Affordable Housing Fund. We are proud to recognize the power of the Savannah Affordable Housing Fund, whose support has been instrumental not only in this innovative housing initiative, but also in the development of the final phase of the Veterans Tiny House community next door. That's right. The Savannah Affordable Housing Fund helped us finish the Veterans Tiny House community. In 2022, we had 23 tiny houses next door. Now we have 46. We have 2 clubhouses. We have a permeable walking path. We have outdoor space. And thanks to generous donors, the Colonial Dames and others, we have a beautiful outdoor pavilion. If you haven't gone to the Veterans Tiny House community to walk around, you should. It is awe-inspiring. It's incredible. Their investment in deeply affordable housing continues to transform lives and neighborhoods across our city. And finally, we owe a deep gratitude to the bold leadership of our former board chairs, Mr. Julian Miller. Are you here, Mr. Julian Miller? Because you should definitely raise your hand, sir. He was here, he was hiding, he might have had to leave. And Mr. Jimmy Smith, and also our current board of directors and chaired by Ms. Karen Gwynn, whose unwavering belief that strategic partnership, tailored interventions, and investment in long-term solution will help us attain our community's shared goal of functional zero. We also recognize the team at CSAH. Where's my team at CSAH? They are an awesome group of people. They are the heartbeat of this work. Every day, they walk alongside our unhoused friends and neighbors, not just in offices, but in the streets of Savannah, with a shared mission to see people housed, healed, and thriving. Their outreach is personal, persistent, and deeply compassionate. The housing team provides daily support and builds trust, helping residents rebuild their lives with dignity and purpose. Their unwavering commitment transforms cottages into homes and homes into pathways for healing and hope. To Mr. Kenny Jinks and his construction team. I know we keep saying these names over and over again, but it's a magnificent day, and we just got to recognize the people who brought this vision to life. We say thank you, sir, and thank you for your service. Your craftsmanship, your care, and your commitment to quality have created more than structures. You've built sanctuaries, and you've built futures. This project is a result of an extraordinary collaboration that began over 3 years ago. We are deeply grateful to the City of Savannah, City Manager Jay Melder, and the Housing Department led by Mr. Martin Freddy, who likes to hide, but he's the idea fairy who oftentimes makes these things happen. So thank you, sir. And our local business donors, Truist Bank, Wells Fargo, and South State Bank, countless individual donors who gave generously, the Colonial Dames, the Abigails. You didn't just invest in building, you invested in people. We're investing in people. We're investing in people's lives here. This is amazing. These homes, they look like one resident will be here, but look at these homes and remember they're 100-story homes. It looks like one story, but every home should be a 100-story home. In the next 10 years, we should have attritioned dozens of families and individuals in and out of these homes. In the last 4 years at the Veterans Tiny House community, 167 veterans who are attritioned into stable housing and attritioned out to live on their own, to be financially stable, to be resilient on their own, and living in this community, thriving, healed, whole. That's amazing. Let Dundee Cottages remind us that safe, stable housing is not a privilege, it is a fundamental human need. I'm going to say that one more time. Safe, stable housing is not a privilege, it is a fundamental human need. The homeless response system that the ICH supports, that we now have a 5-year strategic plan beautifully crafted, it starts with crisis response and every piece of it ends with a roof over someone's head. A roof in every iteration is the answer to the homeless experience. Every person's experience is different, their needs are different, the way their needs need to be met is very different. And this organization and all of our partners, Union Mission, Inner City Night Shelter, Salvation Army, Old Savannah City Mission, it just goes on, Emmaus House, and the list goes on, Goodwill. We need employment, we need housing, we need tailored interventions, we need mental health, we need health care, J.C. Lewis Healthcare. It just goes on. We can't do this alone. And so thank you to all of our partners. And let this moment ignite our commitment to keep moving forward, keep building with purpose, keep believing in a community where no one is left behind. As Philip Moffat once said, a house is a home when it shelters the body and comforts the soul. Thank you for being a part of this journey. And as we open these doors, we usher in hope and a shared vision for a community where every person has an opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
The wonderful thing about being mayor is you get to exercise mayoral privilege, and I'm going to do that right quick for a reason. Luther Vandross also said that a chair is but a chair, even if there's no one sitting there, but a chair is not a house. And a house is not, the Carpenters did it, but we like the Luther version better. I remembered while they were talking, I was in California with Mayor Karen Bass, and we were looking at containers that they were using, retrofitting for housing, and I was talking with a gentleman there about his experience, and he was talking about how happy he was to be in this space. And so I asked him why, why don't you use shelters? California has a lot of shelters, LA has a lot of shelters, and it was something I never really thought about, but he said that he experienced trauma in his shelter. And what he was so happy about was being able to, number one, have his own shower, and number two, have his own TV. And that just resonated with me. That the things we take so for granted, that folks that are unhoused just want the same thing. They want dignity, and they want space. And so we're doing that. I would be foolish, as much as we celebrate today, for us not to go back from where this blessing came from. So, Pastor Buford, would you please pray to dedicate these houses and a blessing for those who will live here? Is that all right? That's all right. All right. So I just know, you put things in order. So we want to end right because we want to begin right. Pastor Buford, would you all stand?
May we pray. Father, we just say thank you. Thank you for this day. Thank you for all that our eyes and our ears have seen and heard on this day. But we thank you for an opportunity to come and ask you to bless not just the grounds, but the buildings and those individuals who will inhabit these dwellings. We pray today, oh God, that the very presence of you will permeate this facility. God, today as we pray that every assignment of the enemy to come against this facility is bound in the name of Jesus. We pray today that the blood of Jesus covers every house, every cottage, every piece of furniture in Jesus' name. We pray, God, that there's a covering of Psalms 91 hovering over this place. We pray today, oh God, that as we give this back over to you, that you continue to bless it and to allow your hand to be good upon all that is here. Now, God, even as we pray that you will continue to give innovative ideas and creative imaginations to those who will be facilitating it. Allow them, oh God, to be sensitive to the ones who will be coming to live in these places. And today for that, we say thank you. We thank you today, God, and we praise you that you'll continue to bless every partner. Bless everyone who's had a hand in all that's done on today. And God, for that, we say thank you. We praise you now and we bless you for it. In Jesus' name, amen and amen and amen.
Thank you, everyone, for coming today. Thank you to our leadership and to our community partners. This has been a wonderful event. We will now ask all of our elected officials and partners to join us at the ribbon so we can officially cut it. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh, I know it's a Monday, but we can do better than that. Good morning. Good morning. I am so excited to welcome everyone to City Hall, to our beautiful rotunda and our beautiful restoration project. We are here for a fabulous annual event. Every fall around this time of year, we stand in these hallowed halls and we kick off a most meaningful activity, and that is our United Way fundraising campaign for 2026. I'm excited because I've been a longtime board member of United Way, and I've had an opportunity to see firsthand all of the wonderful work that United Way does, along with all of our community partners, all those nonprofit agencies that do such tremendous work. And this year is especially important because this year, we adopted our strategic plan, Savannah GPS. And in that plan, I think everybody's heard me say we have 6 goals, 20 objectives, and 84 strategies. And tucked away among those strategies, we have a strategy that encourages us to implement initiatives that foster stronger community connections and civic responsibility and promote civic engagement and volunteerism. So this is one of our annual efforts where we volunteer. We volunteer part of our resources to help our community at a time when they most need it. And our biggest partner in doing that is United Way, and I'm so grateful for United Way, and thank you so much for being here with us and partnering with us in our efforts to give. And so with that, I would like to introduce this year's campaign chair, Assistant Fire Chief Jack McCutcheon. Please give him a hand, and let's have him come up and kick us off.
So good morning. Very excited to be here. We have big plans for the campaign. I've told my team, and it is a team, I'm just leading the team. We're going to do service above self. We want to just go out there and give all the praise and all the good things the United Way does for our community, and make sure that we are giving back to our citizens. So with that, I would like to introduce a few people in the room. We have the interim fire chief, William Handy. We have our police chief, Lenny Gunther. We have our government ops chief, Gene Pravat. We have our management services chief, fairly new chief, Ms. Sasha Carlisle. Our planning and economical development chief, easy enough for me to say, Faye Carlisle, or Faye DeMassimo, sorry. A little flip there. And then our information and public affairs, Joe Shearhouse. So that's part of the Team Savannah team, but also with us today we have members of the United Way. We have Miss Cecilia Russo Turner, the president of the United Way, Ms. Kimberly Waller. And then our ambassador that will be helping our campaign, Mr. Christopher, good gracious, Christopher McDonald. With that, I'm going to pass it over to Mayor, let him get us started.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all and good morning, and certainly welcome to City Hall on this Indigenous Peoples Day or Columbus Day or whatever you call it here in the greatest city on earth. And we're back here for our annual United Way campaign, which is something that's very, very important to us, and really this year for some more specific reasons. Many of us were really disheartened when we received news this year that International Paper was closing. There were people who have worked there 30 years, 40 years, people who've worked there a couple of days, yet found themselves and still finding themselves in various terms of unreadiness or uncertainty. And I want you to know that the United Way was there. This entire weekend, I have heard from citizens, folks that happen to work for the federal government, where we all get paid on Friday, they don't know if they're getting paid this week. Their bills don't care that there's a government shutdown. They have to be able to make their way, be it medication, be it childcare, be it a variety of services. Well, guess what? The United Way is there. When I landed on Friday from Atlanta, I walked by people who at TSA came in on a flight that was manned by individuals in a control tower who were not getting paid. Well, when they need help, United Way is there. And so we have tried very, very hard in this city, certainly to make a commitment to invest in our employees, to do that financially, because we know that your bills don't exist on goodwill. But we also realize in our stewardship to you, there is a stewardship back to your community. And that is why United Way is so important and why we gather every year to be able to help to kick off our United Way campaign. Last year we made our goal, and I just had a quick powwow with the city manager and a quick powwow with the assistant chief, who is our campaign chair this year. We got to beat our goal. And as you know, this city, we don't play short. And we don't play low. We don't play small ball. We hit big, we go strong, we go hard. And so although the goal is what it is, I'm expecting that we smash that goal this year, and I believe we can do it. How do we do it? Well, we do it by creating a situation where everybody can't give all, but all can give some. And so whatever you give, I really would love to see every single employee in this organization, every one of our associates and our friends, to make a contribution. We're not in your pocket. We don't know what your life is like. We don't know how you're living, but you can give something. And I know that with our generosity that you have always shown, the generosity you have always given, that you will be able to help us to exceed our goal. There's a reason why the city of Savannah is number one. And it's not because we say we're number one, it's because we show that it's number one. So my full expectation and full belief and willing to bet everything on it is that when the numbers come out, the city of Savannah will again be the number one municipal campaign contributor, because that's what we do here in Savannah. So I appreciate all of you being here, appreciate our leaders, and again, for our leaders, leadership is shown. It's not just said. So I'm hoping that you will take the opportunity to create the atmosphere where these sessions can happen, people can learn about it, and more importantly, encourage people to give. But you encourage them by giving, by them seeing you give yourself. So that being said, I don't know if do I introduce the next person? I guess I do. Oh, back to you? All right, back to Chief. Thank y'all so much. But don't think you got off particularly to our leads. Y'all know it's getting ready to go down, right? So I'm not doing it right now, but I will be back. Just get ready.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor. In my, I guess, excitement and of the occasion, I forgot to introduce our city manager, Jay Melder. Probably should have done that, but he's the one that pays me. I probably should have been.
Night away.
Yes. So with that, I would like to bring up Miss Cecilia Russo Turner. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am so excited to see all of you here. It has been something with the City of Savannah that Van and I have worked very, very hard over the years to do. So we are so excited. This camaraderie with you, this connectivity with United Way is great. I'm Cecilia Russo Turner. I am the president and CEO of Cecilia Russo Marketing, and I am humbled and proud to be this year's Board of Directors chair. So that is the position I'm here today. And I'm going to speak on behalf of Ryan Chandler, who is the campaign chair this year and could not be with us this morning. So I just want to, number one, thank you all for being here and to talk a little bit about our theme, which is Join the Journey. And we all know that life is a journey and it's full of twists and turns. And so what we need is we need our United Way at all of those times. So the path forward isn't always a straight line. So it's good to, in these twists and turns, to have someone there to help with that. To catch. Good Lord, I'm forgetting the words now. To be that someone who's catching and someone who's lifting you up. So United Way is just that. So I'm here to invite you all to join the journey. I stand with Van and Jay and really just to make sure that you understand what it is that United Way gets excited about, and it's fueling the hope and being the driving force in transforming the lives in our community. So this journey isn't one that we can take alone, and we must do it together as individuals, as companies, as neighborhoods. We really want to make sure that we're all creating that powerful impact. So I'm not just here to talk on Ryan's behalf, I'm here to ask for you to join the journey. Just like the mayor was talking about as far as giving something, whether it be $1 a day, $1 a week, $1 a paycheck, that is what we want. We don't want you just to hear the theme, join the journey. We want you to be part of it. We want you to give so that you understand that journey through. But I think it's equally important to explain that if you need a hand, please ask. That's what we're here for. And if you can lend a hand, please do. That is what we're here for too. So we're here to be an advocate and to fundraise, but we're also here to volunteer. So it may not be in all of our best interests that you can give tons and tons of money, but you can give of yourself, which is most important and equally important. So United Way's journey has been one of service for over 85 years, and I'm proud to stand here and represent all of United Way and our board. There are always unmet needs in our community. So finding the intersection between those most vulnerable and the critical needs and who needs them, that is our destination. So I am going to take a little note out of Ryan's playbook and one of his quotes. So join the journey, because when we set out together with purpose, heart, and a shared vision, we don't just travel the mountains ahead, we move them. So there's not that many mountains in Savannah, but there are, and it's the journey of really working this together. So I invite you all to join the journey, and thank you very, very much for your commitment and for having us here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to bring up to the podium Ms. Kimberly Waller. She's the CEO and President of the United Way.
Thank you all so much. Thank you for having us here. We're so pleased to see you all. Join the Journey has turned into a really fun theme because there's a lot of puns that can be used. And the Journey song, Don't Stop Believing, is constantly in my head as a result of our kickoff. Anybody go to our kickoff? Yeah, it was played, and now the team plays it in the hallways all the time, which is it's gonna get played. So I just want to say, as mentioned, I'm Kimberly Waller. I'm the CEO here at the United Way of the Coastal Empire. I've been here for about a year and a quarter now, and this organization is powerful, but it's powerful because of you. United Way is our community's United Way. It doesn't belong to one person. It doesn't belong to one community, it's ours collectively. So I just want to say thank you, because it wouldn't exist without your generosity, both of your resources and of your time. So just truly thank you. And this has been such a powerful partnership, and I can't wait for this year. And I know the mayor already mentioned this, but you didn't just meet your goal, you exceeded your goal last year, which is amazing. So just give yourselves a round of applause. It's really a testament to Savannah Strong. You all are strong. As a Savannah resident, I just want to say also thank you for what you do, because you make this city the best city in the world. So thank you for that. I like to share a little bit about what we've done together over the last year, so you know where your resources are going and what they do. So when you give to the United Way, what does that mean? One of the things that we've done recently, over the last 2 years, we've invested in a data set. I'm a big data nerd. I love data. I love to use data in how we drive our decisions. I love to use data in how we improve our services and our resources. Because when you investing in the United Way, I want to be able to turn back to you and say, this is what you've accomplished. This is what we've done together. So we invested in a data set called ALICE. It stands for Asset Limited Income Constrained but Employed. And what we know from those data sets over the last 2 years is 43%, just over 43% of the families in our region are living in what's called the ALICE population, which means you're working, you may be above the federal poverty level, but you still are struggling to make ends meet, whether that's affording childcare, whether that's affording your rent or your mortgage or basic necessities like food or transportation. So we know we have a lot of work ahead on the journey together. I'm also stealing from Ryan, our campaign chair. He's often saying the journey is the destination. It's never really kind of that end. We're on this journey together. It is our destination together. So with our ALICE data, we know that our communities have needs. They need our resources. They need our support. They need the community to wrap around them. But over the last fiscal year, we invested in over 50 nonprofits that represent over 80 programs. These are nonprofits that you all partner with every day. These are nonprofits that we as a community lift up and use to support our community. And when we did some data analysis last year, our nonprofit infrastructure that we invest in, they supported community residents, families, children over 200,000 times. That is life-changing for families and kids. That is life-changing for our community, and it would not have happened without y'all. We also step in with critical services and direct service support where there are gaps or where there may be a need. Is anybody familiar with 211, not to be confused with 311? 211? Okay. So 211 is our information and referral service. Anybody across our community can call or email us at 211 at any time, and we provide resources and support to those families. It's really designed as a one-stop shop. And the mayor talked about changes with our federal employee partners and with TSA and with International Paper. What we do at United Way is we plan, we ramp up, and we track those callers and community residents who are impacted by that, so that we can use resources to get to them if they are in need of support. Last year, we supported over 8,600 people through our 211. That looks like it may be a referral to another nonprofit. It could be rental assistance and preventing families and kids from experiencing homelessness. We provide utility support. We provide transportation support. It's really a strong tool, and in the future, we have plans for strengthening it even further. We also, last year, provided close to 400 families with disaster relief efforts in short-term recovery. That's stuff that it can really destabilize destabilize a family very quickly when there's a crisis like that. So being able to intervene quickly and efficiently is really important to us. And we're still doing long-term recovery support now because we know that it takes time to recover from storms and disasters. We have our Read United initiatives. Our Read United Buddies is really, really a great program. I know that Faye has served as a Read United Buddy. Anybody else? Okay, I just wanted to acknowledge you if you did. But that program really is just an amazing, amazing program with incredible outcomes. Over 95% of the students increase their reading proficiency. 74% increased by a grade level or more. And that's because of volunteers who go into schools and connect with students who are behind in their reading proficiency. We do Backpack Buddies. Anybody familiar with Backpack Buddies programs? Students and kids who go home and rely on the school's breakfast and lunch, and they have food insecurity over the weekends. We want to make sure that they've got food support over that weekend. 53,000 meals were distributed over the weekend last year, and we have plans for ramping that up because we know that there's more need out there than we were able to serve last year. So by meeting your goal and maybe even exceeding it this year, that's where your resources go to help. It's an incredibly important program for those students. And you've heard volunteers, over 4,000 volunteers were engaged last year, and there's always opportunities to strengthen that even further. So I just wanted to say thank you, because all of that work, again, does not happen without you. And going forward, we have plans to strengthen and to grow and to make sure that we, as your United Way, are there to support our community going forward and beyond. So just thank you, thank you, thank you so, so much. And I look forward to the year ahead.
Thank you. So now I'm going to bring up our United Way ambassador for the city of Savannah, Christopher Middleton. Or McDonald.
That's okay. I'll be a Middleton today.
That's right. I need all this help.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I'm going to keep my remarks very brief. I'm very new to Savannah, and one of the first things that I've seen coming here is that this city operates and works together, and I love that. And our city employees, they embody that. And so it's so exciting to be able to work with them. And when we came to them and said, hey, you know, last Friday we had a meeting and we said, what do we want to accomplish here and how do we want to do this? The enthusiasm in that room was so strong, and it's because our city employees care and they want what's best for the community. So not only are they doing that professionally, but we came to them personally and said, what else can you do? Would you be willing to do that? And they're going to step in and do that. That is just so powerful and so amazing. So I want to thank you for joining us on this journey, but also thank you for all the work that you're doing behind the scenes that often goes unnoticed to keep our city running, safe, beautiful, all the things that are happening. So thank you very much.
So thank you. Before I pass it off to the mayor for our grand, reveal of the goal for this year, which under pressure to meet, but we're going to meet it. I'm going to take one quick second to introduce my team. I have Vice Chair Carlos Bates. I have for Community Service, Ms. Abigail Abundava. For fire, I have Marcus Wilson. All right. For government ops, I have Sonora Proctor. Martha Davison, Kimberly Polk. Rebecca Jenkins. And Barina Morris. For the city manager's office, I have Frederick Scott Fields and Todd McClendon. For information and public affairs, I have Miss Marion Baker. For management services, I have LaShonda Leathers Leon. Planning and Economic Development, I have Ms. Earlene Matthews. For Savannah Police Department, I have Captain Chris Talley and Tanisha Thompson. And last but not least, and Fire's most favorite partner, Water Resources, we have Ms. Clarice Regalado. I need a big team to support me to get us to where we're going. So, a lot of names, but I appreciate your time. So, I'm going to bring up Mayor Van Johnson for the reveal of the goal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we need you all to encourage Assistant Chief. So y'all see him; he's under a lot of pressure. So y'all be nice to him. But to the point that was made earlier, Savannah is not on the journey. We began the journey right here. Georgia began here. And so we're on the journey, we're with the journey, and we will get to the destination of the journey. Just a couple of quick things. Last year, I think we did $156,000. We beat our goal by more than $30,000. Over the last 5 years, Team Savannah has raised more than $600,000 for the United Way with more than 4,000 pledges. And so again, we know that we're a giving community. We know that we can exceed that, but the goal here is that everybody gives. Everybody gives. Everybody gives. We're not in your pockets, but everybody gives. We could all find a way to be able to give because the family you might be helping may be your own. So that being said, it is time for us to reveal this year's goal. Where the thing at? Don't have the thing? Oh. I'm like, where the thing at? Okay. All right. So y'all need to move so y'all don't get hit by the thing. All right, ready? So this year's goal is $138,000. So, as I'm fond of saying, love is an action word. You don't say it, you show it. Leadership is not what it says, leadership is what it does. I would not dare have someone else in this organization give before I give. So, and y'all know I'm tight, but here you go my first 20 this year, Mr. City Manager. And to all of our, come on. Y'all know how we do this offering. There we go. Come on. Melissa Carter, I see you up there. Don't hide. Come on. Because this is what leadership is, right? You can't have people invest in stuff if you're not investing in yourself. Some of y'all want to be bosses. Come on, because it's time. Don't talk about it. Look at Skinner. Look at you. All right. Come on. This is how we kick off. Some of y'all over here, nobody's over here moving. Gene, you came over here, Gene?
Oh yeah, Gene.
All right.
Gene got a big one.
All right, I see some of y'all hide. Faye Damasio, I see you back there. Did Faye come up?
She's
Sasha? The bank is across the street. We can walk over. So we want to start off in the right way. Melissa, I'm waiting on you. Okay, well, we'll wait. Anybody got 20 to lend Melissa? She's good for it. But you coming? So, Mr. Manager, you're going to count our start as Melissa's coming down. And we're gonna present that. Did Chief Gunther give? Chief? Chief, we got change. Oh, see, Chief rolling I need change, bro. We got change. There you go. Well, no, your problem, man. Just give the whole, Chief, give the whole thing, man. Come on, man. Thank you. Come on, give it, yeah. Come on, Chief. Chief. Y'all sitting here crying broke. I see how y'all living. Come on. It is just that simple. Eric, there you go. I was waiting for Melissa. I was holding it for Melissa. Oh, she's borrowing. We don't care how you give. I mean, if you got to borrow it, then it's fine. There you go. Well, let's see we're gonna see where we start off.
$329.
$329. Chief? We are on our way on a journey.
That's right. I appreciate it.
All right. Now, the rest of y'all, I saw who came up and who didn't come up. Let me see. I'm just making sure. Y'all know I'm petty. I'll call you out. It's just that important. It is just that important. And I'm sure Ms. Waller will tell you every dollar goes to good use in this community, and we want to be the ones to lead the way. So again, we're so grateful to have the United Way in our community. We're grateful for their impact, but we're more importantly grateful for the work that they're going to do in the days coming ahead. As people continue to address these issues. I know you have a federal campaign that now could be severely impacted. So although we give more, there might be people who might be giving less. So we want to make sure that our community is prepared to meet the needs of our citizens where they are. So in giving, you're helping the best of ourselves. So thank you all so much. Let's get to work. Let's have these sessions. Chief, if you need me to go out and collect in other departments, you know I will. You know I will. And so thank you all so much. I don't know if there's anything else. We have food, $20 if you want some of the food. Thank you all. God bless you all. Thank you for being Savannah Strong.
It is indeed our pleasure to welcome each of you to the Launch Savannah Cohort 2 graduation ceremonies. Yay! She's okay. It is our pleasure to welcome you to tonight's very special occasion. We have had 13 wonderfully outstanding founders to work so very hard to be able to prepare for this night. They have endured and persevered through a rigorous 12-week program that is provided to us through the Kauffman Foundation Fast Track Program and our partners at Startup Savannah. So we are indeed so excited to have arrived at this time, at this evening, where we celebrate these founders and their accomplishments. They are not to be minimized. They are absolutely to be celebrated, and we could not be more excited for the future that awaits each and every one of them. My name is Miranda Lumpkin-Lotson, and I am, that's a big picture, and I am your mistress of ceremony for this evening. I would be remiss if we did not start this evening with prayer. And so I'm so fortunate to introduce to you all Mr. David Hampton, Dr. David Hampton, who is our Assistant Director in Economic Development, and he will offer a prayer for this evening.
Thank you. Shall we pray? Eternal God, we thank you for this celebration. We thank you for each entrepreneur who has dedicated their time to this occasion. We thank you for the community who has supported them on this journey, including our mayor and other city leadership. We ask that you bless each of them as they endeavor forward from this night. We ask that you bless them with wealth and abundance, prosperity, economic mobility. We ask that you bless them from faith to faith and glory to glory, from startup to scale up, from blueprint to blow up, from ground level to the glow up. Because when they thrive, Savannah thrives. When they succeed, Savannah succeeds. We ask you this in your matchless name. And all who agreed said, amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
All right. I need you to pray for me. Absolutely. Now I would like to ask to join me at the podium two of our very, very distinguished partners as they give you an overview of our program, and then on the instructional side, and then on the service scholarship side. May I introduce to you Nick Palumbo with Startup Savannah and Victoria Saxon, President and CEO of SBAC.
Fantastic. Well, come on. All right, Victoria, come on up. We'll do this together. This is part of a beautiful partnership between three like-minded organizations, and to really support these entrepreneurs at the earliest stage of their journey, to take them from 0 to 1. We share with our entrepreneurs that going from 1 to 1 million is just math. Right? It's just scaling, but 0 to 1 is magic. They're taking an idea from out of the shower, from that shower thought, and bringing it to life with something that solves a need and a problem that's here in the community. And they're going to make a healthy living doing it at the same time. And we make them that pledge that we're here to help them at every stage of the journey. The only thing that we want in return is that they give us a ride on that yacht when they come down the Savannah River, that fateful day, so they can dunk on all of their old high school friends, right? And they're laughing backstage because I think I said that for 12 weeks straight. But to share with you about what they've experienced while we experienced these last 12 weeks over the summertime, we're leading our very busy daily lives. These founders dedicated themselves to something much bigger and something more. And that's taking a risk and taking a chance on an idea and building a healthy business out of it that can sustain an incredible living as they grow the next generation of business leadership. So each week, day in and day out, they start with their lesson from ideation to pricing strategy to marketing strategy, customer profiling, and so much more. And the entire Startup Savannah and SBAC team tackle them throughout the week to continue pushing them at every stage of their journey. We do site visits on person, we do personal coaching, we do pitch coaching, and so much more to really tackle them individually. And I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize our incredible team members at Startup Savannah, because I get to stand up here and be the cool guy with the big picture and stand up to beautiful Miss Victoria. But really, it's an entire team effort that makes this possible. So on behalf of all of us, I'd like to recognize our communications director, Tiger Lily Harrington, is here with us. Our program manager and Launch Savannah alum, Mahogany Bowers, is here with us. And the man, the myth, the legend, Mr. Kewan Drayton, who is unfortunately running a fever, but if you know Kewan, he would absolutely be here if he could. It is remarkable, but I know that he's there with us in spirit. So please, I would love for you guys to learn much, much more about our incredible partners, including Miss Victoria at the SBAC. Please, Victoria.
Thank you. And I just want to add to that, excited to be a part of this program again, another year, the second round of, again, seeing new businesses thrive and grow in our community. And at SBAC, we see small businesses every day, but to know that they have a program that's actually going to get them started the right way and have the information that they need to really excel and propel really enhances our community. And as part of that long 12-week program, we are offering up $2,000 per business to be able to use to enhance services, business support services for them. We're excited that the funders for that to be able to distribute to those business owners so they can use it for any additional service to launch, marketing, accounting. They'll just churn in that voucher through SBAC, and we'll make sure that we get the proceeds to the right vendor so that they can continue to move on and do great things. So glad to be a part of the program, and I definitely want to shout out my team member as well, our Director of TA, Cassidy Jones. She was a part of some of the workshops and trainings, and I really appreciate her assistance. So glad to be here and looking forward to hearing more from our small businesses.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. That is outstanding. Thank you very much, Nick. Thank you, Victoria. We could not do all that we do without you. Now, I would like to take a moment and really a moment of privilege to be able to introduce our mayor. But before I do that, there are a couple of folks in the audience that should be recognized as well. My boss is among us this afternoon, and she is Ms. Faye DeMassimo. She is the Chief of Planning and Economic Development for the City of Savannah and our Service Center Chief, and she does a fantastic job leading all of us. Additionally, we have the captain of our ship, the one that steers us which way? The right way. May I introduce to you all Mr. Jay Melder, City Manager for the City of Savannah. Now, without further ado, our keynote speech this evening is our very own 67th Mayor of the City of Savannah, whose core principles are passion, purpose, and people. Born and raised in New York City, but with a strong set of Savannah roots. Mayor Johnson was educated in this community at Savannah State University as well as Georgia Southern University. First elected in 2004, Mayor Johnson was elected as District 1 Alderman for the City of Savannah and was re-elected 3 subsequent times. During his tenure as Alderman, Mayor Johnson served as Mayor Pro Tem as well as Vice Chairman of City Council. In 2020, he was sworn in as the city's 67th mayor and continued his unwavering dedication to children, youth, families, and all in this community. And you may have heard when he says all, he means all. In 2024, Mayor Johnson was re-elected to continue his work for the people and businesses of this community. That means each of us sitting in this room today. Without further ado, I introduce to you and present to others, Mayor Van R. Johnson II.
You're welcome. Thank you, Miranda, and good evening to everyone. I promise you this is not much of a keynote at all. It's just some thoughts because you all didn't come to see me. But I appreciate the opportunity to be here in the Otis S. Johnson Cultural Arts Center, and I love saying that. To our city manager, Jay Melder, to Chief Faye DeMassimo, to all of you that are here, the Miranda, and all of Team Savannah. I have the greatest team in the world, so all of Team Savannah, please stand and let's recognize these amazing public servants. Y'all stand, there we go. Thank you. Yes, thank you. And I want you to know how much we appreciate all that they do. For us, this is a lift-off opportunity. What becomes of a dream that is not realized? What becomes of a dream that's not manifested? And unfortunately, many people live and die having a dream in their belly that they never, ever have the opportunity to see through to fruition. And there are a lot of reasons why. Sometimes they just don't think it could be done. Sometimes they don't have the know-how or the wherewithal to have it done. Sometimes they don't have the finances to be able to have it done. Sometimes they've been discouraged by those very close to them that it can't be done. They're too old. They don't have enough money. It's too late. They don't have enough time. You got enough stuff going on. Isn't your job good enough? Yet, we celebrate 13 bold, creative, and determined entrepreneurs who did the most important thing was to take a step. One step. And we know that faith is taking a step without seeing the whole staircase. 13 bold, creative, determined entrepreneurs who make up what we're calling the second cohort, next gen of Launch Savannah. This is more than a business accelerator. It's really a statement of our city's values. Our interest in investing in our people, in our neighborhoods, and particularly our small businesses that really form the heartbeat of our city. As someone who survived COVID, I will tell you that the reason why Savannah did so well in COVID was not because of our big industries. It was not because of Gulfstream. It was not because of international paper. It was because of small businesses. And so we recognize the special sauce in Savannah if we can get more small businesses, if we can help them to be successful over a couple of years, then we know that they'll be successful over the long run. And you could just look around our city. We just celebrated the 100th birthday of Bird Cookie Company. We just celebrated the 50th anniversary of River Street Sweets. We have so many local companies that started off with just an idea. And so we believe, as city manager and Team Savannah, your city council, that we have an obligation to be able to try to help make that happen, because in helping you, we're really helping ourselves. This was born out of our Racial Equity and Leadership Task Force. We charged them to look and see what's going on. And they came back with really one stirring recommendation that we were proud to take serious. It was a very clear and very powerful vision for us to help folks lift off. And how do we do that? By making sure that our local and our small and our minority-owned businesses have the tools, have the mentorship, and have the opportunities they need to be able to be successful. And so that's what we did. At the Mayor Small Business Conference, 2 years ago, we announced it, and we said, well, we don't know if they're going to show up. They did, a lot of them, because now these dreams were able to take context. They were able to take shape because there was a partner. Last year, we had, 15 entrepreneurs that took the challenge, and they made it happen, and they did it, and they're still doing it. This year, we had 95 applications. I hated to tell these folks no, because they're looking at me mad. I ain't pick them. But it shows you that people are willing to invest in their visions, and they need the help. And so I've worked very hard and continue to work very hard. As a matter of fact, I was in D.C. last week. I've been meeting with philanthropic organizations. I want to expand this program. And this is something the city should do. I'm insisting we continue to do it. As long as I'm mayor, we will do it. And I'm trying to get some more money that we can do it bigger and larger, because this is where the rubber meets the road. And so, so you can clap, because I was talking with some big money folk, and I'm telling them about this initiative, and I'm saying the city of Savannah is doing it. We want to help folks lift off. I need some money. And I will tell you, I've told some folks lately we need money, and we've been able to get those opportunities in helping not only in capital things, but also in those opportunities. So I'm looking forward, Mr. Manager, to the fruition of those conversations to really mean that we have more partners to help us to really grow this in the way that we know it works. Think about it, from restaurants to art studios, tattoo parlors and transportation, health and wellness, education and landscaping. These ventures really reflect the incredible diversity of our talent and ingenuity. My goal and dream is that you should be able to come to Savannah, and everything you need, you can get it from a small business in Savannah. And stuff you didn't think you needed, you can get in Savannah. And to the prayer there that you're able to grow abundantly and exceedingly above all you could ever think or expect. And it has happened before. And we know that it happens again. And so we're here. We don't despise small beginnings. We're excited here because we want to be here on your first step. So when your great-great-grandchildren celebrate your 100th anniversary, they'll talk about that the city of Savannah was a meaningful partner in this. That is what Team Savannah is about. And that's why when we say Savannah will be a safe, environmentally healthy, and economically thriving community for all, that's where our all is. and how all is in the entrepreneurial space as well. So I'm grateful to, again, Team Savannah. This doesn't happen without the support of our council, Alderman Palumbo in his other capacity, again, our city manager, Jay Melder, our chief, Faye Damasio, Miranda and her amazing team that put the rubber to the road. They caught the vision. They caught it, and it's taking shape. And I want to thank Comcast for what y'all did. I made a phone call, and it happened. I'll tell y'all, but I can't tell. They told me I can't say nothing. I can't, so I'm not saying nothing. I want to thank our chamber. I called, and things started to happen. Our Black Chamber, we called, things started to happen because we now have a stake. We are unofficial stakeholders in making sure that you are successful. So I just wanted to tell you that and tell you how proud we are of you, how proud we are of the things that you have done. I look forward to going to some of your businesses. I'm not sure I'm going to any of the hair spaces though. But if I had hair, I would be more than glad to support you all. God bless you all. Thank you so much for believing in us, but more importantly, thank you for believing in yourself. Savannah Strong.
Thank you, sir. Now, 4 weeks, these brave, industrious founders have prepared to be able to give you the elevator pitch about their business. These founders is the reason why we are here tonight. We are celebrating them and the journey to get to tonight. So without further ado, we will begin by welcoming May Olalong of the Narra-Tree Silk Route Restaurant. Yes, she is.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Food is more than just nourishment for me. It's memory, it's heritage, and community. My name is Belle, and I built the Narra-Tree and Silk Route Restaurant and Lounge to share stories and share culture through food. Nara, my first restaurant, is a Filipino restaurant that celebrates Filipino food and community. And my new baby is called Silk Route. It's a Mediterranean Asian restaurant. It is inspired by the ancient silk trade routes that started in the Middle East that connects East and West in the very beginning. Both restaurants are in south side of Savannah. And more than just serving good meal and good drinks, we are a place where stories are shared and communities unite. It's a connection and it's an experience. So I invite everybody to dine with us and to be part of a community that gathers around the table. I hope to see you all soon.
That was outstanding. Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Rhonda Akram of the First Class Seating Transport Service, LLC. Rhonda, it is your time.
Hello, welcome, and thank you for coming. I see Savannah is represented in the house today. Give it up, Savannah. Round of applause for Savannah being in the house. Yes, well, my name is Rhonda Ankrum, and I am the founder of First Class Seating Transport Service, LLC. But my story doesn't start there. few years back, about 3 years ago, I worked for Chatham County Juvenile Court. I served the public there for 22 years. Some of my proudest moments happened at that court. One particular event was that in December of 1999, I met the love of my life. His name is Clemmy Ankrum. We met in December. He proposed to me in April of 2020, and we were married in August of 2020. So this year we celebrated 25 years of marital bliss. Forward to today, I learned by working there that if you treat people with dignity and respect, you can de-escalate a lot of situations. So now that I'm retired, semi-retired, I know I don't look it. I know you're saying, why didn't she wear a red shirt with this outfit? No, I am retired and semi-retired, and my siblings and I are helping take care of my dad. So my dad needed help with transportation to his medical appointments. And so we began to search, looking for people, services that could provide safe, reliable, dependable transportation and also be flexible for his needs. Well, in that search I said, there has to be other families or individuals in our community that has the same struggle. Then I began to ponder, why not me? Why can't I be the answer? And so that inspired me to launch First Class Seating Transport Service, LLC, a locally owned transportation service based right here in Savannah, Georgia, the hostess city. Yes! We specialize in providing transportation throughout Chatham County, parts of Bryan and Liberty counties. We provide safe, reliable, prompt, comfortable transportation. So whether it's your child, that little angel, maybe needs to be dropped off to school, or an individual needs to go to a medical appointment, or simply a trustworthy, dependable ride, you can call First Class Transportation Service, LLC. If you are looking for more than just someone to come, but looking for someone to get to know you, care for you, respect you, you can call First Class Seating Transport Service, LLC. We not only provide that service, but everyday errands around town, we can provide that transportation for you, first class. So whether it's for you, your family, or a loved one, or someone you care for, this is what I want to know. When can I schedule your next pickup?
All right, Rhonda. If I need a ride, will you pick me up for work in the morning? I know, right? Next, I would like to introduce to you Miss Catherine Bell. I apologize, Dr. Catherine Bell.
Hello, everyone. I am Dr. Catherine Sophia Bell. I'm a PhD, not an MD, so if you need some health help, I am not the person to call. I have a matrilineal name. My name means pure divine wisdom and beauty, and I embody pure divine wisdom and beauty. I am the daughter of Reverend Kathleen Smallwood, Esquire. I am the granddaughter of the original Catherine Bell, for whom I am named, who was on the cover of Jet magazine 4 times and was a successful entrepreneur before women could even hold a bank account in their own names. I am the great-granddaughter of Serena Smallwood, who only earned an 8th grade education, but read her Bible every day and cussed folks out frequently because she did not tolerate fools. Imagine coming from such a powerful, strong legacy of Black women and being afraid to own every room that I walk into and every stage that I grace. It would be an insult to my heritage.
I finished high school in 3 years at the age of 16. I finished college at the age of 20, and by the time I was 24 years old, I'd earned my master's and PhD in philosophy. There are only 50 black women in this country with a PhD in philosophy, and I earned that by the time I was 24, despite my unwise decision to get married and have 2 children while I was in graduate school. I went on to have 2 more children after graduate school. I'm like Cardi B, but with a PhD. And despite those decisions, I have 4 children. My 4th born is sitting front and center today, Kalia. Hey, Kalia. Despite that decision to get married and have 4 children, I went on to have a very successful career in the academy. So I became a tenured associate professor of philosophy. I was an administrator. I published 2 books with academic presses. I've published dozens of articles and book chapters. And at the tender age of 44, I decided to retire from being a philosophy professor. And this brings me to the story of launching from philosopher to hotelier. So when I decided to retire from the academy, when I left their academy, I decided to focus on my own business, La Belle Vie Academy. I did not like their academy, so I created my own. Through La Belle Vie Academy, I continue to support Black women professors and writers navigate and negotiate the tenure and promotion and publication process on the professional side of things. Now, on the more interpersonal side of things, I support Black women who want to be happily unmarried, delightfully divorced, and erotically empowered, as I am all 3. Yeah, you can clap for that one. I know we're in Savannah, it's a little traditional here, so people don't want to clap for that, but you can clap for that. Okay, and this brings us to the philosopher to hotelier here. So let me tell a quick story about how I came to Savannah, Georgia. I went to Spelman College as an undergraduate. Shout out to HBCUs. Of course, I think Spelman is the best college on the planet, but I will acknowledge Savannah State University as I am in Savannah, Georgia, right? So I went to Spelman College as an undergraduate. I went to the University of Memphis for my master's and PhD. The summer between Spelman and going to the University of Memphis, I came to Savannah, Georgia for my 21st birthday. And when I was here, I thought, this is such a beautiful city. I would love to have like a boutique hotel there. But I was literally on my way to get a PhD in pursuit of another dream. So I love what the mayor said about dreams deferred and not realized, because for me, moving back to Savannah was a dream deferred from when I was 21 years old. So when I decided to retire from being a professor, I decided to move to Savannah, Georgia in pursuit of this dream of opening a boutique hotel. Now for me, Belle's Boutique Hotel is really an extension of what I'm already doing through La Belle Vie Academy. Okay, so it's not in a different lane, it's a continuation of the lane that I've been in, right? So through Belle's Boutique Hotel, what I can do is offer reading retreats, writing retreats, resting retreats, happily unmarried and delightfully divorced parties, erotic empowerment seminars. But it can also be a space for locals and for tourists to come and enjoy all the wonderful things that Savannah has to offer, like the book festival, and the music festival, and the jazz festival, and the film and fashion festivals that are here. So at this point, I have not actually identified or solidified a location for Belle's Boutique Hotel, but I am especially interested in what's offered through the city of Savannah in terms of opportunity zones, incentive zones, and enterprise zones. So those are the spaces that I'm looking at and working with the city in developing this boutique hotel. I've also been able to take advantage of opportunities like Launch Savannah here. Shout out to Launch Savannah. It's been an amazing 12 weeks. I've also attended the Mayor's Small Business Conference, which is where I learned about Launch Savannah. I've attended several workshops with the Entrepreneurial Center, and I've been involved with the local chambers of commerce. In addition to that, because I know what I don't know, I have also taken courses in hospitality at Savannah Tech to learn more about the hospitality industry, hotel operations and management and supervision, and even hospitality law. So I'm getting what I need in order to flourish and succeed in this next endeavor. But while we wait, as I'm looking for this location and securing this location, I do want you to know that you can still work with me through La Belle Vie Academy, through the coaching course suites and community that I offer there. And of course, if you are looking for an amazing and dynamic speaker like myself to share my experience and expertise and wisdom, you can also reach out to me to speak at your next event. I can be reached at Catherine@catherinebell.com. My website is www.catherinebell.com. Catherine is Kathryn, Bell is Belle. Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening. And I hope you enjoy the rest of the evening.
All right, that was wonderful. Thank you, Dr. Catherine Bell. Next, I would like to introduce Ms. Carolyn Guilford of Health Restorations Consulting.
Good afternoon, all. Oh yeah, this is better because that light was a lot. I grew up with my aunt who was a nurse. And so following her around all over the city, looking after her patients after hours, she would take me along. And I loved it. It was fun. It was getting an opportunity to be with her and to learn from her and to see what she did from a little girl. So guess what happened? I grew up to be a nurse. I wanted to be a nurse. I went to Armstrong and loved nursing. I was an ICU nurse, worked as a critical care nurse. It was a happy life. It's still a happy life. But today, after learning from my aunt and then living that ICU life, I learned that there's more to it than just being a patient in the hospital, taking a lot of drugs, going home, trying to follow the rhythm that the doctors and the nurses have given to the patient. I wanted my patients to get well. I didn't want them to always be under the care of some doctor. Of course, we're going to have some of that, but I wanted my clients and my patients to be healthy. Healthy, like eating the right foods. Most of what is wrong with us comes from eating the wrong foods at the wrong time, in the wrong amounts, because it tastes good. I grew up with taste good, but I learned that nutrition is the key to health. And so I switched businesses, switched worlds, and decided that I would pursue a career as a nutritionist, wellness consultant. And I've done that, and I love that, and I love to watch my clients get well, skipping some of those doctor's appointments because everything's working like it should be. And it should be once we start eating properly, eating the right foods, not eating anywhere, everywhere, anything, don't know what it is, where it came from. Oh, that's what makes you sick. And have all those appointments at the doctor's office. I want my clients to be well, healthy, vibrant, able to go and do what they want to do and not have to sit in the doctor's office for hours at a time waiting for their turn with the doctor, 5 minutes maybe, and a new prescription. That's not the life. That's not the life. I want my clients to be well, and that's what I teach them. How to eat, how to exercise, how to make choices, how to do the right thing for the body that they live in so that they can live in that body for a long, long time. Long, long time. My mother and her family, they all knew that growing up. The old way. They farmed. They had lots of food, lots of vegetables, lots of water. There was not a Coca-Cola nowhere in their world. But we changed all that because it tastes good and it was easy. What's good is a good life. Eating the right foods, taking care of this body we only get once. So, nutrition is the key for me. And I teach that everywhere I go to all the people that I meet because This is what I want for me. It's what I want, and I want it for you too. Let's talk about what to eat. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Carolyn. Now I would like to introduce to you all Glorious Mason of Be Glorious Learning Center.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Glorious Mason, better known as Miss G, and to some people, my children, they call me Mommy. But I am the owner of Be Glorious Learning Center. And when you think of Be Glorious Learning Center, we are a learning center where we focus on our scholars' need, learning in their own unique way, the you way. Like you, y'all know how Soulja Boy go? So with that, we are trying to bridge the gap between parents, teachers, and students. We are helping our daycare students as well as our elementary school students bridge that gap with their teachers, because we've seen through research that some of the students maybe they forgot the information that they learned in daycare, and they may need some additional help and some additional resources. So we are here to help them learn in their own unique way. So our goal is to get some investors to learn more about our Glow Ground, where they can grow, learn on wheels. We want to create an app where our students will still be able to get the education they need, the resources, and help parents with tips and tools for their students to learn while they're home, on the go, or even while they're in school. So Be Glorious Learning Center is a one-stop shop. So if you need our services, please don't hesitate to reach out to Be Glorious Learning Center on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Glorious. Now, we would like to introduce Miss Quinlan Moore of Moore Learning Center.
Hello, everyone. My name is Quinlan Moore, and I am the owner and operator of Moore Learning Center. We are looking to partner up with the city of Savannah to bring back what we call affordable child care. If we look at child care prices, they're ranging from $250 to $300 a week. Hopefully, my goal is to get a scholarship that parents will be able to pay $120 to $150. How those prices sound? The reason why it means so much to me, because 17 years ago, I was a single parent. Daycare was $80 and I was still struggling. So fast forward to 2025, I recently went back to school, got all my credentials to start my daycare. Also, I want to focus on children with autism. The average parent with a child with autism goes to 3 to 4 daycares. So hopefully and prayerfully, Moore Learning Center will be a one-stop shop for affordable daycares, and parents can drop their children off with children with abilities. Hopefully, we will be able to extend hours, because we know the average job is no longer 9 to 5, it's either 11 to 7 or 7:30 or 8 o'clock. And some parents, they do have to work, so we understand. So in the near future, if you have a child or know somebody with a child and looking for a daycare, please choose Moore Learning Center. Thank you.
That is, I'm sorry that my children are grown. Mr. Larry Morris could not be with us this evening. He had an unavoidable event or activity that he had to attend, but we recognize him and his accomplishments in finishing the program. We're going to continue now and ask Mr. Jomo Simmons to come, and he is the owner of Key Tree Life Holistic Health Services.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I have about 2 minutes here, so I'm just going to move through this as succinctly as possible. I'd like all of us to just take a moment, take our right hand and place it over our chest, our left hand and place it over our belly, close our eyes. All right, and now take a deep breath in and out. And let's do it one more time, and I want to hear you exhale out your mouth. Great, great, great. Now just remember where you felt your hands. Now reverse them. Left hand over your chest and your right hand over your belly. And I'd like you to breathe in deeply into your lower abdomen, pushing out your right hand. And exhaling out. And let's do it one more time. And out. That is the breath of life. That's how we come into the world. I see there's some children, some young ones here, and that's how they breathe. We all breathe that way, provided that our gestation and our delivery was on point. And it changes when we experience our first trauma. For most of us, it's a spanking. For some of us, it's getting forced to eat food we don't necessarily like. My job, my purpose is to help us retain our health, retain our breath, slow down in a fast-paced digital world, navigate being analog as our bodies are in this digital circumference that we exist on. And that's what I do at Key Tree of Life Holistic Health Center, located at 6605 Abercorn Street. I offer acupuncture, massage, essential oil therapy, dietary therapy, and what you just experienced is a taste of meditation, which is in all of the practices and the modalities that I offer. It's important for me, after 20 years of practicing and treating people who have been millionaires, multimillionaires, some who've even worked with individuals in office that we will not name today, to individuals who have been homeless, living in the street of the communities that I've lived in, that I work with people who are willing and wanting to do the work. It is not an average person who chooses to come into an acupuncturist's office or even a massage therapist's office. So within that, it's important for me in a society currently as we operate where pricing is not allowed, insurance is not allowed, public and private is still not generated for acupuncture and these other modalities, to make it available for all people. So I have a flat rate program for the community, and then it's intentional because I treat, as my tradition defines, to meet us where we are. All right? I come from the tenet and the tradition that healthcare practitioners are not compensated if their community is ill or does not get healthy soon. All right? So it's important that I meet y'all where y'all are. Price should not be an issue. So you can reach me at acujomo@gmail.com, 718-986-9929, and soon the website jomoalakoyesimmons.com. Key Tree of Life Holistic Health Services, where we say health is wealth, and my hands are rooted in healing of spirit and soul. Thank you.
Very good. That was outstanding. I would like to now introduce you to Miss Nicosa Smith of Nicosa's Favorites.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ninoska, and I am the owner of Ninoska's Favorites, a mobile resource for nutritional food and beverage. After 20 years in the food and beverage industry, my perspective deepened when my partner and I transformed a school bus into our home and lived on a 42-acre farm. That is when I discovered the impact of my well-being by simply eating real food, connecting with nature, and living in the present moment. The vision, a wellness sanctuary on wheels, converting a VW bus into a service that delivers nutritional and nourishment and healing wherever it goes, because food is medicine. I can see it right now, weaving through the neighborhoods of Savannah, blasting Bob Marley's "One Love" in the air, seeing the children wave their hands for the taste, the excitement of the taste of vitality. So right now, you can enjoy the best all-natural and fresh juices in Savannah, handmade by me, inspired by the elements of nature, earth, fire, light, and water. And we don't stop at juices. For your next event, skip the meatballs and let Ninoska's Favorites serve you with whole living foods with eclectic flavors that leave you feeling light, bright, and energized. You can connect with me at ninoskasfavorites.com. That's NINOSKAS favorites.com. Thank you.
Very good, Ninoska. Very good. Now, I would like to introduce you to Mr. Stavros. Mr. Stavros. He is the owner of, Mr. Stavros is the owner of Everplate LLC. Woo! Take it away.
How you doing, everyone? Who here likes good food? I know I do. I'm Stavros, founder of Stavs Souvlaki, a Greek and Mediterranean spice line dedicated to bring the flavors of the Greece and Mediterranean to your kitchen in under 10 minutes. About a year ago, I left the security of my chemical engineering job, and I wasn't sure what I was going to do. I wanted to find my purpose. A few months later, I figured there was something missing in America. And what is that? A true resembling Greek spice blend. Bold, smoky, vibrant. Shake, marinate, grill Greek souvlaki in under 10 minutes. I realized when I was younger and I first went to Greece, the food here is amazing. And when I came back home, the Greek food wasn't the same. I didn't want it again, so I started cooking it myself. And that's what Stavs Souvlaki is all about. I want to share that flavor with all of you guys and all of America. With a growing clientele of over 500 customers, the last 3.5 months, people have been loving this spice. And I'm sure each and every one of you will love it too. Cooking is chemistry. Thank you.
Tell us about your website.
StavsSouvlaki.com, StavsSouvlaki.com.
All right. Thank you so much, Stavros. Now, I would like to introduce you to an amazing young man, Mr. Calvin Wallace of Wallace Landscape LLC.
All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Calvin Wallace. I'm the owner of Wallace Landscaping LLC. I was open for 4 years. Our company has been dedicated to provide quality landscaping service to our community for everything lawn care and maintenance, creating a beautiful outdoor space that families can enjoy. I'm honored and excited to share that Wallace Landscaping has been chosen and a member of the Savannah Launch Program. This opportunity means a lot, not only for the growth of my business, but also for the chance to keep serving our city of Savannah. I'm thankful to the Savannah Launch Program for believing in me and Wallace Landscaping. I'm looking forward to continue to grow, learn, and make more positive impacts in Savannah and our community. Again, my name is Calvin Wallace. I'm the Wallace Landscaping LLC. Thank you.
I can tell. You did great. You did great. Will y'all come to work with me tomorrow and do that for me? And last but absolutely not least, I would like to introduce you to Miss Zelonia Williams, owner of Patches Custom Embroidery Work.
Hello, Patch Tribe. You guys are feeling good? Yes! I'm feeling good as well. My name is Zelonia Williams, and I am the proud founder of Patches Custom Embroidery Works, where we specialize in patches as well as all embroidery work. Now understand that we are located in the Oglethorpe Mall. Please note, it is okay to shop at your Oglethorpe Mall. It is okay to shop. That being said, my why. 20 years in the nonprofit world. 20 years in the nonprofit world. I think you guys, who works in the nonprofit world? Oh, okay, that's why. Well, you don't get paid much. So you really have to love what it is that you do each and every day. But one thing that I've learned is I refuse to go to work and one day be told that there's no funding. So that being said, what I decided to do was create and narrate my own story. Woo! So I created Patches, with the help of God, Patches Custom Embroidery Works. Now, at Patches, you're able to enjoy all the perks of, if you're a soccer mom, let's just say, for instance, you're a business owner. Let's go into some details, motorcycle clubs. Let's just talk about fraternities, sororities. There's something for everyone there. But not only that, our patches are one of a kind. We're actually the only business in Savannah to create patches. Woo! And it is owned and operated by yours truly. So the next time you're in need of any patch whatsoever, embroidery, and some of these polos I see out here, shop local. I can be found directly across from Crunch Fitness. I can also be found on all of your social media outlets, Patches 24/7, because we are working 24/7. I look forward to see each and every last one of you, and great doing business with you. Welcome to my Patch Tribe.
Outstanding, simply outstanding. I know that your Startup Savannah pitch coach team is very proud of you, as well as your City of Savannah family, as well as your family from SBAC. We are all very proud of each and every one of you. Now, moving forward in our program, we would like to invite Miss Deborah Pullen to the stage. Deborah is a member of the first cohort, and she would like to share just a few reflections. Just a few. Just a few reflections. I'll use the podium. Oh, absolutely. Introducing Deborah Pullen.
Well, hello and good evening. First, the cohorts, great job. Congratulations. I know what it's like. You did amazing. So, wishing you all the best. Ms. Lotson and the program, thank you so much for inviting me back to speak. It's a full circle moment standing here for me. I am so generally touched. And Mr. Mayor, too, good to see you again, sir. Okay. When I started my business, I thought I had everything all figured out. But I've learned as an entrepreneur is you don't know what you don't know. And being a part of Launch Savannah taught me how to process all of it. The resources included weekly workshops on financial planning, marketing, branding, business planning, and so much more. Community mentors would come in once a week who navigated the path. They shared wisdom and one-on-one guidance. My most valued takeaway from this program are networking, which I was invited into rooms that I thought I would never, ever be in. Connecting with people, building my brand, forging relationships, amazing. Mentoring in real time. The people who showed up mentoring, when I emailed, they emailed me back. When I called and left a message, they called me back. The support is there. The guidance is there. I do want to take a moment, and I'm going to try and hold myself together with this. I have to recognize one person, Nick. Nick is every entrepreneur's hype man. He is there for you. He cheers for you. Is your hype man. Yes. I'm going to leave you with this now that we're all crying, whatever. All right. If you're thinking about, if you have an idea, you have an established business, and you want to level up, I want you to know a few things. I'm 62 years old. I thought I was too old. I spent 31 years in retail management, and I am standing here. It is not too late. You are never too old. If you have a thought, an inkling, an established business, I need you to stand up. I need you to go for it. Be present. Apply for this program, and Launch Savannah will help you to achieve your dream. Thank you. I love you. I love you too. I love you more.
Thank you, Deborah. You should have brought a box of Kleenex. Now, for the time we have all waited for, the presentation of awards. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you.
You call.
Mr. Melder.
Oh, absolutely.
And we'll have our partners come up as well. Now, come on up. Come on. We celebrate as a village. So we're doing this on the slide, so we'll figure all this stuff out as we go along, but we want everybody to make sure. Now, it goes back to my point that none of this, they won't be successful as we don't support them. So you've seen something you can support, right? So Lonia told me she finally got my patches, so I'm good. I finally got my 912 patches, so there's somebody you can support. So turn support into an action word and support. So, Maybell Bell. Is it all along? All along? Okay, I got it right. Okay, I went to Savannah State. Yes.
Let's go Bell.
Let's go Bell.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we shift y'all this side so we can at least create a high five line? You're going to read the names I'm going to present.
Okay. All right.
Jay, all right, high five.
All right. Sounds good. All right.
Jay, yeah.
That's good. That was good.
Okay, good call. We are nothing if not flexible. All right. Miss Rhonda Akram.
Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Dr. Catherine Bell. All right, the thing is heavy, don't drop it. Miss Carolyn Guilford. All right, Miss Carolyn. Next to Carolyn.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay.
Don't drop it. Miss Glorious Mason. How you gonna hold?
I mean, how you going to do all that?
I got it.
You got it?
I was looking for where 8 kids.
All right. Thank you.
Oh. Miss Quinlan Moore.
Thank you.
Miss Nanoska Simmons. I'm Smith. I apologize. Nanoska Smith.
Freeze. Strike a pose. Now bold.
Oh, I'm skipping. I was just seeing if you were still on your toes. Jomo Simmons.
There you go, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, it's together.
There you go. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. Good to see you again. Thank you.
Mr. Stavros Slotkas.
All right now. Thank you. Great. Congratulations. Appreciate it very much.
Mr. Calvin Wallace.
Make sure you register with the city. All right. You registered?
You can go register, yes.
All right.
And our final graduate, you ready?
I'm ready.
Miss Zelonia Williams.
Freedom.
You know what?
You got it?
Don't drop it. Please don't drop it.
This is my classmate.
I know.
Well, hi, Miss Miss Comcast.
This is the. Oh.
Hello, everyone. How are you? My name is Asia Hankerson, and I happen to be honored to serve as the Government and Regulatory Affairs Specialist with Comcast. And it is an honor to be here on behalf of Comcast to celebrate your graduation from Launch Savannah Accelerator. Give them a round of applause. Now, you've taken the first steps on an incredible journey, and we're here to support you along the way. So to help you stay connected and grow your business, Comcast is thrilled to present each of you a brand new laptop. We hope that this gift serves as a valuable resource as you continue to chase your dreams. Now, I know, but wait, there's more. I'm super excited to introduce you all to a colleague of mine who wants to share some more news with you all.
All right. Man, what a day, right?
What a day.
Congrats to all of y'all. My name is Jarian. I am the leader of Comcast Business, I'm the leader of the Savannah Market Small and Medium Business Sales Team here in Savannah. Thank you, Asia, Shanique, where you better, and Shanique from our Government Affairs team for help setting this up.
I know, sorry.
So, honestly, for you all, what an incredible achievement. You know, it takes a lot of grit and effort to come out here, put yourself out, and to be selected to do these great things. And for that, you know, the proof is in the fruits of your labor, right? So I do want to discuss, as a business owner and a member of this community, how we can all partner together in helping grow with each other. So we do have a program for you all and any other business owners out here in the crowd, where we have a referral program that will allow you all to be active in the community as you are in, and hopefully line your pockets a little bit as well, right? So business owners know business owners, so there's 13 in total here, right? And so you all have plenty of other friends in the business as well, and all you have to do is refer people to us. If they buy from us, guess what? We'll pay you. Direct deposit, 60 days after install. And outside of that, really, if you guys don't have Comcast Business right now, call me. I'll hook you up with one of my account executives and help them take a look at your technology needs, communication needs, to see if there's anything that we can do to help elevate what you currently have. And just like the mayor said, there may be needs that you don't even know that you have, right? So outside of that, again, congratulations to you all. What an incredible achievement, and I'm so happy to hear about whatever future business endeavors you have as well. Thank you.
So we will, because your hands are kind of full right now, we will make sure you get them before you leave today. Okay. Additionally, within your okay. Other things that are a part of your package, you have your certificate of completion provided to you by the City of Savannah, as well as a few other things that our mayor would like to share.
Oh, but that's not it. Because of this great achievement, you have a 1-year membership to the Black Chamber of Commerce and the Savannah Chamber of Commerce. So 2 chambers, 1 year for all of you because you did this. But that's not it.
Thank you, Mayor. There's more. We know that starting a business takes incredible grit. And to do business, you have to do business with the City of Savannah, right? So to make that a little easier this year, we're going to be waiving your business license fees for all of your businesses this year.
But that's not it. We have cupcakes out in the back for all of you And all of you get to take 2 cupcakes because you finished.
And not to mention, you have a voucher good for $2,000 for business services. That means if you need the services of an accountant or a lawyer, you would visit your chosen service provider and bring your invoice to SBAC, and they will take care of that for you.
There's more. I would like to bless each and every last one of you guys with your logos, customized at Patches Custom Embroidery Work. It's valued at $150 each, but I think we all, as far as family, we connected, and I think that you guys can get out so much more and brand yourself so much more. So thank you. I love each and last one of you.
That is wonderful. Thank you for that. You get a patch. Ladies and gentlemen, we could not be more proud of you and the accomplishment that you have duly earned this evening and over the course of this program. We take pride in your success. We are partners with you in your business journey. Do not think that we will fade away after this evening. We will not. We will be engaged and partners with you through the duration of your business journey. Mayor, you can close us out.
I'm going to yield and use executive privilege. I'm going to have the city manager to close us out. But hopefully you feel loved. Hopefully you feel supported. And I want you, when days get hard, to remember how you feel now. Hopefully you know your city is serious about you. We're serious about you. You are serious about yourselves. We're serious about you. And the world is going to be serious about you.
Jay,
100%.
before you close out, I'm going to be in trouble if I don't say one more thing.
May I ask every member of the Department of Economic Development to stand up? This is the best team within Team Savannah. Woo! All of this is put together by these ladies, these professionals that did it with love and professionalism and care. They too are your support system, as well as our PIO, our communications department maven, Miss Saja Hours.
I think I've covered us.
Oh, one thing. Let's thank the folks here at the Otis Johnson Center for hosting us. We thank them. We thank the team.
Y'all took all my closing material. Let me just say this. Hard things are hard. And starting a business and launching that business and growing the business is hard. You're doing it in a place, in a city, Savannah, that has launched businesses and innovations since 1733 and well before that. And you're the next chapter of that, and probably the greatest chapter of that. So just know that your city's behind you, and when the hard thing is hard, because you know it's hard and it's gonna be hard, we're gonna be here to support you, the city, Startup Savannah, all of your partners around the table, Comcast, SBAC. We want you to do well, and we want you to be a success here in the city and wherever you go. We're really, really proud of you. Go do the hard thing. You've got this.
Now it's time for the photo ops. Are we adjourned?
Yeah. Yeah. I guess.
You were supposed to adjourn us. And Jay was supposed to adjourn us.
Now it's time to eat some healthy cookies. Is that right? Let's go. So think about that.
taking a picture, group picture?
Yes.
Okay.
We're adjourned. Group picture time. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Good night.
So today we will be doing a walk-in one-stop. We will canvass the area of the Savannah Gardens, connecting the citizens of this community to resources that's available to empower them to make better decisions and be more productive in their life.
I think engagement is always helpful. I think it shouldn't just be a walk. Sometimes I think it should be a relationship. A walk can start the relationship, and then you can build and grow the relationship.
The community likes to see us out. We like to have opportunity to let us know their concerns, let them know that we want to hear their concerns as well. It's a lot more work to do, but I know that the community is willing to work with us to make things better for everybody.
Yeah, I've lived 101 years. Oh, I built this house here myself. I designed it and built it myself. I became a member of Savannah Police Department in 1947. I'm running the original 9.
For neighbors like Mr. White, a home is more than walls. It's history, family, and community. That's why the City of Savannah created the Home Repair Program. Qualified homeowners can receive up to $2,000 each year in repair grants, or loans of up to $15,000 over a 3-year period. These loans carry just a 2% interest rate with no monthly payments required as long as you remain in the home. The final payment isn't due until 40 years from closing, making it possible to protect and preserve your home without adding extra financial burden.
It's very important for seniors because a lot of seniors don't have the help. A lot of them are forgotten about. Important to keep this program going that we can help facilitate seniors with renovations, new roofs, electrical problems, plumbing, foundational issues.
These repairs preserve not just houses, but the families and stories inside them. We are preserving communities.
I've lived on this street here all my life. I've seen the changes racially, economically.
Call 912-651-6926 or visit savannahga.gov/home repair assistance.
I currently attend Savannah Christian. I'm a rising sophomore. I showed up today because it is an opportunity to learn about future fields I could go into in academia, jobs, as well as it was shown to me through Chatham County Youth Commission. This is very beneficial for students right now as it helps show where you can go with your life, with your business or education.
I'm really big in teaching youth things I wish somebody would have taught me. I didn't get into entrepreneurship until I was about 23, 24. I was kind of upset once I got into it because while I was in high school, they didn't talk about it much. Of course, as you know, they talk about military, going to work for somebody, playing sports, or working at another establishment and things like that. I didn't really hear much about the choice of entrepreneurship. Now, once I got into it, I felt as if I would have been a lot further if I would have gotten into it or heard about it more in high school. So I think it's very important to teach the youth about entrepreneurship and let them hear the process of it and how important it is.
I showed up today because of the career experiences and the college experiences and really just trying to figure out what to do in life. This event and how it's beneficial for someone that's doing school is by really showing up and really like not letting your environment define you.
When the rain falls in Savannah, our stormwater pump stations spring into action, working around the clock to keep our streets and neighborhoods safe from flooding.
Each station has a sensor that determines how deep the water is or how filled the canal is.
And while each station serves the same purpose, no two are exactly alike.
Each station is a little bit different. The pumps that we have are 500 horsepower submersible pumps, and each one has the capability of 78,000 gallons a minute. This particular station has 5 pumps. They work automatically. However, we do have team members that visit each of the stations to make sure that they're operating properly.
When a major weather event is on the horizon, preparation begins before the first drop falls.
Generally, that helps us prepare. The forecasts help us prepare by properly manning the stations with the appropriate number of team members. At any point in time when we feel like we're going to have a heavy rainfall, we will try to get ahead of that by pumping down the canals manually, making sure that the pumps run the canals down as low as possible, just so we have more capacity to hold the rainwater that's coming.
But not all storms are the same. Heavy downpours can pass quickly, while hurricanes bring days of relentless water.
Oftentimes, a heavy rainstorm will dump a lot of water on us in a short amount of time, which presents its own challenges, whereas a hurricane runs the possibility of sitting on top of us for a number of days, having the stations run continually, thereby putting more pressure on the devices and tools that we use. During a hurricane or tropical storm, we'll actually man these stations 24/7, generally with 2 members. A member of my stations team will be accompanied by another member of the stormwater department, so that we have 2 people at each site so they can properly monitor the stations over a 24-hour period until the storm has passed and deemed safe for other personnel to enter the city and help support cleanup efforts.
While pump stations are the last line of defense, everyone plays a vital role in keeping Savannah's stormwater system flowing.
Definitely do not throw trash out of your vehicle, and if you, when you're mowing your yard, don't blow the grass clippings into the street drains. That definitely clogs things up. These pumps stations remove the water from the canal no matter what the tide is, and remove that water to the Vernon or Savannah rivers, thereby clearing out the localized ditches, canals, and streets. This is the last stop for all the water that goes from the streets to the canals to the ditches. If these stations don't operate, those ditches don't flow, and the neighborhoods will flood.
From sensors and submersible pumps to round-the-clock monitoring, Savannah's pump stations and the people behind them keep our city moving forward, rain or shine.
Watch out! Here come COVID and flu, ready to crash your plans. Whether it's festivals, concerts, parties, work, or school, it's a wrap when an uninvited virus shows up. Don't let COVID or flu crash the party. Healthy Savannah wants you to stay safe, so wash your hands, cover your coughs and sneezes, stay home if you're sick, and keep those vaccinations up to date. Want to know more? Call the Chatham County Health Department at 912-356-2441.
California, and a grateful nation. Please accept this flag as a symbol of our appreciation to your loved ones' honorable and faithful service. Zichrono Evarecha.
I want to thank everyone for coming here this morning for this truly remarkable moment. According to our beliefs, the Jewish beliefs, we have the responsibility to mourn those who have died and to comfort those who are in mourning. And everyone is fulfilling those two mitzvot, those two commandments. As we come here today, we begin by inviting the family members to tear the ribbon that has been placed upon them. As we read, we rent our clothing as we remember those who have come before us. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam dayan hamet. Blessed are you, eternal God, judge of truth. As I invite you to tear your ribbons just a little bit from the bottom up. Milton obviously doesn't have any direct relatives, so you are serving as his direct relatives, his children, today. Now, as we begin this service, we want to, of course, thank everybody who is here to respond to this truly once-in-a-lifetime moment as we honor someone who died over 80 years ago. We send our thank you, of course, to the Honor Guard, to the Patriot Guard Riders, to the Jewish war veterans who are here, Martin Kirschbaum chapter, to the Daughters of the Revolution, their Savannah chapter, their Bonaventure chapter, the Lapton McIntosh chapter, and the Bonaventure chapter, headed by Sheila Burtz, who was the chapter regent and Southeast director. And we also thank the Sons of the Revolution for being here. And I know there are various other groups and dignitaries. We thank you for coming here this morning. Today, our world is darkened as we say our official goodbyes to Milton. We say this whenever we begin a funeral, but today is a little different. Our world is not darkened as we honor his memory because we think back to 80 years ago. For all of us here, World War II is seen through the eyes of history. We know we won. However, for the men and women who served, they had no such fortune. They only understood the repercussions of losing a war to truly such an insidious foe. I personally cannot even imagine huddling into a B-24J Liberator bomber, going on a mission, never knowing if I would be returning to my base in England. But the men and the women of the mighty 8th took that step into those planes nevertheless. And as a Jew in World War II, I imagine the military told Milton Himes to not put a J on his dog tags for fear of what might happen if he was captured by the Nazis and they came to understand that he was a Jewish American. For him, the war may have been just a little bit more personal, perhaps just a little bit more so because he was aware of the evil on the other side of those bombing raids. We will never know. All we do is understand, like so many others, he gave his life literally to protect the entire world from the tyranny of a type of evil we can barely understand today. He was raised as a part of the Savannah community, and now we lay him to rest in the community he knew best. We honor his memory even now, 100 years after his birth and over 80 years since his death. May his name continue to be a blessing as he is bound in the bonds of eternal life forever. As we come here today, we invite members of his family and others to participate in his memorial. So I'm going to invite up Cantor Barbara Margolis, one of his nieces, who will sing on his behalf.
Oh Lord, my God, I pray that these things never end. The sand and the sea, the rush of the waters, the crash of the heavens, the prayer of the heart, the sand and the sea, the rush of the waters, the crash of the heavens, the prayer of the heart.
Thank you, Barbara, for that beautiful rendition of the song Eli, Eli. For those of you who do not know, a cantor is a rabbi who can sing, so part of the clergy, but someone, as you can tell, with a beautiful voice. As is the tradition in so many religions, I'm going to invite everyone to recite Psalm 23 with me. I have passed out, or thank you to those who passed out, especially Herbert, the sheets of paper. Some of you know it by heart. I invite everyone to say it together. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He maketh me to lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside the still waters. He restoreth my soul. He guideth me in straight paths for his name's sake. Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou hast anointed my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. I'm now going to invite up Ira Pittman, one of his nephews, to read Psalm 121, which was one of the psalms we often read at this time.
I will lift up my eyes to the hills, from whence comes my help. My help comes from the Lord, who made heaven and earth. He will not allow your foot to be moved. He who keeps you will not slumber. Behold, he who keeps Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is your keeper. The Lord is your shade at your right hand. The sun shall not strike you by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve you from all evil. He shall preserve your soul. The Lord shall preserve your going out and your coming in from this time forth and even forevermore.
Beautifully done, and thank you, Ira. To speak on his behalf, we have the pleasure of inviting up his nephew, Milton Gay, as he will give the chesped, some would say the eulogy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Milton Gay. My mother, Comer, was Uncle Milton's middle sister. On behalf of our entire family, I want to start by thanking each of you for being here today to help remember and honor our uncle, Milton Himes Jr. My grandmother, Georgia Himes, used to say that losing him and not knowing where he was like a hole in her heart. I hope that what we're doing today helps ease that pain. And as I turn and I see the coffin ready to go in the ground next to her grave, I say, he's here, Mama. Your son is finally home. Your son is finally home to be with his family. Today is an unusual funeral. Usually the funeral is the sad occasion that's the first step in our ceremonial grief. It's an act of breaking through the denial and accepting that the departed person is indeed gone. In Jewish tradition, we do this symbolically by shoveling earth onto the lowered coffin. Today, our acceptance that Uncle Milton is gone is over 80 years old. Today is more about bringing his body home, so hopefully he can find peace, and for celebrating his memory. As a child, all I knew of Uncle Milton was that he died in World War II. When I asked about him, I heard that he was very smart, he was a wonderful brother, and that he was shot down during the Battle of the Bulge, which actually turns out not to be accurate. I never pushed to learn more than that because of the sadness on the faces whenever I asked. That's when I would hear that hole in the heart line. Ironically, preparing for this weekend and returning Uncle Milton to Savannah has made him come alive for me, and I think a number of my family members more than ever before. The military report tells us that on June 20th, 1944, 2 weeks to the day after D-Day, and by the way, 6 months before the Battle of the Bulge, Milton was the navigator of a B-24 in a huge bombing mission aimed at northern Germany. To protect themselves from the faster fighters, the big, slow bombers would be in patterns or formations so that the machine guns from the various planes could help protect the pack as a whole. They were in what was called a box formation, which literally was like a box. And while a box formation made it like a hornet's nest for fighters trying to strike the bombers, it made them kind of susceptible to other kinds of damage. Apparently, ACAC or anti-aircraft fire didn't have to hit the planes. As in this case, the explosion was near enough that the concussion pushed the plane into another of the planes in the formation, and that led to both planes going down. The pilot, the co-pilot, were able to escape out the wheel well. No one else on the plane survived. In 2019, Danish recreational divers, believe it or not, just out having fun, saw what they thought was a World War II plane. And on examining closely, they found U.S. machine gun and said, indeed, that's what it was. They reported it to the government. The Danish Navy then located the plane, removed the bombs still on board, and were able to check for persons. Miraculously, after 81 years submerged off the coast of Denmark, crewmen were found and identified. One of those was Uncle Milton. When they called me, I said, after 81 years, what's left? Is it just going to be just a smidge of some DNA or something that you found? And they said, actually, no. It's like 3/4 of a torso. There was a lot of him that was still there. That was just amazing. Milton Himes Jr. grew up here in Savannah at the family home, 201 East 39th Street on the corner of 39th and Abercorn. He went to 37th Street Elementary, was part of the 1937 confirmation class at McVie Israel here, and graduated from Savannah High. He didn't play organized sports, but he played the violin and joined the ROTC at school. His father, Milton Sr., my grandfather, was a pharmacist at Solomon's here in Savannah. Milton Sr. became very ill in 1943 and had to stop working. My grandmother, Georgia, cared for her husband at home, and the sisters, by the way, cared for her husband at home until he died earlier in 1944. She went to secretarial school, made wedding cakes, and taught piano to support her family. And that's the home that Milton left from to join the Army. I guess the children followed in their father's footsteps in that each of them had aspirations to be a medical professional. Jean, the oldest daughter, became a nurse. Comer, my mom, became a dietitian. And Natalie became a medical laboratory technician. Uncle Milton had plans to go to medical school after the war. Sadly, he never got that chance. When the U.S. came into World War II, Milton joined the Army. With his participation in ROTC, he was able to join as a second lieutenant. After basic training, he went to flight school in Houston, Texas, and became a navigator for the U.S. Army Air Corps, the forerunner of the Air Force. I can't speak firsthand about the personal side of Uncle Milton. He was gone years before I came into this world. But I've had the privilege, believe it or not, to speak with two women who dated him. There's a perspective for you. Miriam Sinner, some of you may know here in Savannah, actually dated my uncle a couple of times before he left for Houston. I hope, by the way, you'll be able to hear some of her stories. She's planning to join us at the Mighty Eighth, and hopefully you will later today. She has some funny stories about he was fun, smart, with a sense of adventure, and she also remembers that he loved to go dancing at Johnny Harris's. And she noted he looked really good in his uniform. In Houston, Milton met Mimi, the love of his life, he wrote his mom. And before he left for his duty in Europe, they became engaged. He gave her a ring that had belonged to his father. When I was born and given the name Milton, she sent my parents that ring for me to place on the finger of the person who is the love of my life. When I proposed to my wife, Wendy, I placed that ring on her finger, and there it has remained ever since. A number of years later, I traveled to Houston to thank Mimi and to spend some time with her. She was still warm and friendly and giving. She'd married a really nice man after the war. Actually, she married several. Not at the same time. But she still cared for Uncle Milton. It was very odd sitting in her living room, her husband on the Barcalounger, and she's telling me that Uncle Milton was indeed the love of her life. That was awkward. I asked her to tell me about Uncle Milton. She described him as a genuinely nice person who listened and cared and loved music. She noted that once they connected, they were almost immediately inseparable. She also noted that he loved to dance and he looked good in his uniform. Mimi has since passed, and I'm truly sorry she did not get to see this day. We want to thank the U.S. military and all of you for being here today, for bringing Uncle Milton back to us, and for being with us today to show him respect and to celebrate him. Thank you, Rabbi Haas, for your caring and comfort throughout the process. I want to thank all my cousins and family here for your hard work in making this day happen. It has really been a team effort, a family effort, and I've really loved getting close again with some of my cousins. It's been great. Thanks to the staff of the Mighty Eighth Museum for more things than I can put into words. At a ceremony this afternoon at the Mighty Eighth at 1:30, we're donating Uncle Milton's medals, dog tag, pictures, and other documents as part of a new Service Above Self exhibit that's going to be opening at the museum. We hope you'll join us there this afternoon again at 1:30 for that ceremony. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Milton. I cannot imagine how difficult it must be to capture a picture of someone who died so long ago and who so few people today actually know, but you did it beautifully and amazingly well. I think we got a wonderful picture of him from you and from your family, but also from the women who dated, one of whom lives on my block. So I will ask her later about that. It's tradition for us to say two prayers at this time, one for someone who has died recently. I'm going to invite Cantor Barbara Margolis to come again and recite the prayer El Malei Rachamim. I'm going to invite everyone who is able to please rise.
שוכן במרומים, המשים רוח נכונה, תחת כנפי השכינה. קדושים וטהורים כזוהר הרקיע מזהירים את נשמות מילטון בן מילטון וג'ורג'ה שהלך לעולמו בעל הרחמים, יסתירהו בסתר כנפיו לעולמים, וישרור החיים את נשמתו. אדוני הוא נחלתו וינוח בשלום ושלום על משכבו. ונאמר
Thank you so much for being here today. My name is Ariana Dorsey from the Office of Marketing and Communications, and we are so excited to unveil another splash pad here in Montgomery Crossroads. We're going to get started with our Honorable Mayor Van R. Johnson, and then followed by him, we will have Taffany Young, who is our Assistant City Manager.
Thank you all so much, and good morning. Savannah will be a safe, environmentally healthy, and economically thriving community for all. And all means all. And so I'm glad to be here this morning on behalf of the Savannah City Council and certainly Team Savannah for this wonderful, cooler day, cooler moment that we'll all be here to enjoy. First of all, let me thank Team Savannah. This has been a march throughout our city to ensure that equity is equity and equity is for real. And equity can't be real unless you are in the places where people are. And you're ensuring that people have what they need to be successful and have a good time. And we know, given Savannah and its heat, and it's disrespectful heat, that we need opportunities for young and for those a little more seasoned to be able to come out and enjoy. We are on this journey that we are calling Recreation Reimagined, which was launched as a continuous improvement initiative focused on rethinking how we do recreation in this city and how we deliver infrastructure in this city. And we wanted to enrich the lives of residents and guests by providing high-quality recreation experiences. In 2025, over $4 million. Everybody say $4 million. Was invested by this city in community centers, splash pads, parks, playgrounds, basketball courts, tennis courts, baseball fields, and pools in neighborhoods, and you clap right there. You clap right there. Because this is money in neighborhoods where our citizens live and where they play. We have built 6 new splash pads, and we've renovated or replaced 6 others. So 6, I went to Savannah State, so 6 plus 6 equals what? We have 12. 12 splash pads and 4 pools, making us the premier agency in our region for aquatic services. This is also important for us because we can't put pools everywhere. Pools, Taffy Young will tell you, are difficult to manage. The fire department will tell you they're a huge liability. Nick Roberts will tell you we can't find enough lifeguards. And they're very expensive to be able to maintain. Splash pads are easy. It's the same water, it's cooler, and nobody drowns in a splash pad. So, and we get to cut it off. It gets to turn off, so we're also in the conservatory space as well. This splash pad here on Montgomery Crossroads is not about just infrastructure. These ribbon cuttings are not about us. We are celebrating and we are being grateful for the journey that we have all been on together. This is a haven for the heat. And they also promote community because you get to talk to your neighbors while you have intentional space for people to gather. These are fun spaces, but they could also have meaningful impact on the lives of young people for years to come by promoting physical activity and strengthening the fabric of our neighborhoods. These splash pads are also designed for all. They are compliant with the ADA, the American with Disabilities Act. So even young people and older people with mobility challenges can get through them. And as I said before, they are automated, making it easy for anyone to use them. And so we will continue to provide equitable access to recreation. All splash pads in this city are open 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m., March through October. And we want you to use them, and we thank you for joining us today as we celebrate this. And I'm asking, and I asked the chiefs to come behind me because they're gonna walk with me through this water. Y'all know how we do. Leadership is going first. And so Gene Pravat is sitting there like he don't know that I see him. Come on up here, Gene, too. We can't expect people to go where we won't go. So I hope all of you have, y'all look pretty good today because we're walking through this because that's what we do here in Savannah. And then we want our young people to enjoy it as well. So thank you all so much. Again, thank you for being Savannah Strong. And now I have the pleasure to introduce, in the first time in public, our Assistant City Manager. You might have seen her in community services. You might have seen her in public development. You might have seen her on the third floor of City Hall. But now, she is our assistant city manager, Ms. Taffany Young.
Good morning. Good morning. All right, I am so excited to be here. This has been a mission. We have been on a mission to cool off Savannah. And so we're so excited to be able to go back and replace all of our splash pads. If any of you all remember what they used to look like, it was a slab of concrete with a pipe above ground and holes in it. It didn't even do like the sprinkler systems in the yard that went back and forth. It just shot water in one direction all day long. So we're excited to have cool features. We want the kids to enjoy running through the water, and we're also trying to make sure we're conserving water. So these splash pads won't run all day if there's nobody in it. You can press a button and it'll come on and you can enjoy it for 15 minutes, and then when it goes off, you can come back over and press that button again. And when you walk away, we're saving our water, and which is important for us in terms of our sustainability mission. I would like to add to what the mayor said and thank some people, recognize some folks that are making this possible. We have an awesome team with the city of Savannah. And first and foremost, let me recognize and thank our mayor and city council. Without their support, none of this would be possible. Yes. I also want to recognize and thank our Mayor Pro Tem, District 5 Alderwoman Dr. Estella Shabazz. Let's give her a hand. On the city staff side, please help me thank Nick Roberts. He is the Senior Director of our Recreation and Leisure Services Department, and he is at the helm of Recreation Reimagined, along with his two assistant directors, Peter Meyerhofer and Ricky Allison. We do these projects in partnership with our Capital Projects Office, so I'd like to recognize Christy Lawrence, who's our director, along with Ashley Sullivan, who is our project lead. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you, Christy. And last but not least, Rob Cantrell and Great Southern Recreation that has been on this journey with us. As the mayor said, we have 12 splash pads throughout Savannah, but what is so unique about this one is that when we started Recreation Reimagined, we talked to the community. We asked, what did you want to see? The other thing that we did is we rode the city, and we recognized that along Middle Ground Road on this side of town, we don't have a whole lot of recreation amenities for people to enjoy. We also have not had a splash pad near apartments. Every child and every family doesn't live in a single family home.
That's right.
We have lots of people, members of our community, that live in apartment complexes. And so it's important that we recognize that we need to place our recreation amenities near kids who are growing up, because that's their neighborhood. That's the community that they'll grow up in with their friends. And so now we're able to bring enjoyment to our young folk to be able to enjoy getting wet without being in too deep water with parents being worried about them. So I just want to invite everyone, along with the mayor and the rest of us, to run through the water. We have a lot of important people out here that I know you want to go out there and join us too. I also want to recognize our most important guests today, but they're way too busy. They're ignoring me because they are climbing all over the playground equipment. So this is for you all kids. I know you're going to change direction when we get ready to cut this ribbon and get wet. You all have a wonderful day. It's a beautiful day, and thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for those words from our mayor and our new assistant city manager. We got to hear from Team Savannah. If everybody from Team Savannah can just wave their hand, show we're in the building. Okay, great. So now we will get a chance to hear from our neighbors from this community. We have a representative from the Neighborhood Association. If we could have Mr. Willis come up, please. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm representing Colonial Village, and I think this is good for surrounding neighborhoods, and I want to thank the city for doing this. Did everybody hear me? I would like to thank the city for this, and as I said, I think it's good for the community. Thank you.
Okay, lastly, before we turn on the splash pad, I just want to recognize all of our chiefs here. I see Chief Handy from the Savannah Fire Department. We have Chief Gunther from, Chief Kitchen as well from the Fire Department. We have Chief Gunther from Savannah Police. We have government operations right here. And who else? I see Chief Carter, Chief Melissa. Yes, Chief Sherrouse as well from IPA. Yes. Yes, Chief Sherrouse from Information and Public Affairs. All right, so we will go ahead and get started. Batter up, Savannah. On a sunny Monday at Grayson Stadium, kids from across the city stepped up to the plate for a day filled with fun, friendship, and fast balls. This was the mayor's Play Ball initiative, a home run of an event aimed at bringing back the magic of outdoor play and the joy of America's favorite pastime. With the help of the legendary Savannah Bananas, these rookies got a crash course in the fundamentals. From grounders to glove work, from pop flies to perfect swings. They learned how to keep their eye on the ball, swing for the fences, and most importantly, how to have a ball doing it. But this wasn't just about baseball. It was about connection, about trading screen time for sunshine, about building community, one pitch, one play, and one smile at a time. And while there may not have been a scoreboard, the wins were everywhere. In the laughter, the learning, and the joy of simply being outside and playing together. Led by the city of Savannah and supported by our mayor, this initiative knocked it out of the park, reminding all of us that the field is still open, the team is still growing, and there's always room to play. So here's to more games, more laughter, and more chances to hit life out of the park. Because when Savannah plays ball, everybody wins.
Welcome to City Hall. I'm Luciana Spraker with the City of Savannah's Municipal Archives, and we're on top of City Hall's roof, which is absolutely one of my favorite places in the city. I'm here with Jonathan Stallcup with Architectural Tours of Savannah, and I've invited him to join us and to talk a little bit about some of the special things you can see up here, which is a place not many people get to come. So welcome, Jonathan. I'm really glad you could join us today.
Thanks for having me up here.
So let's talk about a couple of the things you can see architecturally about City Hall that you don't get to see down from the street.
The detail from up here is fantastic. You can see the seams in the dome all the way up to the cupola at the top. First hand or close-up view of the flag, which you can see from below, but just the scale of the building from up here, it's much larger obviously than it would be down on the ground. Getting up close to the clocks, which intended to be illuminated from the very beginning when they built City Hall.
Which is really important because electricity was fairly new at that time, right?
New, experimental, exciting new product to put in the building, throughout the building, but definitely wanted people to know it as soon as they saw it from a distance.
Okay, so you've been to a lot of domes around the world. How does Savannah's City Hall dome compare?
Savannah's dome is the last and 2,000 plus year history of domes, or I shouldn't say the last, but the most up-to-date 20th century version of it. And it builds on going back to the Greeks trying to do domes with post and beam. They did something called corbelling, where they just used stones stacked horizontally. The Romans built on that, and they put their stones going at a wedge shape as voussoirs, all masonry. By the time it gets handed down to the 20th century, they were using steel and iron and glass. And this dome is a combination, builds on top of masonry base, and uses steel arch supports as it goes over the arch.
So when we were walking up here, we saw some pretty fabulous stained glass, didn't we? We have an inner and an outer dome. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Right, so the stained glass on the inside blocks the view of the construction for the steel ribs going through the dome, the outer dome. But having the outer dome protects that ornate stained glass, it keeps it from storm damage, and sort of builds on top of it. It also creates a layer to house all the clockworks that would have been in the building initially, and the illumination for that stained glass, which we're seeing from the outside, these slender windows on the outside, primarily there to bring the natural daylight into the stained glass so that you could see it from the rotunda below 24 hours a day.
So one thing that's interesting in the original design that didn't make it on the final building would have been right where we are. What should be right where we are right now?
We're missing a quadriga, which would be a 4-horse statue with a charioteer. And in fact, we're not just missing the one that would have occupied this area, but one on each corner. So 4 statues with 4 horses and a chariot each.
So I know that City Council cut those. They said, you know, we can't afford those. What if those 4 major statuary groups had been installed? How would that have changed City Hall as we know it? Do you think it would have changed what people saw?
It definitely would have done. Interestingly, horses were still the primary mode of transportation when this went up, and cars were just coming on the scene. I doubt that played a role in City Hall, cutting them from the budget, but they weren't seen as a throwback to ancient times only, but also a link to present day with horses and carriages.
What else, you know, might we want to look at being this close to the dome? Is there anything else that we, you know, being at this vantage point that's interesting?
Seeing all the carvings, and this is all, I believe, you correct me if I'm wrong, Indiana limestone used for the building. It almost looks like concrete, the smoothness of it from up here, but the fact that each of those balusters, those spindles for the railing, were carved out individually, and they are exactly alike, so it took some artisanship to accomplish that.
So while we'll pause while the ship passes us by, City Hall has a great vantage point over River Street, but when City Hall was built, that was our port. We had all of the docks and wharves behind City Hall, and you could stand here or on our 4th floor and look out at the ships coming in. So we had a view of the Port of Savannah when this building opened.
And you could hear it.
And
if it was a warm day, all the windows would be open, so that horn was coming right through the building.
Right. So Jonathan, one of the best things about City Hall being up here is what you can see from City Hall. And before City Hall, you had the City Exchange here, and many historic photographs were taken from the City Exchange, which was built between 1799 and 1801. So photographs starting in the mid-1800s, looking, you know, down Bull Street, down Bay Street, and Factors Walk. So this is an important sort of vantage point for Savannah and how it has changed over time. So I was hoping you might talk a little bit about what we see from this view.
Well, since it's been a great view since the 1790s, early 1800s, most of these buildings weren't here when the City Exchange went up. So if you had been able to stand up here around 1800 and continued to for the next few decades, you would have seen the Custom House going up in the 1840s. Further down the block, there are more cotton factor warehouses. Most of these were built after City Hall, so you wouldn't have seen them until the 20th century. And then if you look down the other direction, where Moon River Brewing Company is today, that was the City Hotel. And that was designed by William J. as a city hotel, or at least attributed to him. And there are some old photographs from the top of the City Exchange where the buildings past that Moon River Brewing Company didn't exist yet, and you were able to see the City Market in Ellis Square, the building that was demolished in the 50s. You could have seen the water tower in Franklin Square, which used to be called Water Tower Square because of that little structure. And then once City Hall went up, they were able to watch the taller skyscrapers a decade later. The Savannah Bank building, the white structure on Bryan and Bull, and the old Manger Hotel? Manger.
I think it's Manger.
Okay, Manger Hotel. And the tree canopy has filled in dramatically since City Hall went up. So when this was new, you could have looked all the way down Bull Street, essentially to Forsyth Park, and noticed the 5 monuments in the squares that go along Bull Street. And we can see the first one in Johnson Square, the Nathaniel Green Memorial, but the others are a little bit obscured with the tree canopy today.
Since you brought up the skyscrapers, I think that is a good time for me to jump in and mention that City Hall was designed by Hyman Wickover, who designed a couple other important buildings that I like to refer to as Savannah skyscrapers that we've lost. So on the other side of Johnson Square, where we now have the SunTrust buildings, used to be another little cluster of skyscrapers that were torn down that included 2 more Wickover buildings. So Wickover was a pretty prolific architect at the turn of the century, or leading into the 20th century.
And I know you're very knowledgeable about Wickover, and I believe that you did a lecture about him with the Liberty Bank, and there was a picture with his office at the very top of it.
That was a lot of fun. He overlooked Broughton Street.
So cool.
Yeah.
And interesting that picture was so high res that you could zoom into the top floor window and see his name up there.
That's right.
Since you're mentioning the architect, I noticed a photograph in some of your research, if I can find it here, taken right after City Hall went up. And this photo showed how important the new technology was going to be. They had automobiles in this image, and these all came from Bryson's garage. Bryson's automobile garage was built just a couple years before City Hall was completed, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it's the same architect, another building by Hyman Wickover.
It was a Wickover building, and it's on Chippewa Square.
Chippewa. And he was selling Franklins apparently, so all of these cars were Franklins that were brought in.
Yeah, and this is actually one of my favorite photographs of City Hall because the building's under construction. You can see the dome structure, all of that framework before the copper sheathing has gone up. So it's really nice to see. We don't have a lot of construction photographs of the building.
And unpaved streets down below, or minimally paved perhaps.
Absolutely.
It sounds like this event was held right after City Council to inspect the rest of the streets in the county.
Yeah, I think they were going out to an oyster roast at Thunderbolt or Isle of Hope.
So business and pleasure.
Yeah. So, anything you want to add while we're looking here?
I think it's interesting that the Custom House is on a location that, from what I can tell, may have been the first preservation battle in the city. When they were planning for a new Custom House in Savannah, it was the 1840s, and 1845 in the spring, the newspapers talk about where they should site the new Custom House, and the local newspapers were proposing that it would go on Reynolds Square where the old Filature building had been, so in a trust lot across from where the Pink House is. By summertime, they found out where the location was meant to be, and they were not happy about it. And in fact, when you look at the bottom corner of the Custom House, they've put a plaque down there depicting the cottage where Oglethorpe spent his time when he was in Savannah, and that building had to be removed in order for the Custom House to go up. That preservation sense continued through the centuries. In the 1890s, around 1900, when they were proposing City Hall, there was a group of colonial dames who were against removal of the City Exchange to put the City Hall in this location.
That's right. There was a preservation battle over the demolishing the City Exchange, and they actually called it perhaps the most historic building in the entire state of Georgia, and they didn't want the Exchange torn down to build City Hall, and City Council decided to tear down the Exchange to build City Hall here because they said that this was the most important spot for city government to continue its business. So that was a tug between progress and history and preservation, but that like that, it was another early historic preservation battle.
And the original footprint of the City Exchange doesn't seem to have allowed enough room for the City Hall, so they had to take up more land and get some concessions to expand the footprint a little further.
Yeah, and you know, it was interesting because that wasn't a local decision. That had to go all the way up to the General Assembly. The state legislature had to grant that additional land to expand the footprint to make this building bigger. So Jonathan, you mentioned the clock faces earlier. Do you have anything, you know, of interest about clocks and their importance for publics?
Before everybody had a clock on their phone, they would need a major city point to tell the time. And early on in Savannah, it was the City Exchange building. So since 1800, there's been a clock in this location. When they proposed the new City Hall, they weren't going to just reuse the old clock, but they also didn't want to throw it away. That preservation mind that had come through the colonial dames may have prompted that. And a local iron worker, O'Rourke, offered to put it in his iron foundry. And it used to be at the end of Bay Street and the Riverwalk, so you could have seen the old clock from the new location looking down towards the east. Now you can see a huge container ship coming up here, but just all the reminders of Savannah's commerce and history in one view.
So Jonathan, you had mentioned Factors Walk earlier, so we've got a great view of Factors Walk here and the Cotton Exchange, which has kind of an interesting tie-in to where we talked about City Hall needed to get permission from the state, and Cotton Exchange has a really interesting story about having to get special permissions to be built. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, the Cotton Exchange, built in 1886, straddles Drayton Street, and Drayton runs all the way through the city, ends at the river. In order to put a cotton exchange or any building where it currently is, they had to build on air rights. So Drayton Street still had to be passable underneath the Cotton Exchange, and still today you can walk through there. And since it bridges Drayton Street, it's also interesting to note that there are bridges across the other major streets. Abercorn has a pedestrian footbridge, Lincoln Street as well, that just connects the walkway, the sidewalk in front of the Gamble Building, in front of the Stoddard Range with upper and lower. There's a sidewalk that is built above Factors Walk. And it sounds like from the information, they proposed extending it past the Gamble Building to connect to where the Hyatt is today.
This is also a great view of the park-like area that we call the Strand. So the area between Factors Walk and Bay Street, which literally is a public park. And a lot of people don't realize it has that name, the Strand, which it's really one of Savannah's earliest parks, laid out at the same time as our earliest squares. So Jonathan, while we were talking about some of the limestone carvings, we also, while they cut the quadriga, Wickover proposed two allegorical statues for the front of City Hall, which were executed. So tell us about those.
So they ended up doing art and commerce as the two statues. The model for them was the same model, but they being the artist, Winstead, made the statue for commerce a little bit cruder and less refined, and the statue for art was much more refined and delicate. He's put symbols with art and commerce. Commerce is holding a ship, and at her feet she's got an anvil and a gear. And Art is holding a painter's palette, and at her feet she has an Ionic column capital. Directly below that are actual Ionic columns in the front of the building, all done out of Indiana limestone.
I always thought, you know, these were very appropriate symbols when the building opened for Savannah, and still very appropriate symbols today.
Absolutely.
For Savannah. And they overlook Bay Street and Bull Street and just overlook our city so nicely.
And the copper would have referenced the copper on the dome initially.
That's right. You know, I'm glad you brought that up, because many people don't know that we haven't always had a gold dome.
Right. And when it first went on, it was a goldish tinge, a brownish gold, but meant to patina into a green color. And it would have done that within a few decades, I assume. It depends what they coated it with, which it sounds like they put some kind of wax on it at the early stages. Just like the Statue of Liberty would have been a gleaming color at the beginning and faded into a green over time.
Right. So yeah, we had a gold dome until 1980. We had a a copper patina dome until 1987, and so we haven't had a gold dome very long. So, and it kind of misleads people. Some people who are visiting who aren't very familiar with Georgia, they were like, oh, is this the state capital? But no, just Savannah.
And our state capital is a gold dome as well, so that would lead to more confusion.
So, but City Hall is a special place, and I think that just signifies it even more. So, well, thank you for coming on the roof with me, and I hope you guys have enjoyed this little special visit to City Hall and special view from City Hall's rooftop, and we hope you will join us for our next Hungry for History.
Check. Check. 204. I'll see that. Mr. Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Mayor Van Johnson.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem in District 5 Alderwoman Dr. Stella Edwards Shabazz.
Present.
Chairman in District 4 Alderman Nick Palumbo.
Present.
Vice Chair and District 3 Alderwoman Linda Wilder Bryan.
Ready, let's go.
Post 1 Alderwoman Carolyn H. Phil.
Present.
Post 2 Alderwoman Alicia Miller Blakely.
Present.
District 1 Alderwoman Bernetta B. Lanier.
Present.
District 2 Alderman Dietrich Leggett.
Here.
And District 6 Alderman Curtis Pertee.
Last but not least, I'm here.
Mayor, Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. All rise. I call this meeting of the Savannah City Council to order. Today is Thursday, October the 23rd, 2025. Savannah will be a safe, environmentally healthy, and economically thriving community for all. And for us, all means all. Our invocator today will be introduced by District 2 Alderman Dietrich Leggett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City of Savannah, for the first time, I want to make sure you guys understand that I'm going to introduce you to a visionary, a college ministry coach, an author, and a thoughtful leader. Today, I introduce you to Reverend Claude Douglas Cheatham, Jr. Combined sound biblical teaching, business acumen, a liberation theologist, and the body of Christ into action as he's a great leader. Since his youth, Reverend Cheatham has prevailed against his odds, rising from Schuyler High School, earning his Master's of Business Administration, turning a second chance into a sacred calling. He previously served as the College of Young Adults Director in Elizabeth Baptist Church in Atlanta, Georgia, where he mobilized over 5,000 college students and young adults through the Vibe Ministry, one of the leading Generation Z-led ministries of the region at the time. Currently, he serves as the senior pastor and teacher at St. Luke Missionary Baptist Church in Savannah, Georgia, a thriving intergenerational ministry that embraces the richness and traditional teaching while moving boldly in the freshness of the Spirit. A second-generational preacher, Reverend Cheatham holds degrees from Bethune-Cookman, a BA, and from Edward Waters University, a Masters of Business Administration. He is currently pursuing his Masters of Divinity at the Samuel DeWitt Proctor School of Theology in Virginia University in Richmond. He also studied the United Theological Seminary at Dayton, Ohio. He is the author of Cracking the Code of Creating College Ministry and the Hypostatic Union of Ministry, Bridging Baptist Roots with Pentecostal Fire. Licensed to preach in 2006 and ordained in 2020, Reverend Cheatham is a dedicated college minister and strategic with the strategy in higher education and professionalism. He has served as an administrative counselor, campus pastor, professor, and academic advisor. He also is a proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated and activities engaged in civic initiatives and uplifting historic marginalized community. Reverend Cheatham is married to his best friend, Reverend Alexis Michelle Cheatham. Together, they are raising 3 amazing children, Zion John Eric, Claude III, and Zaria. Marked by integrity and innovation, Reverend Claude Douglas Cheatham Jr. is committed to building people, birthing purpose, and boldly pursuing the spirit of excellence in every assignment. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce you to the Reverend Claude D. Cheatham Jr.
Friends, shall we bow in prayer? Sovereign Savior, mighty Master, we come before you this afternoon with a spirit of gratitude, grateful for another day, grateful for the grace that rests on this great city known as Savannah. Thank you for the privilege of gathering under the canopy of community, collaboration, and compassion. Lord, we thank you for this historic city, a city of charm and character, a city that carries the soul of struggle and the song of survival. Thank you, God, for the squares to each sanctuary and community of faith that your presence dwells. Thank you for Mayor Johnson, a leader of conviction and compassion. Strengthen his hands and steady his heart as he continues to lead with vision, wisdom, and courage. We lift up every council member, and particularly Alderman Leggett, who his service reflects dignity and his duty. Bless each of them with discernment beyond politics and patience beyond pressure. God, we also thank you for the presence of Savannah State University, proud tigers that roar, that remind us that education is liberation. Bless every student, professor, and graduate who carries the legacy of excellence. May this partnership between the city and the university continue to produce purpose, progress, and promise. And Lord, thank you for the opportunity to serve the people of St. Luke Missionary Baptist Church where the Spirit of the Lord is. May that same Spirit rest on this city council today. Remind us that government without grace becomes grim, but leadership under the anointing brings life and light to a community. In these challenging yet hope-filled times, help us to see that unity is not uniformity and progression is not partisan, it's personal. Let the decision made in this chamber echo equality and equity, speak with empathy and walk with integrity. God, we pray for every neighborhood, from the young man on the corner looking for direction to the elders sitting on their porch praying for protection. Cover every school, every street, every small business, and every servant leader who keeps Savannah strong. As we move forward, give us hearts that are humble, hands that are helpful, and hope that is holy. Remind us that the city still belongs to you, and as long as you reign, Savannah has a future worth fighting for. We pray this prayer in the name of the liberator from Nazareth, the chain breaker from Calvary, the Savior who still saves, Jesus Christ. We all say together, amen.
Amen. Let us honor our country. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all so much. You may be seated. Pastor Cheatham, thank you so much. Welcome to Savannah. We are glad that you are here and you have assumed the leadership of a wonderful congregation on 38th Street. Some good folks over there. And so we have no doubt that you will lead them into their next chapter. However,
Oh gosh. Oh goodness.
you need to know this. I heard that you were from Edward Waters, and I heard that you were from Bethune-Cookman. Those are bad words around here. You might want to don some blue and orange. This is Tiger Country. Well, Dr. World is here, and we will be more than glad to initiate you into Tiger Country. And I'm not even going to talk about what the clerk is talking about that red and white. But that's a whole nother thing. But we're glad that you're here. Thank you very much. Want to just also wish our residents a happy Diwali, which has occurred over the last couple of days. The New Year, and may every dialogue we light reflect the blessings we receive from each other. From our hearts to yours, happy Diwali, filled with prosperity, peace, and unity. We know in unity there is strength, and we know in unity that there is light. So happy Diwali. The other thing I wanted to lift up is that we're also in the midst of a government shutdown that is soon to become unprecedented. And we have individuals in our community, regardless of the politics of it all, who did not get a check, whose bills don't care about the politics in Washington. And so we have been working with our Chamber of Commerce and with our Economic Development Authority to be able to find ways to help those who need help. Food is still food, gas is still gas, and so I'm lifting that up because we could easily be in that situation. And I don't know about you, but I'm only one paycheck away of then needing some severe help myself. So if you can go to the Chamber's website, and we are providing ways. You could also donate to United Way. The United Way has been helping folks in this community for years, and also our food bank. There are ways that we can help individuals have the things that they need during these very strange times. So thank you very much. Beyond that, we also will go ahead and move into our agenda.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Are you ready, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Well, let's go ahead. Go ahead. Item number 1.
All right. I would like to make a motion for the first item on our agenda. I'd like to make a motion for the adoption of the regular meeting agenda for October 23rd, 2025.
Second motion.
Properly moved and seconded. We adopt the regular meeting agenda for October 23rd, 2025. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes.
I would like to also make a motion for items number 2 and 3 on our agenda for the approval of the minutes of the work session, executive session held on October 9th, 2025 at 11 o'clock a.m., and making a motion for the approval of the minutes for the regular meeting held on October 9th at 2 o'clock p.m.
Second motion.
Been properly moved and seconded that we approve the minutes for the work session, executive session held on October the 9th, 2025 at 11 a.m., and approval of the minutes of the regular meeting held on October 9th at 2 o'clock p.m. You've heard the motion. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Also, the City Council held an executive session dealing with issues of litigation and real estate. I'm asking that authorization be signed, the affidavit to the effect that only those items were discussed during the meeting and no votes were taken.
So moved.
Second.
There's second. Properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. For planning purposes, item number 4 is our regular meeting schedule for the 2026 calendar year. As you all know, things sometimes are subject to change. So this is for approval at this time.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I move to adopt the agenda item as written.
Second motion.
Properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Moving on to our presentations, we're always glad to have retired educators with us, and I take great pleasure in inviting them up. The Chatham Retired Educators Association. And I saw a state representative and my predecessor, our 65th mayor, Representative Edna Branch Jackson here. So y'all just show us some love because she's here. Proclamation from the City of Savannah reads as follows. Whereas the City of Savannah recognizes the invaluable contributions of retired educators whose years of service have shaped generations of students, enriched our schools, and strengthened the foundation of learning in our community. And whereas the state of Georgia has officially proclaimed November the 2nd, 2025 as Retired Educators Day in recognition of the thousands of former teachers, administrators, and educational professionals who continue to give of themselves even after their former careers have ended. And whereas there are more than 145,000 retired educators in Georgia, 34,000 plus of whom are members of the Georgia Retired Educators Association. And whereas retired educators continue to serve our city in many capacities through mentorship, volunteerism, tutoring, civic leadership, and supporting educational initiatives that help students thrive. And whereas their legacy of dedication, experience, and wisdom continues to uplift families, students, and neighborhoods across Savannah. And where it is appropriate that a day be designated for citizens to express their appreciation for the contributions that retired educators have made and continue to make for the betterment of human lives and for society. Now, therefore, I, Van R. Johnson II, Mayor of the City of Savannah, do hereby proclaim November The second, 2025, is Retired Educators Day in the city of Savannah, and encourage all citizens to join me in honoring and celebrating these pillars of education, expressing our gratitude for their lifelong service and continuing contributions to our community's future. In witness whereof I've set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Savannah to be affixed this 23rd day of 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, I come from a family of educators, a family of math teachers actually here in Savannah. And I'll tell you, everything I learned it from a teacher. And so we are always very, very happy to celebrate these individuals, not only who have served, but who continue to serve. So let's show some love for our teachers. Always the teachers, so thank you. Well, you can say what you want to say.
On behalf of our president, Dr. Kathy Grant, and Dr. Pamela West as president-elect, would like to thank all of Mayor Johnson and the council team for the time and effort that you put in considering giving us this proclamation. As you know, we are educators who take a lot of pride in what we do and a lot of care for the teachers who are still out on what some might call the battlefield, but it is our future. And we do the things that we can do to continue to encourage them to want to continue to push forward so that they can help the citizens of tomorrow.
How many years did you teach?
32 and a half years.
Yes.
We used to actually, back in my police days, we worked together, so you're still looking good. You look like 32. All right, we're going to go ahead. Name how many years you served. Yeah, we're going to make sure.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Brown White, and I taught 31 years.
All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Brittany Roberts, and I worked for 37 years.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Garcia Wilder, and I've served in many capacities for a number of 31 years.
You might as well.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
It's been over since 1971 in some capacity in education.
Thank you. Well, once a teacher, always a teacher. So thank you all so much, and we appreciate you for all that you do and continue to do for us. And I hope to look that good when I've served 31 years anywhere, so yes.
Good Johnson, I can't see my sister-in-law.
See, teachers still telling me what to do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's homecoming. CJ, they don't do that at LSU. I will tell you that, and Savannah State, come on up. If I had to do it all over again, Mayor Jackson, I would end up at Savannah State, the Savannah State yes, sir. University, Georgia's oldest public, historically black college and university. For us, Savannah State is our school, but Savannah is their campus. And there are so many ways everyone has a connection to Savannah State. For those of us that were blessed to matriculate there, to those of us who had families there, for those first generation college students that were there. And every year we look forward to the reconsummation of the marriage between Savannah and Savannah State, and that is with homecoming. And so it is an opportunity for us to come home, to not only visit, but also to reaffirm our commitment to our beloved institution that has served us so well. And the good Lord just happens to know what we need when we need it. we have a leader in Dr. Jermaine World who is energetic. He gets the assignment, and I will tell you that he has embraced the assignment all claws down.
Yes, sir.
We had a conversation a year or two ago at another event somewhere in Statesboro. We were talking. I want that job at Savannah State. And I will tell you, he has embraced it. His wardrobe has changed significantly. You could do it too. But he has really come on and re-energized this university and in this community. Savannah State is on the move again. And so let me welcome Dr. Jermaine World, and the Savannah State University is homecoming!
Mayor, we are here.
Yes, you are.
Aldermen, council, thank you all for this exciting opportunity to come bring greetings from the Savannah State University. Listen, I'm excited. You know, we've been in the throes of homecoming all week, and I'm going to pass the mic, but I want to just say a few things. On behalf of the university, we're humbled to be a part of this community. Since 1890, educating individuals for a lifetime of, I would say, well-earned earnings, lifestyle, and more importantly, traditions that have carried on for many, many generations. And so homecoming is an opportunity for those alums that are far and few between to come back into this great city, to have that reunion with their classmates, their friends, their families, to really celebrate one of Georgia's, what I call our national treasure, right here in the heart of the city of Savannah. So we appreciate this partnership. I know earlier this year we celebrated the internship opportunities with the city, and so we just really thank you all for your continued support of our institution. I'm going to bring up two of our leaders that are leading homecoming to give you some information about what's happening this week. We had a golf tournament this morning, about 120 players. We got Terrence J on campus as we speak. We have a lot of activities, but they'll give you a quick rundown of all activities. But more importantly, I want to invite each of you to our homecoming activities throughout this weekend. We hope to see you at one of those events or all those events as we continue to celebrate the University by the Sea. And of course, we will have a wonderful cheer from our cheerleaders here, our Tiger. And we do have members of our administration. Two of our vice presidents are here. Our alumni chapter president is here. Many of our alumni are here in attendance. And of course, back on the main campus. So we are just thrilled to be here. And I'm going to hand it off to Marcelo and Leandria and give you a little bit more insights on what's to come this weekend. Help me invite them to the mic.
We thank y'all so much for helping us as this week have already got us started to a strong start. So what's going on? So tonight, first of all, at 4 o'clock today, we have our renaming of our College of Education to the Hyundai College of Education. That's at 4 o'clock today. So we're excited about that. At 5:30 this afternoon, we also have our crowning of the alumni queens, and at 7 o'clock is our really big event, the crowning, our coronation of Mr. and Miss Savannah State University. We invite you all out to any of those events. Tomorrow is our big yard show, so come on out to the fish fry. Everybody's always excited about the fish fry, and the step show on tomorrow night where the Signals will probably win. All right, but on Saturday. On Saturday, with your permission, we'll be hosting one of the best parades in Savannah. And so we're excited about a lot of the city council have already registered for those events, and we have your parade package. And then we are honored to have two of our judges of the parade in the house. I see Jennifer Davenport from Savannah Area Chamber over there, and Alderwoman Carol Bell will be judging our parade this year. So we're really excited about that. And then, of course, don't forget about the big gaming. At 3 o'clock is Morehouse, so we love to see y'all out there and glad for the support.
Go Tigers. That's all I got.
Uproar.
There you go.
Mayor, if it's okay with you and the council, we want to let our cheerleaders just give us one little small chant, making a little bit of noise in the building, if that's okay. I'll let them lead us through, and then we'll go from there.
I used to cheer for Savannah State. Come on, let's go.
I said Savannah! Savannah State! Woo! Woo! I said Savannah! Savannah!
I see y'all doing the same cheer too. Huh?
Well, Mayor, we're here to get our permits so that we can have this wonderful occasion happening 9 o'clock right here in downtown. And we also, of course, have some gifts for you and our council. We appreciate, again, your leadership in this community.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. This is something that's an issue of mine, and maybe now that you're here, you can help. I think the step show has been rigged over the last couple of years. They say the Sigmas won, but it was very clear the Alphas are the best. So if you can promise me that we're going to have fair judging,
yes, sir.
You know, don't have Marcelo Stewart nowhere near the judges' table this year. We would be glad to do that. But before I do, we have your administration. We want y'all come and introduce yourselves, and certainly want everybody to know who you are and what you do.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samantha Hutchison. I am the new Vice President of Business and Finance at Savannah State University.
Good afternoon and thank you. My name is Terrence Dixon. I'm Vice President for Enrollment Management, Student Affairs, and Marketing at Savannah State University.
Harold Washington, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the president of the National Alumni Association, class of 1998 from Savannah and born and raised in Savannah.
Hello, my name is Sammy. I am class of 28. I'm a major in biology, and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Hello, my name is Janaya. I major in business marketing. I am a sophomore, and I am from Columbia, South Carolina.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nikayla, and I'm from Washington, Georgia, and I'm a freshman, and my major is behavioral analysis.
Hey, y'all. My name is Allie. I'm from right here, Savannah, Georgia. So, yeah. I major in criminal justice, and I'm a freshman.
Very good.
Hi, everyone. I don't have a voice right now, but I'm a junior, and I'm a major in mass communications, and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Very good.
And the big guy doesn't talk much.
Yeah.
He just takes care of business. It is our pleasure to present. I mean, is Step Show going to be?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I promise, Mayor.
All right. Because if Sigmas win again, I mean, that's a problem.
I understand.
You see our city manager over there with his see? We're real clear. I just got to get my city attorney in it and the clerk, and we'll be good. We're working on that.
Yeah, let's do it.
But it's our pleasure, and I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would like to make a motion as the agenda is written for this particular item. Second.
And probably moved and seconded that we issue this parade permit to Savannah State University. The parade is on Saturday. It starts at 10?
9.
Oh, 9 a.m. Just beginning at 9 o'clock. And we're inviting everybody to come on out. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Happy homecoming. Bring us a win.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate you.
It's on. It's on now.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. And I wanted to thank also Dr. World for some of you that did not realize I was stepping in and out. The African American Mayors Association is here, and I have mayors here from our association. And so we were doing a career fair at Savannah State that Dr. World was gracious enough to host. And so I was back and forth for that. But thank you so much. Young people need to see what they need to see.
Absolutely.
And so we appreciate you, and we appreciate all the activities, not just about the athletics, but about academics. Absolutely. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Y'all clap for my college. Come on. And put your hands together. We have some more great heroes here. Our Veterans Council is here. Y'all come on up. Round of applause for the Veterans Council of Chatham County.
Thank you.
We're always a pleasure to have these wonderful heroes among us, and Alderman Blakely is coming to join us. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, I actually let you guys know, this is my 6th and final year running this organization.
Joe.
It has been an honor and privilege of my life to represent the 26,000 veterans throughout Savannah and Chatham County. I appreciate the support that you guys have given us, and I am hoping that you will continue to do that with my predecessor, whoever that may be. But the real reason that we're here is to introduce two very, very important people to us. Joining me to help introduce them, I have my Vice Chairman, Harry Gardner. I have my Parade Adjutant, Robbie McGrath. I have Past Veteran of the Year, Jerry Walker. The first person I would like to bring up and introduce is our 2025-2026 Veteran of the Year, retired Chief Master Sergeant, United States Air Force, Sam Curry.
Yeah.
I'd like to thank you for holding this for us, and we really do appreciate everything that you do. Being a military community, I watch this very closely, and I want to thank you all for helping us provide for our veterans and the military community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And of course, on November the 11th, good Lord willing, in your vote to pass, we will be having our annual parade throughout the streets of downtown Savannah. And leading that parade, we have Dr. Faye Prescott, United States Navy veteran and founder of My Veterans Place.
Yeah. Come on. Yeah.
I put it on here so I won't get off task. It is truly an honor, one that's both humbling and deeply meaningful, to be selected as the first African-American female Grand Marshal for Veterans Day. I'm standing on the shoulders of those who came before me, women who served, sacrificed, and often was unseen and unsupported. This is not just about me. This is not just about my story. It's about all of us. It's about every woman veteran who wore the uniform with pride and strength, who balanced service, family, and resilience. I feel proud and grateful and inspired to represent them, to let the world see the power, grace, and contribution of women veterans. More than anything, I feel very blessed to carry this honor with love, respect, and promise to keep opening doors to those who will follow me.
Thank you. Very good, and congratulations. We are very, very proud of you. And tell us about the parade, Mr. Chairman. I know we're a little off, but
It's getting closer every day.
Right.
So we actually, this year was difficult to figure out what we were going to honor, and after watching Faye do what she does on a daily basis, giving me inspiration to continue on going, we are spending our Veterans Day this year honoring our women veterans who are continuing to serve our community, such as Alderwoman Miller Blakely, still out there serving. So our parade will be at 10 o'clock on November the 11th, the usual starting lineup. I'm hoping each and every one of you will be in there. I'm pretty sure that we sent out. Okay, he did. Cool. He sent out the invitation to make sure everybody got in there. But just help me honor our women veterans who are out there. They don't get as much recognition as they deserve. They did everything that every one of us did. They put on the uniform and served, and they deserve it just as much as any of the rest of us. So, thank you.
thank you. Alderwoman Blakely, would you like to make a motion to issue the parade permit?
I make a motion that we issue the parade warrant for the Veterans Day Parade 2025.
Second.
And probably moved and seconded that we issue the parade permit from the City of Savannah to the Veterans Council of Chatham County for the 2025 Veterans Day Parade. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Present. sure can. And we'll have all of you, your names and when you serve. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
What we have here is the Chatham County Veterans Council.
Yeah, we see you, Bernice. Thank you very much, and we look forward to the 2025 parade. It will be a great time. Let me go ahead and we'll dive into this agenda. We do not have any alcohol license hearings. We have no zoning hearings. Don't even say anything. Just tell the Lord thank you.
Thank you. Mic on, thank you.
But I will go ahead, for purpose of expediency, go to our airport items. Item number 26 through 41. This represents almost $15 million of investment in the world's greatest airport that continues to grow, continues to expand, and we are very, very grateful for them and the work that they do and continue to do, and also for those employees out there, the TSA folks and the folks in air traffic control and the folks that continue to work in spite of all that's going on. Let me entertain a motion for these items 26 through
Mr. Mayor?
42.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
I see Alderman Pertee.
Let Mayor Pro Tem go first.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion for the approval of items number 26 through 35, 39, and 41.
Second.
Okay. Entertain a motion into entertain items number 26 through 35, item number 39 and 41. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Let me read them into the record. 26 is to ratify the acceptance of the Airport Improvement Program in the amount of $9,904,404. Item number 27 is to procure professional services for the evaluation of an airfield drainage system from Mead and Hunt in the amount of $54,656. Item number 28, approval to execute a professional service agreement with Woodard and Associates in the amount of $144,000. Item number 29, approval of Amendment 1 with PGAL for contract feasibility study in the amount of $94,750. Item number 30, approval to execute a contract with MFAX Incorporated for the replacement of FIDS screens and conversion of static advertising to digital displays in the amount of $539,186. Item number 31, approval to procure environmental service supplies from Haskins Doyle Chemical and Supply Company in the amount not to exceed $500,000. Item number 32, approval of a 3-year broadband service agreement with the Semisu Corporation in the amount of $55,590. Item number 33, approval of a 3-year cable service agreement with Comcast Business Communications in the amount of $61,555. Item number 34, approval of the Concourse Alpha Door Replacement Project to be completed by Founders Maintenance and Restoration in the amount of $167,123. Item number 35, approval to purchase 1 skid steer with a snow blower from Hendricks Machinery Incorporated in the amount of $355. Snow blower, really?
Just in case.
Okay.
Got to keep the planes.
Item number 39, approval of a change order number 6 with Collins Construction for the fuel storage facility expansion project in the amount of $340,110. Item number 41, approval to execute a contract with ECS Southeast LLC for the reconstruct and expand North Apron project in the amount of $55,625. We'll now hear items 36, 37, 38, 40, and 42. Alderman Pertee, yes.
Move for the approval of items 36 through 38, number 40, and number 42.
Properly moved and seconded.
I would like to recuse myself for the purpose of business.
Been properly moved and seconded with Alderwoman Shabazz recusing herself for business purposes. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 36 is approval of a task order, work order number 16 with AECom for the Terminal Apron Bypass Taxi Line and A1, A2, and A3 fillet widening project in the amount of $1,607,245. Item number 37, approval of task work order number 18 with AECom for the Taxiway F reconstruction project in the amount of $494,565. Item number 38, approval of task work order number 4, amendment number 1 with AECom for the inline baggage system in the amount of $437,360. Item number 40, approval of task work order number 34, amendment number 2 with AECom for the terminal improvements landside project in the amount of $202,764. And item number 42, approval of task work order number 21 with AECom for the permanent survey control monuments project in the amount of $50,000.
So moved, sir.
Thank you very much. So it's been moved and seconded and approved. Thank you very much. All right, let's go back to our purchasing items. Let's go. Item number 8 is approval of amendment to our unlawful discrimination ordinance. This was something that was pointed out by our staff regarding this as an improvement to eliminate a fee to be able to file a claim of unlawful discrimination. Says it came from our DEI professional, city manager, attorney concurs. This is necessary. Alderman Pertee.
Mr. Mayor, move for the approval.
Second motion.
Properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Under purchasing.
First and second reading.
I'm sorry. It's for. Sorry. It's
First
for.
and second.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, move that the first reading be considered the second, the ordinance placed upon its passage and passed.
And properly moved and seconded. The first reading be considered the second, and this ordinance placed upon its passage and passed. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. The purchasing items 9 through 25. Are there any pullouts?
Mr. Mayor, pull
Yes.
number 19, please, sir.
Okay.
If there are no more pullouts, I'd like to make a motion for the purchasing.
Thank you, Dr. Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Brown, for sure. For items number 9 through, you said 19? Through 18 and
20 through 25.
20 through 25.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded that we approve items number 9 through 19, 9 through 18, and 20 through 25. Item number 9 is authorized city manager to execute a contract for 155-ton lowboy trailer from Savannah of Freightliners in the amount not to exceed $99,900. Item number 10 is authorized city manager to execute a modification with JHC Corporation for the construction of a detention pond for Todd the Town Truman Trail Phase 2B in the amount of $500,000. Item number 11 is to authorize city manager to execute an annual contract to repair sidewalks, curbs, and cobblestone concrete streets with multiple vendors in the amount not to exceed $3 million. Item number 12, authorize city manager to execute a contract for a compact excavator with National Equipment Dealers in the amount of $79,789. Item number 13, authorize city manager to execute a contract for one 10-ton boom truck with crane with Hardy Family Ford in the amount of $284,792. Item number 14, authorize city manager to execute contract modification number 1 for ITS temp staff with Robert Half in the amount of $70,000. Item number 15, authorize city manager to execute a contract modification number 2 to the 5-year equity lease agreement with Enterprise Fleet Management in the amount not to exceed $694,099. Item number 16, authorize city manager to execute a contract for a 2-year mower lease agreement with John Deere care of Beard Equipment in the amount not to exceed $639,405. Item number 17, authorize city manager to execute contract for water, sewer, and stormwater infrastructure repair with Southern Champion Construction in the amount not to exceed $8,833,000. Item number 18, authorize city manager to execute a contract for as-needed mechanical, electrical, and plumbing engineering services to Pond and Company Local in the amount of $300,000. Item number 20, authorize city manager to execute a contract for Broughton River Street and City Market decoration installation with True Blue Construction LLC, local in amount not to exceed $58,760. Item number 21, authorize city manager to execute a contract for citywide community holiday decoration installation with True Blue Construction LLC, local in the amount not to exceed $62,240. Item number 22, authorize city manager to execute a contract for a pharmacy benefit manager with Maxor in the amount not to exceed $29,459,106. Item number 23, authorize city manager to execute a contract for the other post-employee benefits Medicare Advantage plan with Part D with United Healthcare in the amount not to exceed $2,549,905. Item number 24, authorize city manager to execute a contract for the voluntary employee dental and vision insurance with the Standard Insurance Company at no cost to the city. Item number 25, authorize city manager to execute a contract with McKnight Construction Company for construction manager at-risk pre-construction services for the Windsor Forest Community Center, yea, in the amount of $7,500. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 19, authorize city manager to execute a contract for holiday tree city hall decorations and accessories with Stagefront Lighting and Theatrical Supply Company, local in an amount not to exceed $59,815. Alderwoman Wilder Bryan.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. It was number 21 that I wanted to speak on. About 3 years ago, the alderman from the 2nd District and we approached the city manager with spreading that same holiday cheer throughout the districts, and needless to say, it was really nice. But I did the division, Mr. City Manager, and while all of the decoration is like within 4 feet of City Market, downtown, we're only going to get 60 wreaths for each district from the 360 on here, right? And so last year it said that they installed 650, but it doesn't say where our stuff was placed somewhere that they can go back and get them. It says installation, removal, packing, and return to the city warehouse. And so do we not have the balance of those wreaths? We have is 360 now? Because
I don't know what the count is for our holiday wreaths. The holiday decoration plan for this year for our neighborhood decorations is the exact same that was approved by each council member last year. If there are some changes or tweaks you want to make, please email me and we can work with our special events, film, and tourism department to see if we can make those done.
Okay.
The reason that you're seeing these contracts is in the past, City Council has wanted holiday decorations, and we've made purchases, but we wanted to plan for it better this year. So we planned for the same program that we did in previous years, specifically last year. We've procured these services. That's why you're seeing them on the
Yes, sir.
agenda. But if you want any additions in the neighborhood,
Well, no.
send me what you want, and we'll try to work
Okay,
on that.
so why I'm saying that is because this contract, right, it says retrieval, and we still got, up until like, when was it? We were still collecting red bowls. So we want the same collection that they get around the city so that we can get more in our district as opposed, because whoever collected them, I'm not sure if Blue Tree Construction was the contractor who removed them, but they didn't come through my district and
Yeah.
retrieve all of them. So I just want to make sure that they are.
And that's the reason that we're doing we made this a program this
Yes.
year,
Thank
right?
you, sir. I appreciate
So that's why we wanted to put out these bids for the installation, the removal, the repackaging, make sure that we're doing it the right way.
And I wanted to acknowledge that, to say thank you for
Thank
getting
you.
it.
And thank you for pushing us to make these decorations.
Yes, sir. We
citywide.
want holiday and throughout all of the districts. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
For number 19, I move that we authorize the city manager to execute a contract for holiday tree, city hall decoration and accessories.
Second.
Thank you very much. Properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 43.
Mr. Mayor.
Approval of a water sewer agreement with Savannah Harbor Owner, LLC, and Savannah Harbor BTR for development of 210 single-family homes on Hutchinson Island in the President Street Treatment Plant area of Automatic District 1. Alderwoman Lanier.
Second.
Properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 44, approval of an intergovernmental agreement between Chatham County and the City of Savannah for the countywide canal maintenance program. Yes, is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Item number 45 is to authorize city manager to approve a major subdivision, Camden Crossing and Cottage Road Phase 3. Properly moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes. Ladies and gentlemen, that ends our agenda, and it's almost an hour.
Just
How long we stay after this
Just to thank you is all.
depends on you.
Just to thank you.
Just don't make the announcements longer than the agenda. So we'll start from.
Dead end.
I started from this way
went that
before.
way last time. Let's start this.
Last time we did, right. Alderwoman Bell. Anything? Alderwoman Miller Blakely, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to say, I have several announcements. On this Friday at 5 p.m. at Grayson Stadium, there's going to be a trick-or-treat event for the kids, and they want them to wear costumes. There's going to be bouncy houses, candy, etc., from 5 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. I'm told that most city departments will be participating, and they want the kids to come out, and it's going to be lots of fun, and it's free.
Yes.
Okay? Also, I want to shout out my brother, Otis Bazard, and our International Vice President, Mr. Willie Seymour, for an awesomely awesome golf event at Savannah State University. They're the ones that made that happen. Also, I want to ask for prayers for my grandson, Jabril Blakely, who enlisted in the United States Army. He left on Sunday to go to basic training, so y'all please keep him in prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Keep it in our prayer, Alderman Pertee.
October 31st at the Crusader Center, we have a trunk or treat. I believe, I can't remember what time it is, it's like 5:30, I believe, is when it starts. But come on down, they've got a lot of candy, and I even donated some. It's the good stuff. So come on by, get some, bring a costume, wear a costume, whatever. The other thing is, if you're not able to join us, you're not able to see how beautiful the council chambers are. What's really cool this time is they have left the curtains and the blinds wide open. It lets the light in here, and you get to see everything. It's absolutely wonderful and beautiful. So thank you to city staff and all of our folks that were part of revitalizing this awesome space. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Alderman Palumbo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to echo my colleagues' sentiments about the Let the Light Shine In. It is really beautiful in here. So, but this weekend is Wagoween. So kudos and a shout out to Development Services team, including our famous dog, Abby. that will be at Wagween this weekend. Kudos to Chief DeMassivo and her team for her support. October 25th and 26th from noon to 5 p.m. It's a downtown experience where we'll have wiener dog races at Pulaski Square, and all proceeds go to support rescue pets in our community.
Thank you. Alderman Shabazz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. St. Joseph Candler mobile mammogram bus is going to be at St. Philip Monumental AME Church on Thursday, November the 20th, November 20th, 2025. The time is 9 a.m. to 2 o'clock p.m. And they wanted me to make that announcement so that we can continue to have our mammograms and our breast screening in reference to even in this month of October, where we're wearing pink for the awareness of Breast Cancer Month. So please, that the bus will be at St.